Chapter 1 Various Level Settings 1. Various Level Settings. Pet Beasts. 1. Bloodline Level of the Pet Beast. Servant Elite Lord King Emperor Myth Dash. 2. Pet Beast Growth Level. X, 0 to 7, Stage Y, 1 to 10, Level. 3. Pet Beast Skill Level. Low Level, Mid Level, High Level, Super Level, God Level. 4. Energy Value, horizontally arranged in order of growth level, vertically is the bloodline level. Servant, 500-10, 000-200, 000. Elite, 1, 000-20, 000-500, 000-10 million. Lord, 3, 000-40, 000-1 million-20 million-4E. King, 6, 000-80, 000-2 million-40 million-8E, 200E. Emperor, 10, 000-160, 000-4 million-80 million-16E, 800E, 1M. Myth, over 1M. 2. Beastmaster. Beastmaster level. 1. Transparent, 2. White, 3. Green, 4. Morning Star Blue, 5. Shining Moon Purple, 6. Sunrise Gold, 7. Legend Dark Gold. 3. Others. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. 2. Treasure Level. Normal, Rare, Epic, Mythical. 3. Secret Realm Tower Type, to be completed. Trial Type, Battle Type, Support Type, Combination Type, All-Around Type. Chapter 2, Does Golden Finger also play with Matryoshka dolls? The Federation's titled Legendary, Celestial Brilliance, publicly confirmed that his son will be studying in our city, quickly sparking a craze for contracting undead department beasts in our city. As such, our guild would like to advise everyone to make rational contracts, instead of blindly chasing stars. Bai Qi put down his phone, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and looked at the bustling crowd and beasts outside the car window as his consciousness slowly sank into his soul space. He looked at the giant white egg inside, sighing helplessly. Name, Evolution Egg. Condition, inactive. This was the umpteenth time he had checked this egg since he traveled to this world, but the data behind the evolution egg apparently had no plan to change, it was always in an inactive state. A golden finger that couldn't be activated was worse than not having one at all. Master, please stop the car. The car stopped obediently. Bai Qi stood up, carrying his backpack, and quickly got off. He then headed toward the nearby elf house. As soon as he got close, Bai Qi saw beastmasters holding small beast-like skulls walking out of the building in front of him. The elf house. The largest beast breeding base in Gusa City, which also operates a beast trading business, and occasionally adopts stray beasts. The elf house was mainly focused on canine beasts, but other types of beasts were also available, albeit undead ones were very rare. The star effect was really powerful indeed. The news he had just seen flashed through Bai Qi's mind. He quickly pulled his gaze back, pushed open the door, and walked into the elf house. He saw a thin youth patiently comforting a golden dog. Zhuge Chen quickly noticed Bai Qi's arrival. He handed the golden dog, which was already calm, to an employee next to him. He walked to Bai Qi and asked, "Didn't you have a class with Professor Chu today? Why are you here so early?" Bai Qi shrugged and said, "You know, if I had waited for Professor Chu to finish, I wouldn't have been able to come over today. By the way, where's that guy? I brought his new mechanical prosthesis." Zhuge Chen laughed and said, "The previous prosthesis was completely destroyed by his biting. Now he's resting in the rehabilitation room. I'll take you there." Bai Qi nodded and left with Zhuge Chen for the rehabilitation room. "Someone, catch that little skeleton." Just as the two of them were about to leave, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the distance. A small, delicate skeleton suddenly ran out of a room, scampering frantically in all directions. Roar. The dog-like beasts around them immediately perked up at the sight of the little skeleton, charging towards the skeleton. These were stray beasts adopted by the elf house, and naturally acted on instinct without a beastmaster's control. The little skeleton was also aware of the enemy approaching quickly and reacted just as quickly, darting around through the crowd with deft agility, and the pack of dogs was unable to catch him. Was this guy truly among the very slow undead department low-level servant skeleton soldiers who could be outpaced by 70-year-olds? Bai Qi looked somewhat baffled at the agile little skeleton slicing through the crowd, doubting what he was seeing. As the Beastmasters hesitated, he took a small metal ball out of his bag, took aim at the right time, and threw it at the little skeleton. A large net made of characteristic fibers flew out. Although there were no ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in Gusa City, there were occasionally situations where beasts lost control. Bai Qi had prepared some knickknacks for self-defense, and the spider web ball was one of them. Sensing the spider web suddenly overhead, the little skeleton instinctively wanted to dodge, but the roads around were blocked by the dogs. The little skeleton could only watch as the spider web enveloped it. The little skeleton that was caught by the spider web was evidently not willing to cooperate, struggling with all its might. But the spider web only tightened, and by the time Bai Qi approached, the little skeleton could not move at all. "You really are not afraid of causing trouble," Zhuge Chen, putting a skeleton and dogs together. As Bai Qi picked up the small skeleton and was about to hand it to Zhuge Chen, he suddenly felt a tremor in his consciousness space. The giant white egg, silent for many years, suddenly shook violently. The surface was instantly covered in countless cracks, letting out streaks of black light. Finally, the light faded, the eggshell scattered to the ground, and the thing inside was revealed. Another egg. Name: Evolution Egg, Black Iron 0%. Condition: Activated. Gazing at the black giant egg in his soul space, Bai Qi felt as if his heart had been trampled by tens of thousands of divine beasts, a chaotic mess. Did the so-called Golden Finger also play with Matryoshka dolls these days? However, why did the evolution egg, which had been silent for so many years, suddenly awaken today? Bai Qi exited his soul space, looked at the little skeleton struggling desperately in the spider web, and pondered with a doubtful expression. "Bai Qi, your left hand." Zhuge Chen pointed at Bai Qi's left hand and asked, "Have you awakened your talent?" Bai Qi, stunned at these words, followed Zhuge's glance and found an intricate rune mark appearing on the back of his left hand. Rune marks, the medium for beast masters to link their beast control space to summon beasts. It was also the hallmark of a beast master. Surely, was the evolution egg his beast mastery talent? If it hadn't suddenly activated today, he might never have become a beast master in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Bai Qi once again looked at little skeleton, feeling the information coming from the evolution egg. After a moment of silence, he said to Zhuge Chen, "I'll buy the skeleton." Then, without waiting for Zhuge Chen's reply, Bai Qi placed his left hand on little skeleton's head. In an instant, the rune mark on Bai Qi's left hand suddenly spread out, transforming into two transparent circular arrays that enveloped little skeleton, one on top, one below. Seeing these two becoming arrays gradually closing in, little skeleton struggled instinctively, but it calmed down the instant it came into contact with the array, allowing itself to gradually disappear into the array. Finally, when the two arrays fully closed, the figure of little skeleton disappeared completely and appeared in Bai Qi's soul space. Then, Bai Qi felt a warm current flow throughout his body and soul in an instant. His spirit invigorated, it seemed that even his body had become much stronger. After contracting a beast master would receive certain feedback. He had truly become a beast master. Bai Qi shook his head and gradually adjusted to the sudden surge of spirit power, then shifted his attention to little skeleton. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Race: Undead Department. Development level: 0 stage, level 1. Bloodline level: low-level servant, mutation. Racial skill: bone-breaking reformation, beginner. Condition: evolvable. No wonder it was so fast. It turned out to be a mutant species. It's not surprising that the evolution egg would guide him to make a contract. But he didn't even have an offensive skill. This was quite weak. No wonder it was a low-level servant at the bottom of the undead department, the kind that even mutation couldn't save. Everybody knew that bloodline level represented a pet beast's basic attributes and growth limit, while the development level reflected a pet beast's developmental condition. This low-level servant, the skeleton soldier, probably wouldn't stand a chance against a second-stage elite creature even if it advanced to the third stage. However, the bloodline levels didn't seem that crucial anymore. Looking at the evolvable on little skeleton status bar, Bai Qi felt full of anticipation. Chapter 3, Hatching Eggs works as well. Looking at the disappearing little skeleton in front of him, Zhuge Chen's eyes turned strange. He asked, "Bai Qi, did you make a contract with that skeleton?" Bai Qi nodded, saying, "That's right, I felt a connection with this little guy, so I made a contract with him immediately." "A connection? Are you kidding me?" Zhuge Qin rolled his eyes, completely clueless about how to respond. I'll pay you back for little skeleton later, I'm going back home. At this moment, Bai Qi was excited. He quickly made up an excuse and took big strides towards the outside of the elf house. Only then did Zhuge Qin snap out of it, shaking his mechanical prosthetic in his hand, saying, "The mechanical prosthetic is not installed." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Qi had already disappeared at the doorway. Zhuge Qin could only sigh helplessly and quietly put away the prosthetic. Soon, Bai Qi returned to his home. A 3-story villa with a courtyard. Bai Qi's parents were researchers for a certain consortium, so his living conditions were decent. However, his parents were often not at home. Apart from the short conversations when they sent him living expenses every month, Bai Qi was not much different from an orphan. But Bai Qi didn't mind, he enjoyed the peace. After returning home, Bai Qi began to examine the rune mark on the back of his left hand. After awakening their talent, Beastmasters would form a rune mark on the back of their hand, which would also transform the Beastmaster's soul space into a suitable beast control space for beasts to live in. Moreover, this rune mark would gradually enhance the Beastmaster's spirit and physique. But right now, these were all secondary. Bai Qi, controlling his spirit power and connecting it to the rune mark, a transparent formation appeared before him. Accompanied by ripples, a pure white little skeleton climbed out from inside. According to the level of the Beastmasters, the complexity and color of the summoning formation would also be different. Simply put, the higher the level, the more complex the formation, and the darker the color will be. For a beginner Beastmaster at the first stage like Bai Qi, the summoning formation was simply a nearly transparent circular formation. The summoned little skeleton was obviously a bit confused. A flames of soul flickered continuously in its hollow eye sockets, seeming somewhat unaware of its situation. According to the data published by the Federation, Beast Control's bloodline level is divided into 5 classes, namely Servant, Elite, Lord, King, and Emperor. As a servant with the lowest rank in the Undead department, Little Skeleton's intelligence was indeed worrisome. The only hope now was that the evolution egg lived up to its name. Bai Qi immersed his consciousness into the evolution egg. A stream of information flooded into his mind, allowing Bai Qi to roughly understand the functions of the evolution egg. Just like its name, the evolution egg could freely enhance the bloodline level of the beast control, strengthen the natural talent of beast control itself. If it is said that the growth level of beast control determines the current strength of beast control, then the bloodline level determines the upper limit of beast control. In other words, as long as there is an evolution egg, it was not impossible for a caterpillar to evolve into a skyrending seat. With the low racial value of the skeleton soldiers and the evolution egg that can enhance the bloodline level, this specialty was a perfect match. But how should this be used? With an experimental mindset, Bai Qi laid his hand on Little Skeleton's head and extended his spirit power towards the evolution egg. The moment Bai Qi's spirit power touched the evolution egg, a black light extended from his palm, quickly enveloping the little skeleton within it. Bai Qi felt a sudden weakness in his body and some trance in his mind. But this feeling only lasted for a short while, and Bai Qi returned to normal. Looking at the dark eggshell in front of him, his expression became even weirder. Name, Black Iron Egg. Condition, evolving. So it's really hatching eggs. Can a creature like a skeleton even hatch? It's neither oviparity nor viviparity, how can a skeleton relate to these? After circling around the black iron egg for quite a bit, Bai Qi eventually gave up the idea of accelerating the hatching process by heating it and stood quietly waiting on the side. Crack. After waiting for about half an hour, the black iron egg finally cracked open. The shattered shell scattered all over the ground, and the figure of Little Skeleton was also revealed. It still looked thin, apart from the slightly brighter flame in its eye sockets, there didn't seem to be any significant changes. That's it. With a doubtful mind, Bai Qi once again put his hand on Little Skeleton's head, his eyes shining. Name, Skeleton Soldier. Race, Undead Department, mutated. Growth level, 0 stage, level 1. Bloodline level, mid-level servant. Racial skills, bone-breaking reformation, beginner, skeletal hardening, beginner. Condition, evolvable. The bloodline level had changed from a low-level servant to a mid-level servant, and there was an additional racial skill. Such significant changes made Bai Qi wonder whether the effects of the golden finger were too strong or whether the base of Little Skeleton was just too weak. Let's try it one more time. Thinking about it, Bai Qi once again used the evolution egg, silently waiting with anticipation for Little Skeleton to hatch again. At last, the moment little skeleton appeared, Bai Qi immediately started to investigate. As he expected, little skeleton's data had not changed. It was still a mid-level servant, and no new skills were added. It must be because the foundation was too weak. Bai Qi quietly dismissed the idea of directly evolving the skeleton into a divine beast. Looking at the lively little skeleton in front of him, he suddenly thought of something. He was so engrossed in researching the golden finger, he almost forgot to name the little guy. Although some beast masters simply used the creature species to name their controlled beasts, the name, Skeleton Soldier, really was a bit too lame. I choose you, Skeleton Soldier. Thinking about the image he would project during battles in the future, Bai Qi got goosebumps. I'm going to name you Alpha. Clatter clatter. Little skeleton seemed very satisfied with its new name. With a click of its jaw, it released a wave of affection towards Bai Qi through their shared pact. Bai Qi, seeing this, was quite satisfied. He said, Alpha, try out your skills. Little skeleton nodded, a flash of soul fire emanated in its eyes and a metallic luster emerged from its bones. The originally fragile bones that seemed to break at a single blow suddenly became much harder. However, it seemed they couldn't cover the whole body, only a small part had changed. After all, these were newly acquired skills, and the proficiency was not yet enough. Bai Qi stroked his chin, pointing at a big tree in the yard, and said, Alpha, use skeletal hardening and attack that tree. As soon as the words fell, little skeleton sprang from its spot and reached the tree at a speed that surprised Bai Qi. It swung a punch. Bang. The tree trembled, and a shallow fist mark appeared on it. Alpha picked up its fallen right arm with a clueless face, looked at the sturdy tree in front of it and then at its own weak bones. The soul flame in its eyes dimmed a bit. Just like in the elf house, little skeleton's speed did indeed far exceed its peers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to dodge so many people. The evolution had made it even faster. Its power, however, was still a bit weak, its output was clearly not enough. And it seemed that little skeleton itself couldn't handle the speed, the joints were too fragile. It needs to evolve a few more times. Clatter clatter. Little skeleton also felt what Bai Qi was thinking. It lifted its spirit again, staring at Bai Qi's right hand with an extremely expectant process. Evolve, I want to evolve. Bai Qi once again used the golden finger to envelop little skeleton. After a brief dizziness, he began to think about other possibilities. Alpha's base was simply too low. It would not be combat ready in a short time. He needed to enhance its combat power from other aspects first. Bai Qi clapped his hands, immediately made up his mind, and then plunged into the villa. Chapter 4, Andrew Beast, Skeleton Version. The next day, Zhuge Chen appeared in front of Bai Qi's house with a large bag, waited for quite a while after ringing the doorbell, before the gate slowly opened. With deeply set dark circles and worn-out face, Bai Qi appeared at the door. Seeing that it was Zhuge Chen, Bai Qi shook his somewhat dizzy head and said, Zhuge Chen. You finally came. Did you bring any food? Are you okay? Seeing Bai Qi in this state, Zhuge Chen's face fell, handing over the shopping bag he was holding to Bai Qi and said, You were fine yesterday. Bai Qi yawned, flipping through the shopping bag while answering, Nothing much, just didn't sleep last night. Zhuge Chen looked doubtfully at Bai Qi devouring the food like a starving ghost, but didn't ask further, saying, You ran off as soon as the contract was concluded yesterday. I thought I'd come see you today and congratulate you. By the way, where's your skeleton? Alpha. He's lying in my workshop. Bai Qi pointed towards his yard, feeling a wave of dizziness. He immediately took a piece of bread out of his bag, rapidly cleaned it up, and then regained his senses. Yesterday, he had evolved Alpha 6 times in a row, nearly draining his already not-so-strong body completely. Add to that his own reckless messing around with other things. If Zhuge Chen had come a bit later, he might have starved to death here. However, it was also a wake-up call for Bai Qi. In the future, when using the evolution egg, he must prepare some supplements in advance. Looking at Bai Qi in this state, Zhuge Chen remembered some rumors about pets of the Undead department and couldn't help but shudder. This guy, he hasn't been depleted by that skeleton, has he? He seems to have heard about cases in other cities where pets of the Undead department had rebelled and sucked the life out of the Beast Master. Are you sure you're okay? Bai Qi nodded, saying, It's good that you came, could you lend me a hand? Zhuge Chen nodded, followed Bai Qi to his workshop, and saw Alpha obediently lying on a platform, but he had already been dismantled into pieces. This scene was almost identical to that of a bizarre science experiment in the movies. Zhuge Chen looked at Bai Qi speechlessly and asked, "Is this what you were working on last night?" "Alpha's foundation is too poor, so I plan to strengthen him a bit." Bai Qi nodded, took a mechanical shoulder guard from the side and quickly connected Alpha's arm and body. "Don't just stand there, help me install this too. I've specially designed it as plug and play, it's not difficult." "Is this your way of asking for help?" Zhuge Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, but seeing Bai Qi in a state where he could fall asleep at any moment, he earnestly helped out. Soon, Alpha was assembled once again, still looking frail. But with the addition of the metal armor, he seemed somewhat stronger. Not bad, now there was no need to worry about little skeleton's joints falling off due to his fast speed. Bai Qi examined him up and down and was quite satisfied with his design. Actually, if it weren't for little skeleton's inability to handle too much weight, Bai Qi would have wanted to add more. A laser sword, chest plate cannon. As long as he wanted, making a beast from the other realm like Andrew wasn't impossible. Of course, Bai Qi was only thinking about this, such weapons were only eligible for beast masters of the 3rd stage and above. Not only were they worth a fortune, they were also not affordable for a student like Bai Qi, who relied on his parents' living subsidy. Seeing Bai Qi in this state, Zhuge Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "So why were you so eager to make the contract yesterday?" There were quite a few beasts worth making the main pet at Elf House. Having awakened his talent with much difficulty, but contracting a skeleton soldier with a very low ceiling, Zhuge Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Bai Qi. Bai Qi shook his head and said, "Alpha may just be a skeleton soldier, but he is considered to be a mutant species. He may not be much worse than others." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Chen was stunned, and remembering the somewhat abnormal speed of Alpha the day before, he seemed to understand. "So that's it. If it's a mutant species, then it makes sense. Name, Skeleton Soldier, Alpha. Race, Undead Department. Growth level, 0 stage 3 level. Bloodline level, high-grade servant, mutated. Racial skills, bone-breaking reformation, beginner, skeletal hardening, beginner, invisibility, beginner. Condition, evolvable. Although they barely avoided dying from exhaustion at home, the gains were also quite good. Not only did they elevate the bloodline level to high-grade servant, they also once again developed a racial skill, and the growth level also improved by 3 levels. However, the cost was that the originally neat courtyard now looked like it had been ransacked by bandits. It seemed that they had to go and equip Alpha with some special training tools. Zhuge Chen, circling around Alpha, couldn't help but exclaim, attaching mechanical weapons to a skeleton soldier, what would Professor Chu think if he found out? Bai Qi shrugged, this is called learning being put to use, and there's no rule saying that students of mech are not allowed to install them on other pet beasts. Mech, full name, Mechanical Pet Beast Arms Design, was also one of the special majors of Star Mechanics Academy. I suppose so. At Zhuge Chen's words, he was somewhat at a loss and couldn't refute Bai Qi's argument. Even though there are no instances of mechanical arms and non-mechanical pets being put together yet, some auxiliary mechanical equipment is still relatively popular with pet-type pet beasts. As for installing weapons, there seems to be no explicit prohibition against it. So, are you planning to raise this, Alpha as a mechanical pet beast? I remember traditional pet beasts and mechanical pet beasts don't have the same energy, do they? Bai Qi shook his head, that won't be the case, it's only a temporary solution for now. The strength of a mechanical beast was that it could be equipped with various weapons and energy sources. As long as the resources and technology were in place, and it didn't exceed the mental capacity of the beast master, it could be strengthened indefinitely. Alpha's current equipment could only be considered as external weaponry, and still needed to supplement energy separately. Unless Bai Qi could research a technology that allowed traditional pet beasts and mechanical weaponry to share or convert energy value, it could only be used for now. Of course, the most important reason was that he was broke. As a newly emerging pet beast system for humanity, mechanical beasts, despite their strength and providing the Federation with tools to contend with the kingdom of ferocious beasts, weren't affordable for just anyone. Besides, he had the evolution egg on hand, so there was no need to worry about this for now. There's nothing that can't be solved by evolution. If there is, then simply evolve multiple times. Alright, I should get going. I was originally going to have you install the mechanical prosthetics, but let's wait until you've rested. Zhuge Chen planned to leave after a short stay, and only then did Bai Qi remember that he had been so preoccupied with studying the golden finger the day before that he had forgotten about this. It's okay, I'll go with you now. Bai Qi put Alpha into the pet beast space and pulled Zhuge Chen out. By the way, do you have any other quirky pet beasts like Alpha? Chapter 5, Beastmaster Association. Arg. In the elf house daycare room, Bai Qi silently watched a man and a wolf, playing out a scene of an epic chase, and sighed quietly. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf. Race, Wolf Species. Bloodline level, Mid-level Elite. Introduction. This wolf, which dwells year-round in freezing climates, is calm and composed, boasting remarkable ice-based skills. Even though Bai Qi was a mechanical engineering student, his knowledge was rather extensive, so he quickly recalled the information about this pet. However, he found it hard to reconcile the image of this Arctic ice wolf with the one in front of him. The black and white fur, the deep blue pupils, and the 3 lines of vertical scars that patterned at the center of its forehead. Add to that its unusually hyperactive nature, it was a spitting image of Bai Qi's husky from his previous life. It was said that dogs evolved from wolves, but looking at the situation before him, it seemed more like devolution. What else would you call an Arctic ice wolf without any ice-based skills if not a devolution? I'll handle this. Seeing Zhuge Chen, who was clearly out of stamina, Bai Qi stepped forward and touched the husky with a metal stick. The husky immediately stiffened and fell down. Gosh, this rascal, even with one leg less, he couldn't stay quiet. Seeing the husky finally stop, Zhuge Chen panted heavily, and asked, "But, will it be okay like this?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "Of course, this level of electric current will only paralyze him temporarily, it won't hurt him." Speaking of which, Bai Qi turned the husky over, picked up his mechanical limbs and tools from the side, and started working with ease. Done. Soon, Bai Qi had installed the mechanical limbs. Seeing the husky that was still laying still and sticking out its tongue, Bai Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Zhuge Chen, are you sure this guy's leg was smashed by an ice block and not bitten off by its own kind? With such an amusing personality, this husky would certainly be treated as an oddball within its stern-faced Arctic ice wolf peers." Zhuge Chen shrugged, and said, "Who knows, but you reminded me. Ever since the mechanical limb was installed, it has been rejected by its own kind. I must arrange a separate room for it." As soon as his words fell, the husky abruptly stood up, randomly bolted, and steadily fled the daycare room. Arg. In this world, there was no cage that could lock him up. Watching the quickly retreating husky, Bai Qi took out a remote control and pressed a button. A small electric current suddenly sprang from the mechanical limb, causing the husky to twitch all over and fall to the ground. The air was faintly filled with the scent of roasted meat. I installed an electric shock device inside. It will prevent this guy from running around in the future. Here, this is the remote control. Zhuge Chen took the remote control, not knowing what to say, but Bai Qi was impatient and urged him, "Okay, take me to see those more eccentric pets you have." Zhuge Chen glanced at Bai Qi in confusion, and asked, "Why, are you looking for some more mutant species?" Bai Qi nodded and said, "Sort of." The evolution egg's activation had been rather sudden, and Bai Qi wasn't sure yet if it was because of the alpha or the mutation. The undead department pets weren't common within the city. Even if there were any, they were already under contract with someone and he couldn't research on them, so he could only try mutated ones at Zhuge Chen's place. Once Bai Qi confirmed, Zhuge Chen revealed a helpless look, and said, "You've been to my farm before. If there were any mutated ones then they would have already been booked. As for Alpha, it just came from Undead Hill so no one found out." TSK, that makes sense. Bai Qi could not help but feel some headaches, but still was not willing to give up, and dragged Zhuge Chen around each breeding area again. Of course, the result was obvious, and the evolution egg hadn't undergone any change. He might just have to go to Undead Hill, but it seemed that only those who had obtained a Beastmaster license could go there. He had been too focused on studying the Golden Finger and had forgotten about this matter. However, Alpha had just made a contract, and probably wouldn't pass the examination for now. He could take a walk around the training field there, and see the effect of his modification. Beastmaster Association. Bai Qi hurriedly rushed to the counter, where a young female receptionist welcomed him with a smile. "Hello, welcome to the Beastmaster Association. What service would you like to avail?" Bai Qi stepped forward and said, "Hello, I want to rent a training ground. There are only 3 ways to enhance a Beastmaster's pet: resources, training, and battle. Using resources to supplement the growth needs of the pet is the easiest and simplest method, but this method is slow and costs a lot of money. Training is relatively more challenging, but it can more effectively promote the improvement of the pet's own abilities. If it is supplemented with appropriate resources, the effect might be even better. As for battles, although they have the highest risk and can even threaten the life of a beastmaster, the benefits they bring to the pet and the beastmaster are the most significant. This benefit is not an improvement in one aspect of ability but is the combat skills and experience gained in life and death. This is not something that can be obtained from resources and training. Bai Qi had just signed a contract with Alpha and naturally wouldn't risk going outside to engage in any life and death battles. As for resources, what resources can the Undead department use to enhance themselves? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. So the only option left for Bai Qi was training. The female receptionist smiled and nodded, saying, "Can I know your pet's race, so I can arrange a venue for you?" Bai Qi said, "Undead department, skeleton soldier." Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the female receptionist's face was a little awkward, and she said, "I'm sorry, but recently there's been a surge in the number of undead beastmasters in Gusa City, so the training field for the Undead department is already full." This too. Was it because of the Son of Celestial Brilliance coming to Gusa City? Bai Qi couldn't help but despise Gusa City's blind star-chasing behavior. However, after noticing the strange look in the female receptionist's eyes, he quickly realized. Did she think of him as one of those mindless fans? Bai Qi felt rather helpless and was about to leave when the female receptionist continued, "Of course, if you don't mind, I can arrange for you to train with others." Usually, beastmasters don't like to expose their training methods in front of others, but recently the training field for the Undead department was seriously overcrowded. Most of the ones here were first-stage apprentice beastmasters, and that's why the association proposed this solution. No problem. Bai Qi pondered for a moment and chose to agree. He wanted to see the training effect of the specialized field first. If the difference wasn't significant, he might as well stay at home and train. Okay, then. Please fill out your basic information, and then pay 500 federal coins to wait for your number. 500 federal coins. Bai Qi felt a pang of pain. He had just given Alpha a set of simple mechanical armor, and had also paid Zhuge Chen the fee for Little Skeleton. He had very little left of his living expenses. Although considering the wear and tear of the training field, this price was reasonable, but that didn't help his current financial straits. It seemed he needed to find a way to earn money. If he only relied on the living expenses given by his parents, Bai Qi would really have to eat dirt. Chapter 6, Do You Think You Are a Transformer? The popularity of the Undead department's training grounds far exceeded Bai Qi's expectations. It was not until after waiting for roughly an hour that the female receptionist finally began to call Bai Qi's name. "Hello, your training partner is also a first-stage trainer. He has already gone in. The training period is 3 hours, and here is your number plate. Please keep it properly." Bai Qi took the number plate and rushed towards the training grounds. Being charged 500 for 3 hours, and furthermore, with the cost divided among multiple people, suggested that he would only be coming here for training once in the short term, considering his funds. Thus, he could not waste any time. Following the number on the number plate, Bai Qi arrived in front of a training room. Looking at the door teeming with an undead atmosphere, he pushed it open and walked in. Graveyard. That was Bai Qi's first impression upon seeing the scene behind the door. In order to enhance the effects of pet training, the Beastmaster Association's training grounds were generally constructed based on the breed and attributes of the pets they cater to, primarily utilizing same attribute materials for construction. However, Bai Qi did not expect the Beastmaster Association to have such leisurely sentiments as to create a graveyard here. While I understand it's to maximize the training effect, but was it necessary to make it this creepy? Bai Qi couldn't help but grumble a little. If a small child were to be frightened here one day, the Beastmaster Association might just have to deal with a wave of complaints. As Bai Qi stepped into the training ground, he saw a 4-meter-long, hefty-limbed skeletal giant tiger with a mouth full of tusks squatted next to a young man. Its hollow eyes, with twin will-o'-the-wisp burning, were fixed on Bai Qi. Name, Ghostbone Giant Tiger. Race, Undead Department. Bloodline level, High-grade Elite. Racial skills, Ripping Claw, Tiger Mutation, Intimidation. Compared to Bai Qi's little skeleton, the abilities of the Ghostbone Giant Tiger were clearly several levels above, but Bai Qi did not have any intention of comparing with it. Instead, he summoned Alpha by opening his magic array. He hadn't come to fight, so it didn't matter how strong the others were. Moreover, with the evolution egg, Bai Qi didn't worry for Alpha's future in the slightest. Skeleton Soldier. Have the beast masters of Gusa City gotten so brainless in their pursuit of stardom? Lu Yuan looked disdainful upon seeing that Bai Qi had summoned a lowest-level skeleton soldier. But he figured that made sense, as Gusa City was just a small town after all, and they couldn't contract high-rank undead department pets. Also, what the hell were those mechanical guards on its joints? Once both parties arrived, a middle-aged man dressed in dark-colored work clothes walked out from another small door. Looking at the pets that the two of them had summoned, he said, "My name is Lan Xiao, I will be your accompanying trainer today. As this seems to be your first time here, let's practice evasion and defense." Upon hearing Lan Xiao's words, Lu Yuan frowned, clearly somewhat reluctant. His Ghostbone giant tiger was a high-grade elite. It didn't exhibit the slow speed and low defense issues of lower-rank skeleton pets. He wanted more practical training. As he registered this, Lan Xiao laughed and said, "Do not disparage evasion and defense skills. The higher the ranks of the battle, the more crucial these two skills become." Bai Qi nodded quite in agreement with Lan Xiao's viewpoint. Preserving oneself was paramount. Only by staying alive was there a chance to progress. Seeing that there was no disagreement, a blue magic array suddenly appeared in front of Lan Xiao. An imposing black and white giant wolf appeared in front of everybody. Its appearance was identical to a husky, however, it emanated an air of royalty. "This is my main pet, the Arctic Ice Wolf King, a third-stage lord. All you need to do is dodge its ice arrows as best as you can." Lan Xiao patted the head of the Arctic Ice Wolf King and said, "Don't worry, I'll adjust the frequency and power of the attacks based on your status." Both of them nodded, controlling their beasts to enter the training field, then retreated out of the combat range. Pets that had already bonded wouldn't attack humans on their own, but if hit by their skills, people could still get hurt, so they couldn't get too close. "Ice Wolf King, use Ice Arrow." Seeing that they were ready, Lan Xiao ordered the Arctic Ice Wolf King via the psychic bond between a beast master and their pet. Whoa. The Arctic Ice Wolf King let out a howl, and suddenly its body was surrounded by chilling frost. It opened its mouth wide, and sharp ice arrows flew out, roaring toward Alpha and the Ghostbone giant tiger. "Alpha, harden your skeleton, then dodge the ice arrows." Bai Qi immediately issued the command to Alpha. Given that Lan Xiao was focusing on evading and defending today, he naturally didn't want to overdo it. Considering that Alpha's skeletal hardening was only at a beginner's level, Bai Qi didn't plan to resist head-on. In contrast, Lu Yuan, having seen the ice arrows approaching, issued a completely different command. "Ghostbone giant tiger, ripping claw." Upon receiving the command, the Ghostbone giant tiger roared, its front claw appearing cloaked in a ghostly light as it swung, tearing through the hail of ice arrows. Power and burst are good, it's been bred quite well. Lan Xiao immediately saw that the Ghostbone giant tiger wasn't simple and secretly praised it, then turned his gaze toward the little skeleton, immediately taken aback. Even though both were under a shower of ice arrows, to accommodate Bai Qi's little skeleton, the attack density on both sides was slightly different. After all, they were customers, and he couldn't exactly shatter their confidence. However, considering the way the little skeleton was responding, it seemed he might have overthought it. Unlike the Ghostbone giant tiger, who forcefully resisted the ice arrows, the little skeleton had no intention of resisting directly. It relied solely on its speed to dodge, clearly with ease. Even when it encountered unavoidable situations, the little skeleton's joints would bend at unorthodox angles to forcefully dodge. The little skeleton even managed to roll itself into a skeleton ball to evade the ice arrows. Glancing at Bai Qi's school emblem on his clothes, Lan Xiao seemed to understand something and immediately issued a new command to the Ice Wolf King. "Phew phew phew." Upon receiving the command, the frequency of ice arrows on the side of the little skeleton suddenly increased drastically, and likewise on the side of the Ghostbone giant tiger. Faced with the sudden escalation of the Ice Wolf King's attack, the Ghostbone giant tiger clearly felt the pressure. It not only used Ripping Claw, but also began to properly dodge. When evasion was not possible, it even chose to resist with its body. Indeed, even if a third-stage Beastmaster refrained from unleashing full power, the skills they utilized weren't something to be casually resisted. However, this was a good thing. He could focus on training once that guy knew his limits and retreated earlier. Lu Yuan looked at his Ghostbone giant tiger, which was advancing and retreating with tact, but noticed that the attention of Lan Xiao and even the Ice Wolf King were not on his giant tiger, but all focused on the little skeleton on the side. Was it shattered? Following Lan Xiao's gaze, he saw that under the concentrated attack of the Ice Wolf King, the little skeleton was completely unscathed. It skillfully dodged all the ice arrows, without even a slight scrape. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's expression turned weird. Such fast speed and varied body forming, do you think you're a transformer? Chapter 7, Predecessors truly did not deceive me. Bai Qi naturally noticed their gazes and was quite satisfied with his modifications. When he designed the shoulder guards, he not only considered strengthening the joint connections but also replaced the joints with spherical joints commonly used in mechanical beasts. With this type of joint installed, Alpha's movements were not limited to conventional cognition, and its degree of freedom in movement was substantially enhanced. Only an undead creature like Alpha could undergo such an operation. Other pets wouldn't be able to. Watching Alpha in the field effortlessly dodging the ice arrows with his constantly twisting body, Bai Qi suddenly lost some interest in the training and thought about leaving. The experiment results were apparent. There seemed to be no point in staying around longer, especially when they weren't training for actual combat. The training had only started 15 minutes ago. Shouldn't the front desk be willing to refund him? That kid's expression, why does it annoy me so much? Seeing the bored expression on Bai Qi's face, Lan Xiao suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation. The Arctic Ice Wolf King felt the same way, and the originally slender ice arrows suddenly transformed into ice cones. Crackle, crackle. When the ice arrows changed into ice cones, Alpha immediately felt the pressure increase. His original relaxed movements suddenly became a bit rushed, but after a brief adaptation, he managed to cope. The innocent ghost-bone giant tiger, however, wasn't as fortunate. After struggling for a while, it was hit by the concentrated ice cones and had its leg bone be broken, temporarily losing its fighting capability. It was because the ghost-bone giant tiger was injured that Lan Xiao realized his error. He immediately ordered the Ice Wolf King to stop its actions and asked Bai Qi, "Has your skeleton soldier undergone mutations?" Bai Qi nodded when he heard the question. He didn't have any intention of hiding anything, and candidly admitted it. Little skeleton's speed was so exaggerated. If he didn't admit that it was a mutation, others might suspect him. Although the evolution egg seemed to be very similar to the Beastmaster talent, it was better to be cautious. Moreover, Alpha was indeed a mutant species. I see, that explains it. Lan Xiao nodded. Even though the modifications were refreshingly new, even without them, the skeleton soldier's speed was unusually high. It was somewhat wasteful to have this rare mutation, which you might not come across even if you were to have 10,000 beasts, happening on a skeleton soldier that was doomed to have no future. But, Lan Xiao's professional ethics would not let him express his improper remarks. After a brief pause, he continued speaking, "Since your pet is a mutant, I will increase the difficulty a bit." Lan Xiao made eye contact with the Ice Wolf King, and the wolf understood immediately. With a long howl, the temperature in the training field dropped several degrees, and frost gradually appeared on the ground. Your ghostbone giant tiger should be okay, right? Lan Xiao looked towards Lu Yuan's ghostbone giant tiger. The leg bone broken by the ice cone had already been reconnected and regained movement. The biggest advantage of the undead department beasts is that unless they encounter an attribute counter, they can fully recover given sufficient time. In that case, let's get started. Seeing Lu Yuan nod, Lan Xiao completely ignored Bai Qi, who seemed eager to speak but did not, and launched another attack. Didn't this guy intend to let me get a refund? Bai Qi rolled his eyes in annoyance. Watching the Arctic Ice Wolf launching another attack, he had no choice but to make Alpha resist the Ice Wolf King's attack with all his might. Through the brief battle before, the Ice Wolf King had generally understood the situation of their two sparring partners. Even though the ice spear attack was the same, the rhythm was inconsistent. Sometimes an ice storm would be mixed in, and the frost on the ground made it even harder for the 2-inch beasts to dodge. This time, the ghostbone giant tiger lasted even a shorter time before it was defeated. Lu Yuan did not force the ghostbone giant tiger to keep resisting, letting it rest on the side instead. Although undead department beasts have high resistance to non-attribute counterattacks, it still takes time for them to recover. Moreover, the ghostbone giant tiger spent a lot of energy when it used its abilities and needed time to recover. During the respite, Lu Yuan finally had time to observe Alpha slowly. An undead beast is not like a regular beast. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a bloodline. To mutate, it either needed to have an unusual status when it was alive or be exposed to something special after its death. Looking at the appearance of the little skeleton, the latter seemed more likely. After it's over, I should ask him where he got this skeleton soldier. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Lu Yuan made up his mind. When Lu Yuan was making his own calculations, Bai Qi was gradually immersing himself in the training. He had only sworn an alliance with Alpha for one day. They hadn't even participated in a decent battle. Instead, it was through this training that he was beginning to feel the allure of beast warfare. Alpha, go invisible. Seeing that Alpha, who was clearly becoming more harried, Bai Qi took the initiative to give orders. Alpha's originally in frigid white bone immediately became blurred and slowly disappeared from their vision. Invisibility skill. Not bad, but the skill level is too low. Seeing little skeleton using invisibility, Lan Xiao couldn't help but praise it. However, he soon found little skeleton's traces. After sending a thought to the Ice Wolf King, the beast heavily pounded the ground. Rows of ice spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a long snake slithering towards a dark corner. Upon seeing this, Alpha immediately tried to dodge. His body wobbled suddenly, however, and his movement slowed down for a brief moment, forcing him to watch the ice spikes envelop him. The Arctic Ice Wolf King stopped its attack in time, but little skeleton's leg bones were hit by the ice spikes, breaking on the spot. This is an exclusive training field for the Undead department. The recovery speed of undead creatures here is faster than usual, so there's no need to worry. Upon seeing little skeleton injured, Lan Xiao promptly explained. After all, he was a trainee beastmaster. In case he knew nothing and complained about him later, it would be quite troublesome. Bai Qi nodded, allowing Alpha to use bone-breaking reformation to repair himself, while thoughtfully observing Alpha's mechanical joints. Alpha was clearly aware of the previous attack, but because his movements were unstable, he was hit. It seemed that even if he chose some lightweight metals for manufacturing, the changes to Alpha's center of gravity were unavoidable. The structure still needed to be simplified. Some unnecessary defenses could be abandoned. He also needed to think about how to assemble weapons later. Tisk. While Alpha's speed was exaggeratingly high, its other basic attributes were too poor, resulting in its speed advantage not being fully utilized. The barrel effect, those before me were not deceiving me. Chapter 8, Blind Obedience is Undesirable. Creak, crack. Master, I think I got a bit stronger. Just as Bai Qi was contemplating how to enhance Alpha's armaments, Alpha suddenly relayed a message to him, breaking Bai Qi's train of thought. Alpha had used bone-breaking reformation to heal its injuries. Curiously prodding at the area that had been broken previously, Bai Qi looked along with it and noticed something unusual as well. These bones seemed to have gotten stronger. Did bone-breaking reformation have this effect? Bai Qi cast a dubious gaze towards the ghost bone giant tiger's leg which had been broken earlier. Not noticing anything unusual, he pondered for a moment before turning to Lan Xiao. Could I just train in defense for now? Startled at these words, Lan Xiao nodded. Of course, your beast's evasive capabilities are indeed not bad. All right, thank you. Bai Qi expressed his thoughts to Lan Xiao, causing Lan Xiao's expression to become puzzled. Are you sure about this? Bai Qi nodded. Yes, it might just be a bit troublesome. Lan Xiao responded, not really, as long as you don't mind. Having second thoughts. No chance. Didn't you see that the skeleton is even more excited than the Beastmaster? Bai Qi quickly disassembled Alpha's mechanical guard and sent Alpha back into battle. However, Lu Yuan didn't rush to join the fight, instead he watched from the sidelines. His ghostbone giant tiger had been using skills to fight earlier and consumed quite a bit of energy, so he needed some time to recover. He wanted to see what this strange mechanical skeleton's master was thinking. Ice Wolf King, attack. Upon receiving Lan Xiao's order, the Ice Wolf King looked at the small skeleton, which wasn't even as big as his paw, in front of him, glancing uncertainly at its master. Really smack it. Smack. What if I smash it? Just don't hit the head. After getting confirmation from its Beastmaster, the Ice Wolf King stopped hesitating and directly smashed its paw towards Alpha. Alpha instantly shattered, leaving only a perfectly intact skull. Yet within no time, all of Alpha's bones reattached under some mysterious force, swiftly restoring to its original form. This little skeleton recovers so fast. This time both Lan Xiao and Lu Yuan noticed Alpha's excessive recovery speed. However, After considering Alpha's mutant status, they quickly let it go and continued attacking Alpha. Mutation, well, it's pretty normal. 3 hours passed in a flash. Time's just about up, let's bring the training to an end. Lan Xiao watched the still eager Alpha and Bai Qi, and said with a bitter smile, although undead beasts recover fast as long as their soul cores aren't damaged, you have to know when to stop. Okay, I understand. Bai Qi nodded, but the excited expression on his face gave him away. Name, Skeleton Soldier, Alpha. Race, Undead Department. Growth level, 0 stage, level 4. Bloodline level, high-grade servants, mutated. Racial skills, bone-breaking reformation, proficient, skeletal hardening, proficient, stealth, novice. Condition, evolvable. Bai Qi patted Alpha's small head, which seemed to find it to be quite enjoyable, creating a series of crisp cracking sounds. Become stronger, stronger. Even though its growth level did not rise, bone-breaking reformation and skeletal hardening had both become proficient. The efficiency was terrifying. The Beastmaster Association's training was really different, those $500 were well spent. It's a pity that he couldn't afford to keep coming, his wallet couldn't handle it. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to obtain the Beastmaster license, otherwise, I won't even be able to afford a pet. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. After greeting Lan Xiao and Lu Yuan, Bai Qi left the training room directly. Goodbye. Huh. Lu Yuan nodded blankly, then suddenly remembered that he had not asked Bai Qi where he got the little skeleton from, and quickly chased after him. However, he was a step too late. Considering his age, he should be in university, and I think there's only one university in Gusa City, the Star Mechanics Academy. Is he a student there? Lu Yuan recalled the mechanical armor on Alpha earlier, and suddenly understood. He turned to ask Lan Xiao who was next to him. Is the person who was training with us just now a student from Star Mechanics? Lan Xiao thought for a moment and replied, yes, he is a student of the Mechanic Martial Arts Department in Star Mechanics Academy. Mechanic Martial Arts. The specialty that provides weapons design and manufacturing services for mechanical beastmasters. Do researchers have this kind of training? Lu Yuan unconsciously looked at the ghost bone giant tiger in front of him and couldn't help but ask Lan Xiao, is the training method he used just now really feasible? Lan Xiao was taken aback, pondered his words, answered, every beastmaster has their unique training methods, it really depends on you. However, I personally believe that blind obedience is not advisable. Lu Yuan nodded. Looking at the imposing ghost bone giant tiger in front of him, he dismissed Bai Qi's unconventional training method. He specially came to Gusa City to study with the Son of Celestial Brilliance, he will certainly learn the most effective training method for the Undead Department beasts. This peculiar method, it's better not to learn. I want to continue training, deduct the fee from my account. This time, I want the exclusive use of the area. After leaving the Beastmaster Association, Bai Qi, feeling a bit hungry, quickly walked towards the nearest commercial street. Alpha is of the Undead clan, he can go without food or sleep, but I'm a human, I can't do that. Also, the use of evolution egg requires physical and mental energy, hence, my food requirements are even higher. Phew, I am really broke now. Bai Qi tossed 2 large bags on the ground, looked at the bottles and cans inside, opened one bottle, hesitated for a moment, but still threw a gray pill into his mouth. Compressed ration pill. It's the most widely circulated type of compressed food on the market, consuming one can sustain a normal person's physical requirements for half a day. It's suitable for researchers who don't have time to eat or beast masters who adventure outside. But the taste, well. You get what you pay for, that's the universal truth in any world. Bai Qi managed to swallow one compressed ration pill, then chugged a few mouthfuls of water, which finally removed some of the indescribable taste in his mouth. I need to think of a way to make some money, the taste of nutrient solution is said to be a lot better. Having solved his food issue, Bai Qi summoned Alpha again. Clickety-clack. Master, are we continuing training? As soon as Alpha appeared, he expressed his desire to continue training to Bai Qi, who shook his head and said, no rush, we need to balance work and rest, let's first level up the bloodline. Clickety-clack. Alpha's eyes dimmed, he was clearly regretful. When we have money, let's go back to the training. On seeing the disappointed face of Alpha, who looked like a child denied candy, Bai Qi was surprised. From low-grade servants to high-grade ones, Alpha's intelligence had increased greatly. Well, it should be equivalent to a 3 to 5-year-old child. I wonder how much it will increase when he breaks through to the elite level. Bai Qi put his right hand on Alpha's head, a pitch-black eggshell once more enveloped Alpha, and Bai Qi returned to his own workshop. Chapter 9, Steel plus Skeleton equals. Bai Qi gazed at the mechanical armor in front of him, reflecting on his recent training. He took out a pen and paper and started to sketch. Soon, a brand new design for mechanical armor appeared in his hands. This time, he discarded some unnecessary defense armor, keeping only the basic structure. Then he reconsidered the whole weight distribution. There should be no more loss of balance during high-speed movement as experienced before. Bai Qi looked at the black giant egg quietly lying in the courtyard and began the transformation. Since the economy hadn't caught up yet, he'd have to rough it out for a while. Because he was just making adjustments, Bai Qi quickly completed the transformation, while the black iron egg in the courtyard cracked open. Alpha skillfully crawled out from the black iron egg, allowing his body to absorb the shell of the black iron egg. The initially dull skeleton due to continuous training instantly became crystal clear. It must be because of the evolution egg. Otherwise, how would a commonly used technique in the undead department have such a special effect? Seeing what happened to Alpha, Bai Qi immediately understood and then proceeded to install the new armor. Come, let's see how effective it is. Crack-a-lack. Alpha nodded, then began running quickly around the courtyard. He encountered any obstacle without slowing down, just using his flexible joints to change shape and dodge. Once I have money later on, I'll replace Alpha's armor with a lightweight metal one. The effect should be considerably improved. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, unconsciously picturing future scenarios in his mind. But soon, he came to his senses. With his current resources, he couldn't afford to acquire the rare metal needed for light and defensive gear. The priority was to enhance Alpha's power as much as possible and get his Beastmaster license. The armor is fine for now, the next step is the weapon. Bai Qi summoned Alpha to his side and again brought out the black iron egg to envelop Alpha, all while considering what weapon to equip Alpha with. Alpha's speed is extremely fast, but its body is very fragile, not suitable for heavier weapons, and the remaining material also doesn't allow for it. So, wait a second. Halfway through his thoughts, Bai Qi suddenly remembered something. He looked sharply towards Alpha, who was already thoroughly covered by the black iron egg, a regretful expression on his face. He was so focused on what weapon to equip Alpha to that he'd forgotten to first take off the mechanical armor on Alpha. Hopefully, this wouldn't affect Alpha's evolution, otherwise, it would be a huge loss. Worried about Alpha's condition, Bai Qi lost his mood to keep fiddling with the weapon. He paced back and forth around the black iron egg, afraid he'd miss something. Crack. Finally, under Bai Qi's anxious gaze, the black iron egg cracked open again, but Alpha did not immediately emerge like before. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi quickly stepped forward, only to see a figure suddenly leaping out of the eggshell and landing steadily in front of him. If it wasn't Alpha, who else could it be? Seeing that Alpha was unharmed, Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief, and then noticed that Alpha's originally pale white bones seemed to have some metallic luster. Was it affected after all? Bai Qi furrowed his brows, his spirit power locked onto Alpha, and a new set of information appeared in his mind. Name, Shadow Bone Spike, Alpha. Race, Undead Department. Growth level, 0 stage 5. Bloodline level, low level elite. Racial skills, Bone Breaking Reformation, proficient, Steel Skeleton, beginner, Shadow Lotus skill, beginner. Condition, evolvable. Was this racial evolution? Though he had heard that the bloodline level would undergo changes in the beast's race when breaking through significant boundaries, Bai Qi had only read about it in books, not expecting to experience it himself. Bai Qi could barely hide his elation, leaping in cheer, and Alpha, sensing his Beastmaster's mood, was also dancing in joy. However, Bai Qi was ultimately a pragmatic man, and his rationality soon overcame his emotions. He quickly became calm and started studying Alpha's evolution. Besides its race evolving from the most ordinary of skeleton soldiers into shadow bone spikes, the bloodline level had also been upgraded from a servant to a low-level elite. It took him 1 time to go from low-level servant to mid-level, 2 times from mid-level servant to high-grade, and 6 times from high-grade servant to low-level elite. He couldn't detect any pattern from it. Plus, there was the factor of the mechanical armor. Bai Qi glanced at the mechanical armor that had completely integrated with Alpha and felt a twinge of regret. If he had known that the evolution egg had this ability, he would have designed a full-body armor for Alpha, even if it meant selling everything. Bai Qi fiercely pulled at his hair, forcibly directing his attention onto Alpha's skills. There were still 3 skills, but apart from bone-breaking reformation, the other 2 skills had changed. Skeletal hardening had turned into steel skeleton. The effect was similar to skeletal hardening, but there seemed to be an inclusion of steel properties, which was probably due to the absorbed mechanical armor. The original stealth had unexpectedly changed into Shadow Lotus, which left Bai Qi somewhat puzzled. Name: Shadow Lotus. Introduction: this is a shadow department skill. It can erase the user's presence, hiding in shadow, and control the skeleton to attack the enemy. An active attack skill. A bright light flashed across Bai Qi's eyes. He pointed towards a big tree in the courtyard and said, "Alpha, use the Shadow Lotus." Alpha nodded and immediately vanished into a residual shadow. Bai Qi then saw a flower made of bone emerge from behind the tree's shade, gently twisting around it. The lush green tree was instantly shattered, leaving a mess on the ground. Alpha quickly reverted to its original form, and the fire of soul in its sockets was dancing with glee. Alpha had finally become stronger. Feeling the joy radiating from Alpha, Bai Qi couldn't help but burst into a wide grin. The Shadow Lotus consumed a high amount of energy and was evidently more effective when used for sneak attacks. However, this did not conceal its formidable power. At the very least, it was a perfect trump card. As for regular battles, given Alpha's speed, as long as it was paired with a bit of weaponry, it should be enough. What weapon? Shadow Bone Spike. The best pair for an assassin was undoubtedly the dagger. Bai Qi instantly decided on Alpha's primary weapon, and sensing Bai Qi's thought, Alpha twirled its palm, and 2 bone daggers appeared in its hands. Okay, no more fretting about where to find materials for weapon making. The bone daggers coupled with the steel skeleton wouldn't be inferior to typical metal ones. Bai Qi patted Alpha on the head. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he returned to his workshop, grabbed the remaining materials, and threw them into Alpha's hands, announcing, "Alpha, let's evolve once more." Chapter 10, The Spirit of a Worker. He wasn't sure if it was because Alpha had evolved into an elite, but this time the consumption was greater than before. The moment the black iron egg took form, Bai Qi felt weak all over, as if he hadn't eaten for days. He felt dizzy and only managed to regain his strength after consuming several condensed food tablets. Bai Qi pulled up a chair to sit in front of the black iron egg, quietly waiting for Alpha to hatch once again, all the while contemplating his next steps. The functionality of the evolution egg was quite impressive, except for the aftereffects which were rather uncomfortable. He wondered if his frail body could sustain the process once Alpha's bloodline level increased further. Although it was said that a beastmaster's physical endurance would increase as the strength of their beast improves, it seemed that his body was not keeping up with the energy consumption of the evolution egg. So, the best current solution was to buy some nutrient solution to supplement the energy consumption. Nutrient solutions, made from fruits of various plant-type beasts, contained more energy than condensed food tablets. However, they were a bit pricey. So, he really needed to make some money. Bai Qi sighed. He had been so busy shopping for supplies in the morning that he forgot to check if there were any suitable tasks for an apprentice beastmaster at the Beastmaster Association. In this era, beastmasters had integrated into all walks of life in the Federation. If Federation residents encountered problems they couldn't solve, they would post commissions at the Beastmaster Association. However, an apprentice like him wasn't likely to get any good tasks. Crack. He didn't know if it was because Alpha's bloodline level had increased, but it took an hour for Alpha to hatch this time. Alpha was still holding those pieces of scrap metal. Was the last time just a coincidence? It seemed like there was less scrap metal this time though. Alpha, anything changed? Clatter, clatter. I feel tougher. Bai Qi nodded, surveying the enhanced metallic sheen on Alpha's body, and had a hunch. Seems like the previous remarkable effect was due to Alpha's coincidental upgrade from a servant to an elite, whereas under regular circumstances, Alpha could only absorb a portion of the elements. However, this gave Bai Qi a glimpse into a new world. Alpha absorbed steel, which led to a new skill, Steel Skeleton. If he were to add some diamonds or the like the next time Alpha's bloodline level breaks through, would there be any changes? Or, even more outrageously, could adding elemental materials result in a new race with other attributes? Flame Skeleton. Frozen Skeleton. The more Bai Qi thought about it, the more excited he became. But when he thought about his nearly depleted wallet, his enthusiasm quickly died down. Well, he'd see what tasks were available at the Beastmaster Association the next day. As for now, Bai Qi looked at the metal scrap still remaining in Alpha's hand, swallowed a few condensed food tablets in advance, and then activated the evolution egg. The familiar weakness overcame him. Bai Qi didn't hesitate to swallow the food tablets but still felt a bit dizzy. He simply laid on the ground, closed his eyes, and rested. At this rate, he'd have to move the evolution egg to his bedroom next time since it would be more comfortable to lie down on a bed. The next day, Bai Qi woke up and saw Alpha practicing his swordplay in the courtyard. He stretched languidly. He had evolved Alpha 4 times in a row the previous day and absorbed all the scrap metal. Even though he had used condensed food to recover quickly, he couldn't endure the mental exhaustion and fell asleep after leaving Alpha to train on its own. Bai Qi originally thought he would feel some after effects the next morning, but he actually felt surprisingly refreshed, even more so than usual. Turns out there were positive effects from overexertion. He'd have to plan his use of the evolution egg more carefully in the future. There might be beneficial effects. Bai Qi walked into the courtyard, and Alpha, sensing his arrival, paused its exercise. In a flash, it was standing right in front of Bai Qi. Clatter, clatter. Master, are we going back to that place to train today? After evolving to Elite, Alpha could now express its thoughts more clearly. Bai Qi gave an awkward smile, saying, "We will go, but not for training. We need to make some money." Clatter, clatter. Alpha seemed to somewhat understand and nodded, then returned to the beast control space. After a quick wash-up, Bai Qi set off for the Beastmaster Association once more. "Hello, are you here to rent a training field today?" The female receptionist had a good memory and recognized Bai Qi at once. Bai Qi scratched his head awkwardly, replying, Not for training today, I'm here to check out available tasks." The receptionist pointed at the digital board on the wall of the association hall, explaining, "All tasks released by the association are posted on the notice board. Whether or not you can find a suitable task will depend on your luck." Bai Qi looked in the direction the receptionist pointed to. Seeing the bustling crowd of people choosing tasks under the notice board, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. Regardless of which world it was, there were always jobs to be done, it seemed. Bai Qi took a task board from the receptionist, entered his information, and started searching. F-rank task, Haunted House Recruitment. Task description, appoint ghost-type beasts to be staff members. The reward was alright, and the job seemed quite easy, but unfortunately, Alpha was more of a skeleton type and did not meet the requirements. Skip, skip, skip. F-rank task, cleaning up scattered bones. Task description, recently in Gusu City, people have been casually discarding bones of undead creatures, causing much fear among the city's residents. Cleaning scattered bones sounded simple but the reward was too little, probably even less than what Alpha would make from doing deliveries. F-rank task, sparring partner. Task description, designated undead beasts are required for battle practice. The reward was pretty generous, plus it offered a chance to use the training field for free. This was the one. Wait. It's already been taken. Who took it? F-rank task, capturing the scallion bird. The reward was quite lucrative. Sadly, Alpha couldn't fly, so it was impossible to take on this task. F-rank task, wilderness escort. Tons of tasks were posted, but despite searching for a while, Bai Qi couldn't find any suitable ones. The F-ranked tasks were mostly small and fiddly jobs with low pay. The Beastmaster Association only accepted these tasks to give apprentice Beastmasters more opportunities to practice. Most Beastmasters, including Bai Qi, saw it that way. Only there were just too many people looking for tasks here at the association. Several good tasks that Bai Qi occasionally came across were quickly snatched up by others. That speed, it would have taken them at least 20 to 30 years to master it. Maybe he should really let Alpha do deliveries after all. Chapter 11, Capturing Screaming Mushroom. Bai Qi had practically gone through all the F-rank tasks, yet he still hadn't found a mission that caught his interest. Maybe he should just pick a few random tasks to alleviate his financial pressure. Just as Bai Qi was preparing to succumb to reality, an E-rank task appeared on the mission board. In contrast to the F-rank tasks that mostly dealt with trivial matters, E-rank tasks tended to carry a degree of risk, so only professional beastmasters usually had the qualifications to accept them. However, it was surprising to Bai Qi that such an E-rank task would appear on the mission board for apprentice beastmasters. E-rank task, eradicate the screaming mushrooms. Screaming mushrooms were a kind of plant attribute beast, with a racial skill of shrieking. They mostly grew on the periphery of the Undead Hill, hiding in the mud and only popping up when people approached. If someone wasn't prepared in advance, they could easily faint from the mushroom screams. If no other person happened to find them, by the time they woke up, they would likely be met with a swarm of undead creatures. Why would the Beastmaster Association send an apprentice Beastmaster on such a task? Had the staff gone mad? With questions brewing, Bai Qi carefully read the task information and finally understood. Recently, due to the surge of undead popularity in Gusa City, the Beastmasters venturing into the Undead Hill had increased. They inadvertently carried out spores of the screaming mushrooms, resulting in a part of the fields on the outskirts of Gusa City being overrun by these mushrooms. The reproduction rate of the screaming mushrooms was extremely fast. In a short amount of time, they surpassed the traditional 4 pests, causing much trouble for the farmers. Therefore, several neighboring villages released a joint task asking Beastmasters for assistance in handling the situation. This is it. After reading the task information, Bai Qi immediately accepted it without any hesitation. While the screams of the screaming mushrooms were troublesome for most beasts, to undead creatures like Alpha, they were basically useless. Moreover, the task was not located in the Undead Hill, making the mission much simpler. Bai Qi put away the task board, ran to the female receptionist to register his information, and then waited by the side for others. Although there was no threat from an undead beastmaster, the menace of a horde of screaming mushrooms was still considerable. Thus, Bai Qi couldn't handle the task alone and needed to wait for others to form a team. Shortly afterward, 4 more individuals accepted the task. Bai Qi also received a notification to gather outside the Beastmaster Association. The 4 were around the same age as Bai Qi, and they seemed to know each other. They were in the middle of an enthusiastic conversation when Bai Qi arrived. Seeing Bai Qi approaching, a tall youth with a cheerful smile on his face came up and said, "Hi, my name is Gao Cheng. Are you also a Beastmaster who's accepted the screaming mushroom task?" "Hello, everyone." Bai Qi nodded, greeting the group. The other 2 also replied in kind. "Let's introduce ourselves first." Gao Cheng indicated himself first. Gao Cheng, Apprentice Beastmaster, Level 1 First Stage Fire Armor Scorpion, proficient in Fiery Pincer's Strike and Scorpion Tail Sting. Han Jian, Apprentice Beastmaster, Level 0 Stage 5 Ice Crystal Toad, proficient in Ice Crystal Shot. Wei Zhe, Apprentice Beastmaster, Level 0 Stage 5 Emerald Centipede, proficient in Venomous Wrap. Wu Lan, Apprentice Beastmaster, Level 0 Stage 5 Carbon-Tailed Snake, proficient in Fire Star Tail Swing. Has the influence of the 5 Poisons cult spread to the other realm as well? He seems to not fit in very well. Bai Qi couldn't help but think to himself. He then introduced himself, Bai Qi, Apprentice Beastmaster, 0 Stage, 6th Level Shadow Bone Spike, proficient in Bone-Breaking Reformation. As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, the group fell silent. "Your beast doesn't have any attack skills." Gao Cheng looked at Bai Qi somewhat speechlessly, unsure of how to advise him. Bai Qi scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, there is one, but it's at a very low level, so I didn't mention it." "You can't go on like this. It's tough to pass the professional Beastmaster exam unless your beast has a couple of impressive attack skills." Gao Cheng earnestly offered Bai Qi some advice. Looking at the sky, he said, "The client has already prepared protective tools for us. Unless anyone has any objections, we should get going." The group exchanged glances, and since no objections were raised, they got into a car led by Gao Cheng, heading for the outskirts of Gusa City. Gao Cheng was quite enthusiastic, providing advice for the mission throughout the journey. He didn't exclude Bai Qi just because his beast had no attacking skills. The group of 5 quickly got acquainted. Bai Qi, observing the seasoned Gao Cheng, asked, "Brother Gao, your beast is already at the first stage, why haven't you taken the professional Beastmaster exam?" Hearing Bai Qi's question, the other 3 showed curiosity too. To become a professional Beastmaster, the primary prerequisite was for their beast to reach the first stage. Otherwise, they would not be eligible for the assessment. Gao Cheng sighed, "I've already taken the exam 3 times but failed each time." "Is the professional Beastmaster exam that difficult?" Bai Qi was slightly worried. He had planned to go to the Undead Hill outside the city after becoming a professional Beastmaster. It now seemed like it would be a difficult task. Gao Cheng solemnly nodded. "The professional Beastmaster exam tests not only your ability to handle beasts but also your wilderness survival skills. It's not as simple as battling." "Wilderness survival skills?" Bai Qi had heard about it, but he had always thought the exam would only theoretically test these skills. Now, it seemed he had oversimplified it. Seeing the others grow a bit disheartened by his words, Gao Qing quickly tried to lift their spirits, but you can still give it a try. Although it tests wilderness survival skills, it's not very hazardous, and it would be good to familiarize yourselves with it. Wei Zhe looked at Gao Qing and asked, "So, Brother Gao, will you be participating in the next exam?" Gao Qing nodded, "Of course, I've spent a lot of time preparing for it. I don't think there should be any problems." "Well, we probably won't. It seems like we don't have enough time." The Beast Master profession upgrade exams generally occurred once every 3 months, and the next exam was in half a month. They certainly wouldn't have enough time to prepare. "By the way, Bai Qi, judging by your outfit, you must also be a student at Star Mechanics Academy. Why haven't you contracted a mechanical beast?" Bai Qi shrugged, "I'm a mecha martial arts student. I only contracted my beast recently and didn't have time for other things because of some special reasons." "You only contracted your beast a few days ago and are already at level 6. And you are from a non-combat major. What were they doing all this while?" The 4 combat major students looked at each other in silence. Chapter 12, This is not scientific. After more than an hour, the group finally reached their destination. The staff waiting there showed great enthusiasm upon their arrival. The workers seemed overly loud, as if they were afraid the group might not hear them. Bai Qi even wondered if they were under the influence of the screaming mushroom. For this reason, the group didn't linger with the workers. Under their guidance, they headed straight for the mission area. However, when they saw the vast mushroom farm before them, all were silent for a long moment. Searching for a screaming mushroom in this mushroom farm, this task could take forever. The screaming mushroom naturally hid itself in the soil, and now it has the cover of so many mushrooms. This was beyond a question of difficulty. No wonder this kind of task was given to novice beastmasters. He doubted if any professional beastmasters would want to do it. "Let's summon our beasts first." Gao Qing, clearly more experienced, was the first to suggest. Bai Qi and others agreed and began to summon their animal companions. A snake, a scorpion, a toad, and a millipede appeared in front of Gao Qing's group, which made Bai Qi's little skeleton seem out of place. Disorderly formation. Just as Alpha appeared, the only girl in the team, Wulan, immediately took notice of the metallic luster on the skeleton of the little skeleton. She asked, "Senior, where did you get this shadow bone spike? It's so beautiful." I bought it from Elf House in Gusa City." Bai Qi was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling like he had a tough time understanding the aesthetics of modern youth. Although Alpha now had a high-tech style, it was still a skeleton. There was no way to link it with the word beautiful. Tisk, no wonder the Beastmaster Association had to issue a special notice reminding people not to blindly chase stars. Bai Qi had underestimated the psychological endurance of the star-chasing group. "Elf House. I see." Wulan's eyes sparkled. The other 2 boys also showed a hint of intent. It seems that they had some plans. This was a free advertisement for Zhuge Chen's business. It seems like Bai Qi had to ask him for advertising fees later. "All right, let's start looking for screaming mushrooms. Everybody, put on your protection gear." Gao Qing interrupted their conversation, distributed the specially made earmuffs to everyone, and said, "Screaming mushrooms prefer cold environments. My fire armor scorpion will draw them out, and you guys can catch them while the iron is hot." Bai Qi and the others nodded in agreement with Gao Qing's strategy, all controlling their animal companions to follow the fire armor scorpion. As expected, just as the fire armor scorpion took a few steps, a screaming mushroom, all gray, shot out of the ground and emitted a sharp screech. Hiss. At the same time, Bai Qi and the others quickly covered their ears, but they still felt a buzzing in their ears and involuntarily took a few steps back. It was this noisy even with earmuffs on. No wonder those workers spoke so loudly. It must have been the screaming mushrooms that caused it. Fortunately, the screaming mushroom's ability didn't last long. After finishing its scream, it fell back to the ground and tried to burrow away. "Fire armor scorpion, use your tail spike." Gao Qing, clearly more experienced in battle, saw the screaming mushroom trying to flee and immediately commanded the fire armor scorpion to attack. A slender tail spike instantly skewered the screaming mushroom. As long as the screaming mushroom doesn't return to the ground, it can't use its screeching ability for a short while, so everyone has to act quickly. Gao Qing took the screaming mushroom off the tail spike of the fire armor scorpion and tossed it into the container provided by the workers. Bai Qi and the others got the idea, and started doing it themselves. Apart from Gao Cheng, the rest had controlling abilities, so they were able to catch the screaming mushrooms before they hit the ground. Bai Qi observed for a while before he started taking action. Alpha, can you pierce them the moment the screaming mushrooms jump out? Bai Qi passed his intentions to Alpha through telepathy. Alpha somewhat understood and looked at the 5 venomous pets who were experimenting with catching the screaming mushrooms on their own. 2 bone daggers appeared in its hands in an instant, it then started to run quickly across the mushroom ground. Hey, don't do that. Seeing Alpha running like that, Gao Cheng instantly became worried. There were obviously quite a lot of screaming mushrooms here. Based on Alpha's mode of running, it would definitely attract a large number of screaming mushrooms at once. If it allowed a large number of screaming mushrooms to screech at the same time, the earmuffs they were wearing now would definitely not be able to block the noise, and it might even cause substantial injuries. Non-combat majors were so unreliable. Just as Gao Cheng was about to send the fire armor scorpion to remedy the situation, the ground where Alpha ran past shot up 3 or 4 screaming mushrooms. Their gradually opening mouths were preparing a powerful sound wave. Chit! 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 Just as everyone instinctively covered their ears, Alpha swung its daggers swiftly, piercing the screaming mushrooms before they could release their ability. Even if the timing of a screaming mushroom emerging was off, Alpha could quickly turn its body to land a strike. As Alpha ran, not a single screaming mushroom was able to release its ability. Is that possible? Alpha's surprising performance stunned Wulan and the others. Gao Cheng then explained, theoretically, the ability of a pet beast can indeed be interrupted before it's released, but this is a skeleton beastmaster. If it were the ghost department, that would be understandable, but which skeleton beastmaster can run so fast? This is not scientific. Gao Cheng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his cool as a senior. He looked at Bai Qi and Alpha with a more peculiar gaze. Shadowbone Spike, a branch of the Undead department, skeleton type, Gao Cheng had heard of it, but to his knowledge, this creature's speed, while not slow, was never this exaggerated. Furthermore, this skinny little skeleton was not only superhumanly fast, but its movements were also weirdly elusive, completely defying the motion limits of normal creatures. Instead of Alpha being an undead creature, he was more willing to believe it was a mechanical beast that happened to look like a skeleton. This guy was fundamentally a student of the mechanical engineering department, maybe it was intentionally shaped into a skeleton. Yes, it must be the case. The 4 didn't communicate at all, yet they all bizarrely came to the same idea. Their gazes at Bai Qi were now mixed with different emotions. As rumored, mechanical beastmasters are way more complicated than traditional beastmasters. Just like Bai Qi right now, clearly playing dumb to catch a big fish. TSK. They would have to be more careful around mechanical beastmasters in the future, otherwise they might be sold without realizing. Chapter 13, This is Scientific. Soon, Alpha returned to Bai Qi's side, his soul fire flickering with a handful of screaming mushrooms. Bai Qi patted him on the head approvingly. Good job. Chitter chatter. Pleased by Bai Qi's praise, Alpha hopped and skipped with joy. Bai Qi, is your pet truly an Undead department's ghost bone spur? Gao Cheng approached Bai Qi, cast a doubtful glance at the metallic sheen on Alpha, and asked, those moves, they aren't something a skeleton beast trainer could make, are they? And the color of the skeleton? Bai Qi nodded, saying, indeed, Alpha is a ghost bone spur. Yet, before his evolution, he went through a mutation which explains his speed. Before his evolution. Mutation. Gao Cheng seized on Bai Qi's point, saying, so when you made the pact, he was just a skeleton soldier. And now he's evolved. Well. I was just lucky, very lucky. Realizing his slip, Bai Qi hurriedly added, as for the color, I painted it myself, because the original appearance was somewhat frightening. It wasn't that Bai Qi intentionally wanted to deceive anyone, it was simply that the power of the evolution egg was somewhat special, and it was better to avoid complications. Bai Qi's explanation didn't convince anyone, however, not knowing a better explanation, they left it at that. Forget it, let's just complete the task first. The reward for this task is calculated per mushroom. We'd better not waste time. Gao Cheng looked at the vast mushroom field and said, judging by the situation, the density of the screaming mushrooms here isn't small. The others nodded, unconsciously eyeing the screaming mushroom in front of Bai Qi, with a flicker of envy in their eyes. Apart from the basic remuneration for the task, they could also sell the screaming mushrooms to the workers here, each worth 50 federal coins. In other words, with Alpha's efficiency, as long as he collected more, they could make back the money for a training ground visit. However, while Bai Qi was pleased, the others didn't have it so easy. Well, let's go and clean up the other side, Bai Qi will be enough for this place. The only girl of the trio, Wulan suggested first, and her two partners nodded in agreement. If they stayed with Bai Qi, they had reason to believe that they would complete this task empty-handed. That's fine, we'll regroup here in 3 hours. Seeing this, Gaoqing also went with the flow. After all, they would finish faster if they worked separately in such a large farm. Once the 5 agreed on the time, they went their separate ways. Alpha, let us set a small goal, catch 50 before noon. Bai Qi said to Alpha beside him. Whether or not you can evolve quickly depends on your performance. Chitter-chatter. Evolution, evolution. Alpha nodded his understanding. Recalling his rapid improvement in the black iron egg, he shot off like a bullet. The screaming mushroom task was even simpler than he'd thought. He just didn't know how long this task could last, otherwise, Bai Qi was confident about reaching a small target first. Time flew, and 3 hours passed quickly. The density of screaming mushrooms was far greater than Bai Qi's estimation, and Alpha had gathered 68 of them. If it wasn't for their worry about damaging the original mushroom field, Alpha's efficiency might have been higher. After all, the major advantage of the Undead clan was that they didn't need to rest. Soon, the other 4 persons also returned. Gaoqing was in a somewhat better state, but the other 3 were clearly exhausted. Alpha's method of clearing the screaming mushrooms had given them some new insights. They also planned to neutralize the screaming mushrooms before they could apply their skill. However, what was expected didn't go as planned. The idea was good, but there were inevitable mistakes during implementation, and after 3 hours, the 3 people were left spinning from the screaming mushrooms. Bai Qi, are you still gathering? Seeing Alpha still racing around the field, Wulan and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Well, Alpha is an undead, he doesn't need to rest. Bai Qi nodded, looking at the exhausted group of 3, and asked, so, you are done? Wulan and the others smiled awkwardly, and Gaoqing also found it somewhat embarrassing, saying, it's been 3 hours, even if the beast isn't tired, the person should be. Bai Qi understood and absent-mindedly responded, having just remembered that he had only eaten a compressed food pellet that morning and was not hungry just yet. Gaoqing glanced at the box at Bai Qi's feet and curiously asked, how many have you gathered? It's just okay, just 68. Bai Qi yawned, the density of screaming mushrooms is lower than I thought. By the way, how did you fare? Well, we barely managed to complete the task. Wulan and her teammates looked at each other, not wanting to discuss this further. Okay, let's eat first. I saw the workers preparing lunch, it should be ready soon. Gaoqing diffused the tension, and the focus then shifted to food without anyone noticing him kicking a box into the background. Gao Cheng's fire armor scorpion was also quick in attacking, and its efficiency had increased considerably after adopting Alpha's strategy, gathering 22 screaming mushrooms in 3 hours. He didn't expect Bai Qi and Alpha to be even more incredible, reaching a count of 68. This made him, a veteran who had participated in 3 Beast Master exams, quite uncomfortable. Soon, the workers brought lunch boxes for the group and began to collect the screaming mushrooms. Bai Qi and the others each received a lunchbox and started to eat heartily. After working all morning, they had expended a lot of energy and naturally needed to refill their energy, especially since they would be working for longer hours in the afternoon. During lunch, the group started chatting again. Bai Qi, since you're a student of Mechanical Engineering Department, why did you choose a pet from the Undead Department? Wulan had had this question for a long time and asked it straight away when she had the chance. My talent awakened late, and coincidentally, I came across Alpha, a mutant species, so I just made a pact with him. After swiftly finishing a lunchbox, Bai Qi still felt unsatisfied and asked a worker for another portion. He didn't know if it was because he had eaten compressed food pellets for 2 days, but he found his appetite had significantly increased, and he still did not feel full after eating 2 portions. I see. Wulan nodded, scrutinizing Alpha, who was obediently standing behind Bai Qi. Soon, she noticed something unusual about Alpha's joints. Huh. Those don't look like normal joints, do they? Wulan's words attracted the attention of the others who came over to take a closer look, their curiosity piqued. You mean these? Yes, you're right. Alpha was too fast, and his joints were too fragile, so I replaced them with mechanical ones. Everyone was silent after hearing Bai Qi's explanation. No wonder Alpha could make such strange movements, the joints had been modified. A mechanical engineering department student installing mechanical joints on his undead pet. Well, that makes sense. Chapter 14, To evolve, one must train the beast. Understanding the origin of Alpha's unusual movements, not only did Wulan and his companions' interest not decrease, but it grew even more thrilling. After receiving Bai Qi's approval, they immediately got their hands on it. Bai Qi, is it really feasible to perform mechanical modifications on non-mechanical beasts? Although Gao Qing wasn't a student of the Star Mechanics Academy, he knew the differences between mechanical beasts and traditional ones. Seeing Bai Qi altering his own skeleton, he was somewhat surprised. Bai Qi shrugged his shoulders, swallowed the food in his mouth, and replied, I can't say for sure. After all, I only made some pure mechanical modifications and didn't involve the energy system. I see. Gao Qing seemed thoughtful, looked at his fire armor scorpion, and had some other thoughts. Bai Qi, can you check if my fire armor scorpion can also be modified? He had already failed the Beast Master professional examination 3 times. Recently, his pet's strength had also reached a bottleneck. Now seeing Alpha as a living example, he naturally didn't want to miss out. Probably not. Seeing Gao Qing's hopeful eyes, Bai Qi couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The reason he could modify Alpha was that skeletal category beasts, especially low-level skeletons like Alpha, have bones that can be freely disassembled and reassembled, so the difficulty isn't high. But modifying a beast with dual attributions like the insect system and the fire attribute, like the fire armor scorpion, would be much more troublesome. At least, Bai Qi didn't think that ordinary steel could withstand the high temperatures of the fire armor scorpion. Gao Qing's face fell, but he quickly recovered, remarking, true, if it were possible, others would have done it long ago. However, your methods are still impressive, Bai Qi. You actually thought of mechanically modifying undead beasts. Wulan seemed to have become a little fan of Bai Qi's, not being stingy with her praises. But she soon revealed her true intentions. If my second beast is also a contracted skeleton type, could you help me modify it too? Before Bai Qi could respond, Gao Qing interrupted, my personal suggestion, it'll better if you don't cross-train systems. After all, one's energy is limited. Dividing your attention too much isn't beneficial. Gao Qing's words weren't unfounded. Most beast masters in the Federation specialized in training a single race. The occasional exceptions were usually auxiliary pets. For example, the recently trending titled legendary, Celestial Brilliance, specialized in undead department pets, with every pet chosen after careful consideration. After all, a beast master's energy and resources are limited. It's impossible to cater to every pet. Basically, they focus on training 1 or 2 main pets. Choosing a pet that has nothing to do with one's main pet simply because of idol worship, like Wulan did, is quite irrational. After Gao Qing's earnest lecture, Wulan and the others fell into contemplation. Seeing their thoughtful expressions, Bai Qi didn't know how to join the conversation and could only bury his head and eat. Before long, he had finished his 3rd boxed meal. Phew, I'm finally full. Bai Qi rubbed his belly, looked at the high-hanging sun overhead, and took a sip of the mineral water by his side. This damn weather, even the water was heated. The water had been provided by the staff. It had only been left outside for a while, yet it had already been heated by the sun. Senior, do you feel hot? Do you want my ice crystal toad to help? Hearing Bai Qi's complaint, Han Jian immediately summoned his ice crystal toad. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped, and without any hesitation, Bai Qi put his bottle of mineral water on the ice crystal toad. Ha! As soon as Bai Qi's hand touched the ice crystal toad, he couldn't help but exclaim. Han Jian was somewhat puzzled, asking, what's wrong, senior? Did you get frostbite? Bai Qi shook his head, replying, no, it's just that your ice crystal toad is really convenient. It comes with built-in air conditioning. Han Jian grinned, saying, this ice crystal toad is a high-level elite caught for me by my parents' friends from the ice lake. Cut it out. It's not like everyone else's pet isn't an elite. Han Jian's opponent lifted his spirits at the end of his words, causing Wei Zhe to immediately retort. Wulan, who was next to him, quickly put down her box of rice to mediate. Given her proficient skills in this, she likely had plenty of experience in dealing with these situations. However, Bai Qi didn't have the energy to deal with these matters. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron 5%. Condition, activated. Ever since its activation, the progress of the evolution egg hadn't changed. Bai Qi planned to go to Undead Hill to check if it was related to Undead Department beasts. But now, it had changed again. What exactly was the reason? After glancing at the ice crystal toad, Bai Qi pretended to retrieve his mineral water and touch the toad again. There was no change in progress, but Bai Qi didn't give up. He moved his target to other pets. Brother Gao, can I see your fire armor scorpion? Gao Qing looked puzzled when he heard this, but he released his fire armor scorpion in front of Bai Qi. What, is there a problem? Bai Qi responded, nothing, I just felt a little frozen earlier. I want to warm up with the fire armor scorpion. Gao Qing fell silent when he heard this, but he didn't stop Bai Qi's action. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron 10%. Condition, activated. Indeed, it increased by 5%. Bai Qi's eyes shone as he roughly guessed the way to upgrade the evolution egg, which was to physically touch the beasts. However, he had been petting cats and dogs at Zhuge Chen's place after activating the golden finger, and there were no hints about the progress of the evolution egg. Looking at it this way, it seems that not any pet will do. Bai Qi turned his attention to the other two, casually making an excuse to touch their beasts. Wulan's charcoal fire snake didn't provide progress to the evolution egg, only Wei Zhe's emerald centipede provided a 3% progress. Indeed, in order to evolve, you must pet beasts. The higher the level of the species, the more progress it offers. Also, it seems to be linked to the attributes of the species. Bai Qi pondered for a moment, he had a rough guess in his mind. But he soon began to have a headache. In order to increase the progress of the evolution egg, he must touch the beasts personally. The easiest way is to touch the beasts that have already been contracted. But if he were to do so, he estimated that he would be locked up in the Arkham Talent Academy tomorrow. As for wild beasts, it was even more impossible. Lower-level ones probably weren't useful, and higher-level ones weren't stupid. Going up rashly would only stir up hostility. It seems a little troublesome. Bai Qi, watching the cracks appearing again on the evolution egg, sighed helplessly. If only there was a simpler way to evolve. Chapter 15, The Medicine Cannot Be Stopped. Though it was a bit difficult, Bai Qi was truly satisfied that he'd discovered a way to improve the evolution egg's upgrade path. Alpha, let's keep going. Bai Qi drained the icy water in his hand, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. He had cleared out 68 screaming mushrooms in the morning, and along with the 1,000 Federation coins guaranteed by the task, he had already earned 4,400 Federation coins. According to the current trend, earning 3,000 to 4,000 more in the afternoon wouldn't be a problem. By then, his financial woes would be temporarily resolved. Thinking about finally escaping the torment of compressed food pills, Bai Qi couldn't help but have sparks in his eyes. He chose a new direction and started harvesting on a large scale. Don't they ever get tired? Seeing the equally excited Bai Qi and Alpha, Wei Zhe and the other two glanced at each other, wondering what to make of their own pet beasts who were too lazy to move due to energy exhaustion. It's normal, Undead Department pet stamina is endless if they don't use skills. Gao Qing struggled to provide an explanation, but no one knew whether he believed it himself. He had heard of undead creatures possessing unlimited stamina, but he had never heard of Undead Department beastmasters possessing the same trait. Bai Qi naturally did not know what they were thinking. He took Alpha to search for the screaming mushrooms everywhere, while the others also lost the mood to rest and started working with their clearly somewhat reluctant pet beasts. By evening, Bai Qi and Alpha returned, fully loaded, and had already begun planning how to use this income. As for Gao Cheng and the others, they were all, without exception, somewhat wiped out. Their pet beasts did not have Alpha's supermodel speed, so they could only rely on skills to clear the screaming mushrooms. As time went on, the recovery of energy value became a problem, and mistakes became more frequent. It was almost certain that they would not take this task again tomorrow. Gao Qing looked at the sky and handed over the storage box in his hand to the staff, saying, "It's getting late, we should go back too. Everyone still has to go to class tomorrow." Other than him and Bai Qi, the other three were high school students. Although they were combat professionals, they still needed to study humanities courses. After all, one could not train a beastmaster without a good command of knowledge. They had no objection to Gao Cheng's opinion. After settling the task rewards, they set off on their return journey together. Not long after, the three of them, Wulan, were deep in sleep, with only Bai Qi still eager to deal with the first pot of gold he had earned. He had earned a total of 8,100 Federation coins today, far exceeding his estimate, enough for him to buy a lot of nutrient solutions and go to the training ground several more times. However, in this way, there would not be enough funds to equip mechanical armament. Forget it, first improve Alpha's level, and wait until he gets the professional beast control license to solve the problem of funds. Gao Qing glanced at Bai Qi and suddenly asked, Bai Qi, you are also planning to take the professional beast master exam, right? In this era, there are many professions related to beast control, such as the traditional beast breeding master, who is responsible for breeding, the alchemist who makes potions with pet beast materials, or the emerging mechanical beast master. All these professions were born around pet beasts, but they all have one thing in common. They are auxiliary professions. Since Bai Qi was a mechanical beast student, it was expected that he would become a mechanical beast master, but after a day of contact, Gao Qing firmly believed that Bai Qi would definitely participate in the professional beast master assessment. After all, he had never seen any mechanical beast master who would modify a non-mechanical pet beast. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded and said, yes, I will strive to get the license this year. It will give me more options for taking tasks. Whether it is the evolution egg or the mechanical armament, both require a lot of financial support. Relying on F-grade tasks alone is not enough. Isn't your pet beast only at the 0 stage 6th level? Gao Qing was full of question marks. It should be somewhat difficult to improve to the first stage, right? Although the rise of pet beast growth level is not as difficult as the race level, it becomes more difficult as it gets higher, especially the promotion of the major stages, which is even more difficult. It is a bit difficult. Otherwise, I plan to participate in the assessment in June directly. Now, I can only team up with you, Brother Gao, next time. The Professional Beast Master assessment is conducted every 3 months, and now it is currently mid-May, so the assessment in June is just over 20 days away. Although there was the evolution eggs cheat, Bai Qi did not think he could get Alpha upgraded to the first stage in just 20-something days. Seeing Bai Qi's confident look, Gao Qing was once again at a loss for words. Are all top students this confident nowadays? It took him more than 2 years to train his fire armor Scorpion to the first stage, and Bai Qi plans to upgrade by 6 levels in half a year. Also, what do you mean, team up with me next time? Is it really polite to say that? The corner of Gao Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, but he still advised, I still suggest that you train your primary attack skills a bit more. After all, the Professional Beast Master assessment looks at abilities in all aspects. Bai Qi nodded and said, all right, I will focus on training after I return. Alpha had just gained an attack skill, Shadow Lotus skill, yesterday and hadn't had time to train it, but Gao Cheng's words also served as a reminder to Bai Qi. Despite Alpha's high speed, he might encounter opponents with control skills. At that time, relying solely on the Shadow Lotus skill seemed somewhat insufficient. After they returned to Gusu City, they all went their separate ways. Bai Qi, however, visited the commercial street once again before returning home. Looking at his recently replenished balance shrinking again, Bai Qi felt a pang of pain. Only after seeing the box of nutrient solutions did he feel a little better. With the support of the nutrient solutions, the side effects of the evolution egg should be reduced a lot. But he would try it first anyway. Bai Qi summoned Alpha, opened a bottle of nutrient solution, and then wrapped Alpha in the evolution egg again. A feeling of weakness came over him once again, and Bai Qi immediately finished the nutrient solution. Sour and sweet, it tasted a little like fruit juice. Bai Qi smacked his lips, then felt a gentle energy instantly flowing throughout his body, completely dispelling the weakness, and even feeling a lot better than before. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. What the heck is a compressed food pill? Straight to the blacklist. Bai Qi looked at the nutrient solution in his hand with satisfaction. In this way, he could boldly use the evolution egg. He just hoped that this nutrient solution would not develop a resistance, lost its effectiveness after drinking too much. Never mind, once he became a professional beast master, he could change to a new one. He couldn't stop taking the nutrient solution. Chapter 16, First Battle. The next day. Bai Qi rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing at the sun that was already rising to its zenith, and then reluctantly got up from the bed. Although he had the support of the nutrient solution, Bai Qi's physical recovery speed was able to keep up with the demand of the evolution egg, but after repeated use, he was still a bit tired, so Bai Qi simply moved it all into the bedroom for his convenience. Evolving, taking in supplements, designing blueprints, and then evolving again, taking in more supplements. He spent the previous night in this cycle until he finally went to sleep in the early morning. I should go out to find something to eat, and then head to the training site. After consuming 6 to 7 bottles of nutrient solution overnight, Bai Qi wasn't really hungry, but having an empty stomach felt strange. So he decided to have something quickly and head straight to the Beastmaster Association. He had evolved Alpha 6 times the previous night and there was still plenty of accumulated energy that hadn't been fully absorbed, so Bai Qi decided to find another trainer to help. Why not do it himself? You may ask. Bai Qi indeed tried, but after his hands went numb due to Alpha's steel skeleton, he directly gave up. Who would have thought that an actively used skill like skeletal hardening would turn into a passive skill after upgrading to steel skeleton? Although it hadn't reached the strength of steel, it wasn't something Bai Qi's small body could handle. Bai Qi arrived at the Beastmaster Association, and this time he was received by another receptionist. I'm sorry, the training field of the Undead department is fully booked for today. Can't I join in anywhere? There's no place available. Apologizing somewhat reluctantly, the receptionist added, if you want to train your pet beast, I recommend you try the combat arena, the effect isn't bad either. Combat arena? Bai Qi hesitated for a while, and asked, the opponents in the combat arena are all of the same level, right? The receptionist nodded and reassured him, you can rest assured. The opponent's level will not exceed 1 level difference. There won't be a situation where your opponent completely trumps you. Ah, but what I want is to be completely trounced. He mostly came here to use bone-breaking reformation combined with the black iron egg to quickly enhance Alpha's physical strength. If he's paired with similar level opponents, the efficiency would decrease a lot. However, it seems that there aren't any other options available at the moment, and real combat is indeed the main focus of professional beastmasters. Then could you arrange a match for me? The receptionist smiled slightly and asked, do you have any specific opponents in mind? If not, we can randomly match you up. Randomly will be fine. Great, please pay the fee first, and then wait for your number. Another charge. Thankfully, it's slighter cheaper than training. Bai Qi paid the fee somewhat reluctantly, took the number plate, and went to the adjacent combat zone to wait. Aside from the dojo, the Beastmasters Association is the only place that offers the battlefield, so there are quite a few people here. Although this official venue doesn't allow any form of gambling, watching others' battles is also a means of accumulating combat experience, so the majority here are apprentice beastmasters. The efficiency of the association is quite high. About 10 minutes later, Bai Qi heard his number called and promptly followed the system's directions to the combat arena. When Bai Qi arrived at the combat arena, the referee was already waiting inside. The referee, who had just dispatched a group of contestants, was checking the information of the next group. Seeing Bai Qi appear, he said, hello, your opponent hasn't arrived yet. Please wait a little. All right. Bai Qi nodded his head and proceeded to his position under the referee's guidance. This combat zone is broadcasted in real time to the public, so the cameras installed everywhere will present every move of the beast and its master to the audience outside in high definition. Soon, Bai Qi's opponent arrived, a burly man with a full beard. Bai Qi examined his opponent and looked at the referee with some confusion. Wasn't it said that the level difference shouldn't be more than 1 level? Are you sure this guy's pet hasn't reached the first stage yet? The referee cleared his throat and asked, you two are Bai Qi and Shiyong, right? Bai Qi nodded his head and extended his hand towards the burly man, stating, hello, I'm Bai Qi. The burly man took Bai Qi's hand in his own, giving it a firm shake, and replied, hello, my name's Shiyong, I'm 18 years old, I like. What a mature-looking 18-year-old. Bai Qi sarcastically thought to himself, forcibly pulling his hand back and looking at the vivid fingerprints on it. He looked at Shiyong with more suspicion. This guy, he's underreported his age by 10 years, hasn't he? And those overly developed muscles, does this guy train with his pet beast? This combat match will be free fighting. It will end when either beast loses their combat abilities. The time limit is half an hour. The referee discreetly coughed twice, signaled for both of them to return to their positions, and started to explain the rules of combat. Ahem, if there are no problems, we will be ready to start. Normally speaking, battles between apprentice beastmasters generally end very quickly. After all, none is particularly proficient in conserving their energy value and most times, one side would admit defeat after running out of energy. Both of them nodded their heads and activated their beast control spaces. 2 transparent arrays slowly began to take shape in the middle of the field. The speed at which a beastmaster can summon a beast is directly proportional to the beastmaster's spirit power. In their case, it's alright to do a slow summon, but if this were to happen on the wild battlefield, your opponent wouldn't be willing to wait for your slow summons. Even in the past, before the establishment of the Federation, assassinations of beast masters using sniper rifles were reported. It wasn't until the Federation was established that the corresponding laws were introduced to prevent non-military beast masters from using such long-range weapons. Finally, the summoning formations took shape, and a humanoid beast with the head of a frog and 2 pairs of arms, almost 2 meters tall, crawled out from Shuyong's formation. Like his owner, this beast was full of muscles. Just by sight, you could tell that it was quite powerful. Name, Braced Frog. Race, Combat System. Bloodline level, High-grade Elite. Racial skills, Blast Punch, Powerful Grapple, Double Kick. As soon as the Braced Frog entered the fray, the spectators who originally still had excitement in them instantly lost interest, waiting for the next match to begin. After the appearance of the Braced Frog, Alpha also crawled out from the formation. Its petite figure, which was originally only half a human height, was made to seem even smaller compared to the Braced Frog. They had every reason to believe that the Braced Frog would end the match in an instant. Looking at that delicate skeleton, they wondered if it would break just from the Braced Frog's pinch. Chapter 17, Not Upholding Martial Virtue. Unlike others, Bai Qi's eyes lit up when he saw Shuyong summon the Braced Frog. He had just been fretting about not having a training ground, and here was a ready-made toil sent to his doorstep. Only half an hour though, which was a bit annoying. Any issues? If not, let's start the competition. The referee asked for both their inputs, and once confirmed there were no issues, he announced the start of the match. As soon as it started, Shuyong undid his cloak, assuming the poise of a muscular man, showing off his robust muscles unreservedly to everyone present. "Kid, you're too weak, you can't survive in the wild with such a physique. Join our Howly dojo now, I guarantee you and your pet beast can possess sturdy muscles. Braced Frog, demonstrate your power." Crackle crackle. "Master, what are they up to?" Watching the strange duo in front of him, Alpha, whose wisdom had just awakened 2 days ago, felt somewhat confused. "Never mind, just protect your head later on, anything else, feel free to kick." Building strong muscles on a skeletal Alpha, perhaps this guy's brain was flooded with muscles. Crackle crackle. "Yes, Master." Upon receiving Bai Qi's command, Alpha decided to give up resisting. He simply stood still at his spot. The sight of Alpha's actions drew sighs from the audience. This guy, he actually has such a low-level undead creature as his contractor, another foolish kid brainwashed by the star effect. Exactly. Didn't you notice that he painted his skeleton? That's the trend. I mean, he meets a fighter, isn't this a masochist commitment? Tisk tsk. The young these days, they are impulsive. True. Big brother, how old are you this year? The two fighters, engaged in a duel, were not aware of the surrounding discussions. Shuyong, after posing and seeing that Bai Qi was not making the first move, decided not to drag this out any longer and commanded the Braced Frog. "Braced Frog, use Blast Punch." Croak. The Braced Frog uttered a low croak, its equally muscular legs stomped heavily, immediately reaching Alpha. Its 4 massive fists hit Alpha simultaneously, breaking Alpha's slender body as if it was struck by a bomb, leaving only the skull intact. The weak spot of the skeleton beastmaster is typically the head, which houses the fire of soul. As it was an ordinary fight, Shuyong seemed careful not to go overboard. However, this opponent was too weak to display the strength of their Howly dojo. Equally disappointed was the brawny frog. Looking at the opponent who couldn't even withstand one blow, the Braced Frog decisively turned to leave. "Referee, announce the results." Shuyong walked towards the referee, intending to change opponents, but the referee rejected his request. "I'm sorry, the match isn't over yet. Return to your positions please." Shuyong, confused at hearing this, followed the referee's gaze towards Alpha. Alpha, who was originally shattered, had somehow regenerated and was just standing there, as if nothing had happened. This guy, he recovers so quick. It was well known that the undead department beasts could regenerate from broken bones, but they usually did not recover so rapidly. He had never seen any recover as fast as Alpha. Great, this will highlight the strength of our Howly dojo. Alpha's resilience clearly exceeded Shuyong's expectations, but it also conveniently suited his intentions, so he launched another attack with the Braced Frog. This time, Braced Frog used a double kick, completely shattering Alpha with consecutive powerful kicks until there was hardly a piece of whole skeleton left. But Alpha quickly recovered, and Yong didn't intend to stop the braced frog. The fiercely attacking arms never ceased, and Alpha repeatedly went through the process of being shattered and reassembled. Half an hour later. Cough, cough. I declare that this match ends in a tie. The referee looked sympathetically at the panting braced frog and the still clueless Alpha before announcing the result of the match. With his discerning eye, it was clear to him that Yong's braced frog was extremely well trained, possessing impressive skills and base attributes. It's just unfortunate for the braced frog to encounter such an opponent with an abnormal rate of recovery. That's it. Bai Qi looked at Alpha, whose skeleton had clearly become much sturdier, smacked his lips feeling a bit unsatisfied. He had finally found a free labor source, and it ended so quickly. The Beast Master Association's battle time was absolutely unreasonable. They should have fought for a few hours. Seeing Bai Qi's status, Yong felt something was off instinctively. But he couldn't worry about it at the moment and shouted, "I request an overtime match. Add another hour." "There's overtime." Bai Qi's eyes lit up, showing a renewed interest. The referee nodded and said, "Yes, but the cost of overtime is 1,000 federal coins. Are you both splitting it?" "They charge for overtime." Bai Qi was somewhat hesitant. The money he earned yesterday was mostly spent on nutrient solution, leaving him with only 1,500 federal coins. Signing up for the battle cost him 200, and overtime would cost 1,000. This was exceeding his budget. With this amount of money, he'd rather buy a couple more bottles of nutrient solution instead of playing overtime. "No problem, I'll cover the cost. But you must fight a good one with me." Seeing Bai Qi hesitating, Yong generously decided to cover the cost himself. "You're on. Then let's begin." Upon hearing that someone was going to cover the cost, Bai Qi agreed immediately. Alpha, who had been standing there foolishly, also adjusted its pose and entered combat mode. Although it was his master's order, which was beneficial to Alpha as well, being hit for half an hour had pissed off Alpha a bit. Clatter clatter. "Master, can I attack?" Bai Qi nodded and said, "Well, since he's stayed with us for so long, let's give him a good fight." Clatter clatter. Understood. Alpha assumed a combat stance, and the braced frog was also brimming with fighting spirit. However, this time, it did not recklessly use skills like before, but adopted a stance that somewhat resembled the warriors on TV. "Don't tell me you think our Howley dojo can only use martial arts. You underestimate our master, the Thunder Hand. Braced frog, attack with full power." Ribbit. The braced frog let out a furious cry, and its four arms, transformed into streaks of lightning, hastened towards Alpha. However, the moment braced frog launched its attack, Alpha disappeared from its original spot. Before braced frog could locate its target, it felt a sharp pain in its kidney area. Barely managing to twist around and check, braced frog saw two blades stabbed into its lower back, with the handles being held by Alpha. This guy, lacking martial virtue, dared to ambush. And he attacked the kidney. Chapter 18, Rejecting All the Gaudiness. The braced frog managed to endure its pain, turning back with a punch, but Alpha's speed was too fast, dodging with ease. Yong wanted the braced frog to keep on with the assault, but the frog's lower back had been stabbed, making it weak. It could only watch helplessly as Alpha once again distanced itself. Frustrated, Yong glared at Bai Qi, snapping, "That was low," resorting to sneak attacks. "Can't you fight fair and square?" Bai Qi looked somewhat wronged. He hadn't ordered Alpha to attack the lower back, it was all Alpha's own initiative. That said, the result was pretty good. No matter how high your martial arts, you're afraid of a cleaver. No matter how good your kung fu is, a brick can knock you out. In the face of absolute speed, refuse all flamboyance. Alpha, don't just casually attack someone's lower back in a duel like that, only when sure they are an enemy. Understand? Asterisk clatter asterisk clatter. "All right," responded the obedient Alpha, nodding its head. It swiftly shifted to the front of the braced frog, the bone daggers firmly locking onto their opponent. Upon seeing Alpha's daggers, the braced frog immediately felt a stinging pain in its lower back. Nevertheless, as a combat system beast, the braced frog had a strong ability to heal. Its muscles wriggled, and its wound slowly started to close. "Braced frog, be careful this time. Don't rush into attack, beware of another sneak attack," warned Yong, his earlier fury gone. He calmly assessed the current situation and gave the braced frog new orders. Asterisk ribbit, asterisk. The braced frog nodded its head, its arms forward, ready for whatever came its way. Alpha, restricted by Bai Qi, also refrained from any sneak attacks and slowly approached the braced frog, the pair circling each other like martial artists. Finally, the two once again clashed, one forceful and mighty, the other swift as lightning. The fight now began to resemble a formal duel. However, despite Alpha's extremely fast response, its frail build was a disadvantage. Coupled with the braced frog's specialized training, Alpha's attacks were easily blocked by its opponent. Learning from its experience, the braced frog, instead of shattering Alpha's limbs, held them tightly. To be safe, it also gripped Alpha's legs. "You definitely won't escape now." Shuyong nodded satisfactorily after seeing this, and just as he was about to boost his dojo's pride, he saw Alpha's skeletal form bizarrely fluctuate before the bones in its chest and abdomen turned into sharp blades and stabbed at the braced frog's joints. *ribbit*. This thing, always aiming for the weak spots. The pain made the braced frog lose control of its strength and it ended up shattering Alpha's bones. However, Alpha seized the opportunity to break free while appearing whole once more on the side. *clatter*. "Master, it's weak." The screaming mushroom was more fun. Bai Qi didn't know how to respond hearing this. They were here to fight, not play. It's fortunate the opponents couldn't understand Alpha's speech, or else they'd be furious. "Sheath your daggers, remember what we are here for." Bai Qi warned Alpha again, who reluctantly put away its daggers and chose to deal with the braced frog barehanded. *ribbit*. "Beastmaster, can I hit him with all I've got?" Upon seeing Alpha sheath its weapon, the braced frog became less wary. However, it still requested permission from its beastmaster. Having been bested 3 times, Shuyong was quite upset and thus agreed to the braced frog's request. This time he came to Gusa City representing his dojo. If he lost, his dojo couldn't open a branch there, then the dojo's master might beat him to death. Getting the consent of its beastmaster, the braced frog's eyes shone brightly. Again it launched double kick, rapidly narrowing the distance with Alpha. Each of its arms used different techniques to attack Alpha's different parts. Able to handle 2 arm movements independently, this young lad's braced frog has been well trained. The referee noted the value of the braced frog's technique and nodded appreciatively. If the frog had used the skill earlier, the fast little skeleton might not have been able to damage it. Indeed, faced with the uneven rhythm of the braced frog's attack, Alpha started to struggle and could only maintain its foothold through its superb speed. However, soon enough, Alpha's frailty came to light. Whenever it couldn't dodge in time, it got its bones broken by the frog. Shuyong purposely blasted the broken bones away to delay Alpha's recovery. Seeing the braced frog finally gained an upper hand, Shuyong smiled again. He looked at the silent Bai Qi and said, "You better surrender." The braced frog's usual opponent is the steel training dummy, not a fragile skeleton like yours. Steel training dummy. Understanding Shuyong's hint, a light bulb turned on in Bai Qi's mind, halting any further play with Shuyong. "We surrender." Without hesitation, Bai Qi chose to surrender. He forcefully recalled Alpha and turned to look at the referee. Well, I declare the winner of this match is Shuyong from Howley Dojo." The ref obviously saw Shuyong's intentions but didn't mind throwing him some promotion. After all, having a dojo in Gusa City would only benefit its development. When Gusa City's rating went up, the treatment from the association would naturally improve as well. However, he couldn't understand why Bai Qi suddenly surrendered. Looking at the little skeleton, it seemed to be getting the hang of the braced frog's attacking rhythm. If it continued, it was hard to say who would have won. Hearing the ref announce the result, Bai Qi promptly left. But instead of going home, he headed straight for the training equipment store. "Boss, do you sell steel training dummies for practicing fighting skills?" The shopkeeper nodded, "Yes, we do. But the cheapest model will cost you 10,000 federal coins. Are you sure you can afford it?" Bai Qi clearly looked like a student, presumably, he didn't have that sort of purchasing power. 10,000 federal coins. Bai Qi winced in pain. He obviously couldn't afford it, unless he got another task, like the screaming mushroom. No, better make it 2 tasks. The shopkeeper saw Bai Qi's hesitation and pointed to a battered steel pillar in the corner. "If you don't mind, I have a damaged one that you could use. I'll give it to you for 1,000 federal coins." Bai Qi examined the steel pillar and decisively responded. "Deal." Chapter 19, Alpha, the Martial Artist. Bai Qi's home. The boss directed 2 pets to carry the damaged steel training dummy into Bai Qi's yard, saying cheerfully, with shipping included, "This steel dummy will be 1,300 federal coins." Hearing the boss's price, Bai Qi confirmed even more that he had been ripped off, especially when he saw the bonus repair materials given by the boss. He was even more sure of it. However, it had come to this, and he felt it wouldn't be right to haggle with the boss anymore. He could only silently keep this loss in his heart. Bai Qi watched the boss leave, and after some rummaging in front of the living room television, he summoned Alpha. As his previous fight had been forcibly interrupted, Alpha seemed a little disoriented. His small head stared curiously at Bai Qi. "Gulu, Gulu. Master, why didn't you let me finish fighting him?" Bai Qi patted Alpha's head, saying, "There were too many people, we need to develop low-key, otherwise we'll be targeted. Ahem, let's just say it would be easier for others to target us." Alpha appeared to understand, but he seemed to accept Bai Qi's opinion. His master seemed smarter than him, so he must be right to listen to him. However, today's happenings have reminded me. You indeed need to learn some fighting skills detached from your abilities. Otherwise, you'll truly waste your super speed. Bai Qi switched on the television, clicked the hot fighting films recently, then set it to auto switch, and made Alpha sit in front of the television. Your task now is to watch TV, learn how people fight. I'll go and fix the steel training dummy. After finishing his words, Bai Qi rushed into the workshop without looking back. He carried a bunch of tools in front of the old steel training dummy and began to disassemble it. The steel training dummy was damaged in many places. No wonder the boss had given just 1/10 of its price. If you hired a professional to repair it, the cost might be even bigger than buying a new one. Bai Qi was very sure that the boss had made a big profit, but for Bai Qi himself, it wasn't a loss. After all, he was a high-talented student in machinery and martial studies, he could fix this kind of problem. Besides, it even helped him for modifications. Evening. Bai Qi finally finished repairing the last part. Looking at the steel training dummy, which was good as new, in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Let's try it out first. Bai Qi turned on the power, and the steel training dummy was activated immediately. It began to rotate in different sections at different speeds. The metal rods firmly embedded in it produced a kind of whistling sound, indicating you shouldn't touch it casually. Most importantly, spikes would occasionally spring out from the seemingly smooth cylinder, catching you off guard. Bai Qi pressed the remote control in his hand and the rhythm of the steel training dummy changed again. In the end, the speed of its rotation surpassed Bai Qi's handling ability, making it impossible to see the shape of the metal rod clearly, just like a chainsaw. Good, just as I anticipated. Satisfied with how things turned out, Bai Qi nodded and turned off the steel training dummy, then he ran back to the house planning to let Alpha try it out. I want to fight 10 of them. Just as Bai Qi entered the living room, he heard a murderous roar. Alpha on the opposite side stared blankly at the screen. Only the soul fire jumping in his eyes showed Alpha's current mood. Are you watching, Yida? Yida and his pet beast merged on the screen at the moment. After that, they defeated an enemy whose number was 10 times theirs, with a simple and clear fist technique. Beast masters with fusion talent could enjoy fighting themselves. Just right, he also practices with a dummy. However, he uses a wooden dummy, while you use a steel dummy. As long as you train well, you can achieve the same level as him. Bai Qi pressed pause and led Alpha to the yard, saying, from now on, you will train with this. If it works well, we won't need to spend money at the Beastmaster Association. Alpha nodded as if he sort of understood. Looking at the steel training dummy before him, he made a solemn gesture to the steel dummy, imitating the moves in the movie, and then launched an attack. Judging by the moves, they were strikingly similar to Yida's moves. It really works. Bai Qi smirked and pressed the button. The steel training dummy started to rotate again, but not as fast as before. The original steel training dummy divided into several movable sections. However, Bai Qi installed a rotation device inside and set different modes so that Alpha could gradually adapt to the training. Taking into consideration that this was the first time Alpha was using it, Bai Qi started with the first stage. Surely enough, although the rotative steel training dummy took Alpha by surprise, Alpha quickly adapted to the rhythm using his super speed and the experience from fighting the braced frog. His moves were leisurely and comfortable. Upon seeing this, without any hesitation, Bai Qi initiated the second stage. The speed of the steel training dummy doubled, making Alpha a bit uncomfortable. Eventually, a metal spike that shot out suddenly broke his arm. However, Alpha quickly recovered using the bone-breaking reformation, returned to the steel training dummy to continue training, and then his arm was broken again. This cycle continued. It was much harder than fighting the braced frog. To gain maximum effect, Bai Qi had purposely set the rotation of the dummy to random. Which means, even Bai Qi, the designer himself, wouldn't know how the rotation speed of the steel training dummy would change, or when the metal spikes would shoot out. The purpose of this was to make Alpha adapt to all kinds of emergency situations. Just like when the braced frog got serious, attacked with different moves using its forearms. Alpha clearly struggled. This was also why Bai Qi didn't want to continue. After all, no one wants others to see all their trump cards, right? Of course, it wouldn't matter if the training doesn't work out, as long as Alpha could completely absorb the residual energy of the evolution egg. If this plan works, then he would be able to arrange time more rationally in the future, maximizing the efficacy of the evolution egg. Looking at Alpha, who was constantly fighting with the steel training dummy, Bai Qi had no intention to stop. He ran back to the workshop and started to sketch on paper. Inspired by Shiyong, all sorts of inspirations kept popping out of Bai Qi's mind. If it weren't for poverty limiting his creativity, Bai Qi was confident that he would design a whole set of training devices for Alpha now. If possible, he would find some professional martial fighting videos later. Maybe Alpha could learn something from them. How about Yongdong, 9 strong fist, lonely 9 swords, returning spirit, cutting heaven sword technique? And so on. A martial artist called Alpha, it doesn't sound bad just thinking about it. Chapter 20, The Mutated Dog. TSK, this nutrient solution is draining faster than I expected. Bai Qi stared at the rapidly diminishing number of nutrient solutions in the refrigerator, feeling a bit of a headache rising. Though he'd already tried to reasonably time the use of the evolution egg, the consumption rate of the nutrient solution significantly exceeded his projections. In just 1 week, he'd exhausted half a month's worth of supply from his plan. At least it'll last till the end of the month, guess I'll just have to tighten my belt. Bai Qi calculated the consumption, reconsidered, and decided to abandon the idea of taking on any missions. It wasn't because it was troublesome, but rather because he simply did not have the time. While university coursework wasn't extensive, it still demanded attendance. After all, general knowledge is quite important, not to mention cybernetics was a subject he was deeply interested in. Compared to those F-class missions with pitiful rewards, Bai Qi preferred attending classes at the university. Thud. 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 The knocking interrupted his thoughts. Closing the fridge, Bai Qi advanced towards the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhuge Chen standing there, a husky at his side. With a confused glance at the men and the dog, Bai Qi asked, "Zhuge Chen, what brings you here? And why did you bring this guy?" Zhuge Chen scratched his head awkwardly, answering, "I had no choice, this fellow has been acting up recently, I don't know why. He was almost attacked by the other Arctic ice wolves. He doesn't want to stay alone in his room, so I was hoping you could look after him for a while." Acting up? Don't tell me, is he in heat? Bai Qi eyed the husky's belly skeptically, suggesting, "Have you considered giving him a little surgery?" Hearing Bai Qi's words, the husky, who had previously been curiously scanning his surroundings, immediately stiffened and quickly crossed its paws over its private region. How? How? This guy, he's definitely evil. Zhuge Chen let out a bitter laugh, conceding, "Let's not, I don't want any complaints from the dog lovers in the shop, plus he isn't even fully grown yet, it's impossible for him to be in heat." Bai Qi nodded, saying, "I don't mind housing him, there's still room in the yard, just consider it as having an extra guard dog. However, I won't cover his food costs." It's not that he was stingy, but he was barely managing as is. Thankfully, Alpha belonged to the Undead clan and didn't need to eat, otherwise living conditions would have been even tougher. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements for that." Zhuge Chen pointed towards a truck parked in the back, saying, "Food and a temporary kennel for half a month. If it's not enough, I'll have someone bring more over." Zhuge Chen certainly deserved his reputation as the future heir of Elf House, his wealth was striking. Bai Qi gave Zhuge Chen a thumbs up, and together they unloaded the truck and set up the temporary doghouse in the courtyard. As soon as Zhuge Chen stepped into the yard, he saw Alpha training with the steel training dummy, and he was momentarily stunned on the spot. "What on earth have you come up with now?" Zhuge Chen glanced at Bai Qi, who was next to him, at a loss for words. "Nothing much, just some training equipment for Alpha. The training areas outside are simply too expensive." Are you sure it's training equipment and not some kind of offensive weaponry? If this isn't training equipment, then what is? The two worked together and quickly finished setting up the temporary doghouse for the Husky. Afterward, Zhuge-Chin didn't stay around for long and quickly left. For some reason, the number of people who came to Elf House to buy undead pets had suddenly increased, and he had just managed to squeeze out some time. Having seen Zhuge-Chin off, Bai Qi removed the leash from the Husky. The Husky instinctively tried to frolic about the yard, but after catching sight of the remote control in Bai Qi's hand, it obediently came to a standstill. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, I don't have Zhuge-Chen's patience, so you'd better behave while you're here." "Oh whoa. Darned human, one day I'll let you taste what it's like to be electrocuted." The Husky obediently nodded its head, but its constantly wandering eyes revealed its inner thoughts. Is this fellow really the Arctic ice wolf renowned for its cold and aloof personality? Feeling a bit helpless, Bai Qi patted the Husky's head. Suddenly, he felt the evolution egg in his mind vibrate. Name, evolution egg, black iron egg 23%. Condition, activated. The progress of the evolution egg had increased by 10%. Bai Qi looked at the Husky, somewhat puzzled. He had just interacted with the creature a few days ago and the evolution egg showed no changes then. So why was there a movement today? Could it be that the evolution egg progress had a specific time to increase? Bai Qi rolled his eyes, then focused his attention. The Husky's information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Arctic ice wolf. Race, wolf species, mutant. Growth level, 0 stage 3 level. Bloodline level, low level elite. Racial skills, ripping claw, bite, perception, current resistance. Condition, evolvable. So, this guy had also mutated. Perhaps, the reason he'd been so agitated these past few days was because of the mutation. But there was nothing special about these attributes, it didn't look like he'd mutated at all. Certainly, it couldn't be the current resistance, could it? Bai Qi examined the Husky from head to toe but found nothing particular. He then turned his focus to the evolvable condition. Dating back to when he first cleared the Screaming Mushroom mission, Bai Qi learned that the evolution egg could also be used on other pets. However, Bai Qi had no plans to benefit others with his gift. Besides, this ability was rather astonishing, it was better not to expose it so casually. Anyway, using it on the Husky once or twice should be fine, considering it was to spend half a month in his house. Nobody would figure it out. By the way, he wanted to confirm something. Since the evolution egg could fuse metal and bone, could it perhaps also fuse cybernetics and flesh? Behave and stay still. After warning the Husky, Bai Qi placed his right hand on its head. A jet of dark energy gushed out immediately, rapidly enveloping the Husky. A whoa. Woof. 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 What on earth is this? Seeing the strange energy suddenly gushing out of Bai Qi's hand, the Husky was scared into barking, its legs shaking as it tried to escape. However, the black iron egg was notably fast and instantly enveloped the Husky. Scritch. Scritch. A series of scratching sounds emanated from the black iron egg, which wobbled slightly before the scratching sounds gradually ebbed. Weren't the creatures supposed to fall into a deep sleep upon being enclosed by the black iron egg? This oddity did not escape Bai Qi's observant eyes. He made a mental note before sitting off to one side to wait. An hour quickly passed, the agitated Husky broke free from the black iron egg, warily considering the shattered eggshell all around. This thing was capable of making it fall asleep unwittingly, it was even more dangerous than that metallic lump that could produce electricity. Chapter 21, Undead Catastrophe. Just as the Husky was warily staring at the eggshell fragments, those pieces turned into streaks of black energy and rushed straight towards the Husky. Woof woof woof. Seeing that the thing was trying to keep up with it, the Husky's bark fully transformed into a dog's yelp. It fled in panic, but in the end, it was still caught by the black energy that slowly fused into its prosthetic limb. Arg. With the fusion of the black energy, the Husky suddenly felt much better about the metallic lump. It no longer felt as cold as before. Seeing this, Bai Qi stepped forward quickly, carefully examining the Husky's prosthetic limb. Soon, he discovered that the prosthetic, which was originally connected only by metal clasps, was showing signs of fusion with the flesh. The evolution egg, can it even fuse with this kind of mechanical energy? Bai Qi released the Husky's mechanical limb, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Choosing the mechanical weaponry major was definitely the right decision. Combining traditional pets with mechanical weaponry, he was about to usher in a new era. Arg. This human, has he lost his mind? The husky looked at Bai Qi's goofy smile, snorted audibly with disdain, then started running all over the courtyard, feeling incredibly free. Seeing the husky behave this way, Bai Qi also slowly calmed down. Although the evolution egg could seamlessly integrate mechanical prosthetics and flesh, Bai Qi was still unsure about the underlying principles. He would need to invest some time for research. Thinking about this, Bai Qi's gaze at the husky suddenly became a bit strange. The husky, which was initially running around cheerfully, felt a chill run down its spine and instinctively hid in its doghouse. This place was dangerous, it suddenly wanted to go home. Due to his discovery of the new territory, Bai Qi rarely spent his day without caring for Alpha. He needed his full attention on the husky, as it seemed. After using the black iron egg 3 times in a row, the fusion between the mechanical limb and the husky became more and more profound, leaving almost no perceivable joint. However, even so, the husky didn't undergo significant changes like Alpha. Do I have to wait for its bloodline level to evolve? Recalling the husky's previous evolution, Bai Qi knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Anyway, the fool will stay here for half a month. There's plenty of time for thorough research. Worst comes to worst, once he advances to the second stage, he'll form a soul contract with this dimwit. Although he can't figure out what about the husky has changed, having the evolution egg in hand, the contract doesn't seem to bear much importance to him. Time to evolve Alpha. It should have absorbed all the remaining energy by now. Bai Qi prepared dinner for the husky, opened a bottle of nutrient solution for himself, and walked over to Alpha. After a week of training, Alpha had become accustomed to the speed of the second phase, moving with supreme ease, exhibiting the charisma of a battle professional. What pleased Bai Qi the most was that even though Alpha did make mistakes occasionally and got hit by a steel rod, it no longer suffered fractures. Name, Shadow Bone Spike, Alpha. Race, Undead Department. Growth level, 0 stage 8 level. Bloodline level, mid-level elite. Racial skills, Bone-breaking reformation, proficient, steel skeleton, proficient, continuous slash, beginner, shadow lotus skill, beginner. Condition, can evolve. Alpha trained without interruption, and its originally fragile skeleton finally displayed aspects akin to a steel skeleton, which along with bone-breaking reformation both reached a proficient level. But the biggest gain was that Alpha had obtained another active attack skill. Skill name, continuous slash. Skill introduction, rapidly swinging the weapon in hand for cutting enemies, quickly strangling the enemy. He had tested the power of this skill, and although it didn't have the kind of explosive power and concealment like Shadow Lotus skill, it won by requiring less energy usage, making it more suitable for frontal combat. It could be said that Alpha had initially qualified to take on the role of the main pet. Let's evolve 2 more times while it's still daylight, and we'll test you on the battlefield tomorrow. Having closed off and cultivated at home for a week, Bai Qi also wanted to go out and test Alpha's actual combat power. After all, data is just data, and actual combat is combat. Shutting yourself away is not advisable. However, before Bai Qi could use the evolution egg, the husky, which had been gorging on its food, suddenly jumped up and barked madly into the distance. Alpha also stopped its practice, blankly staring into the west. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Qi followed their gaze, but saw no abnormalities. Suddenly, a shrill alarm rang across the Gusu city sky, immediately followed by broadcasting. Attention, all citizens, there is a sudden disturbance at Undead Hill, disaster level B. All citizens engaged in outdoor activities, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Attention, all citizens, there is a sudden disturbance at Undead Hill, disaster level B. All citizens engaged in outdoor activities, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Attention, all citizens, there is a sudden disturbance at Undead Hill, disaster level B. All citizens engaged in outdoor activities, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. The urgent broadcast repeated itself over and over, and Gusu City, which was supposed to slow down, suddenly revived again with excitement. What the hell? Outbreak at Undead Hill. Undead catastrophe. Bai Qi had only read about the destruction caused by the undead catastrophe in books during the 18 years he had been in this world. He didn't expect to actually encounter it today. However, Bai Qi didn't seem worried at all. After 20 years of development, numerous walls had been constructed around Gusu City, and there were beast control battalions stationed outside the outermost wall. Even if there was a real undead catastrophe, it wouldn't threaten him for now. Moreover, the scale of this outbreak shouldn't be large, otherwise, it wouldn't be just classified as a B-level disaster. The undead catastrophe is a catastrophic disaster that can destroy an entire continent. It's far more terrifying than a beast tide. But since Undead Hill was bombed by mechanical legend 20 years ago, there shouldn't be any advanced undead creatures, right? So how could there be a sudden outbreak? Bai Qi felt a little confused, but he wasn't curious enough to go running around. Even a B-level disaster isn't something he, and in turn, could participate in. Going out now would only add to the chaos. Bai Qi pacified Alpha through the soul contract and then noticed the Husky still barking frantically towards the direction of Undead Hill. This creature seems to have noticed the trouble at Undead Hill earlier than Alpha, an undead creature. While it's true that Arctic ice wolves have perception skills. But isn't this distance a bit too exaggerated? Speaking of it, the dog was restlessly acting uncharacteristically a few days ago. Could that be because it sensed something? If that's the case, he might have hit the jackpot. Chapter 22, Secret Realm Tower. Due to the uprising at Undead Hill, people in Gusu City were constrained in their movements, save for a necessary few industries and the professional beastmasters. As for students like Bai Qi, they were told to stay home and attend online classes. Can a beastmaster who can't go out to fight really be called a beastmaster? Those who just formed a pact to be beastmasters suddenly became restless. What, we can train at home? Alright, I understand. Within 7 days, a bunch of mischievous kids turned their homes upside down, causing their parents endless headaches. However, this didn't affect Bai Qi at all, as he could focus on raising his pet beast at home. Although Bai Qi did not think Gusu City would repeat the calamity of 20 years ago, to be safe, he focused all his energy on training Alpha over the next few days. As for the Husky, Bai Qi ruefully abandoned it. Although Bai Qi was interested in the fusion of flesh and machinery, he decided that increasing his own power was presently more urgent, so he wouldn't be caught off guard if something did happen. But how long is this state of affairs going to last? Looking at Alpha, who was still training hard in the yard, and the Husky who was sitting to one side with curiosity, Bai Qi yawned boredly. The materials in the workshop were all used up, he had nothing to do other than drafting diagrams. Alpha could train by himself, and the only thing Bai Qi could do was to use the evolution egg on Alpha. He was completely treated like a tool. Never mind, let's just evolve Alpha once more. The moment Bai Qi attempted to use the evolution egg on Alpha, whose skeletal recovery speed had begun to slow down, a clear broadcast suddenly resonated over Gusu City. Attention all citizens, the undead riot has ended, citizens may gradually return to normal life. Attention all citizens, the undead riot has ended, citizens may gradually return to normal life. Attention all citizens, the undead riot has ended, citizens may gradually return to normal life. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the citizens of Gusu City burst into cheers, the majority of whom were parents exhausted by their mischievous kids. It ended so quickly. Was it suppressed by the Federation? After hearing the broadcast, Bai Qi immediately put Alpha into his beast control space and rushed towards the Beastmaster Association. When Bai Qi arrived, the front of the Beastmaster Association was already packed with people. It had only been a short week, but the disaster was deeply tied to their personal lives. Not only Bai Qi, following the news of the lifting of restrictions, a crowd flocked to the Beastmaster Association to understand the latest developments. Regarding this situation, the Beastmaster Association was well prepared. Multiple big screens at the entrance were continuously playing the current situation at Undead Hill. On the barren Undead Hill, the Beast Control Corps was methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Above Undead Hill, a valiant man was standing on a gigantic black bird, overseeing below. Isn't that the legendary celestial brilliance? Among the Beastmasters present, some recognized the man and were briefly stunned. However, watching the giant tower standing in the center of Undead Hill, their initial astonishment at seeing the titled legendary figure was replaced by shock. It turns out that the undead creatures inside Undead Hill were moving outside because the secret realm tower had appeared inside. Though the Federation was established barely 100 years ago, human beast mastery dates back thousands of years, and these secret realm towers are the remnants left by the legendary beastmasters and legendary pet beasts of the past. No wonder the long dormant Undead Hill suddenly erupted. It was because of the secret realm tower. However, what would the government and the association plan to do? Soon enough, while everyone was still fascinated by the secret realm tower, another message appeared on the screen. The secret realm tower of Gusa City is now open. After consultation between the government and the Beastmaster Association, it is decided to open it to apprentice Beastmasters. The harvests belong to the individual and the spots are limited. Interested Beastmasters should register at the association. As soon as this message came out, everyone present was in an uproar. Each secret realm tower represents endless opportunities and wealth, usually controlled by the Federation and the Beastmaster Association. Most people present wouldn't have a chance to access it. But now, the government had decided to open it to all apprentice Beastmasters, which was unexpected. However, after hearing this news, Bai Qi smelled something fishy. A newly discovered secret realm tower, especially in a place like Undead Hill, was being opened to apprentice Beastmasters. It felt like they were being used as cannon fodder. Never mind, let's sign up first and see. Despite some concerns, Bai Qi couldn't resist the temptation of a secret realm tower. But the number of people were too many. Looking at the sea of heads in front of him, Bai Qi couldn't help feel a bit overwhelmed. Indeed, in the face of the temptation of a secret realm tower, almost nobody could resist. Looking at this situation, the association should have other testing methods. Otherwise, there would be too many people entering the secret realm tower. The apprentice Beastmasters who can pass the test will significantly enhance their pet beast's strength after receiving the rewards from the secret realm tower. The professional assessment in June would become much more competitive. For some reason, Bai Qi instinctively thought of Gao Cheng, who had helped him clear the screaming mushrooms. This time, he should be able to pass it, right? After a long queue, Bai Qi finally registered and also learned about the specific arrangement for this secret realm tower expedition. Because the secret realm tower had just opened and couldn't withstand too many people simultaneously, the association decided to send in batches. Hence, all the apprentice Beastmasters who had signed up for the expedition were required to participate in a test, which determined the order they would enter based on their performance. This was similar to what Bai Qi had anticipated. Never mind, let's go home and prepare to enter the first batch. Looking at the lengthy queue behind him, Bai Qi headed home. The training and examination for this trip would last 3 days. Participants had to prepare themselves, especially food and other necessities. It seems that the leftover compressed food pills could be put to use now. Thinking about what he should bring for the expedition, Bai Qi quickly arrived home but found his steel training dummy half destroyed by the Husky and shook his head helplessly. He left in such a hurry that he forgot to lock up this creature. After only half a day, this thing managed to tear apart the steel training dummy. No, he could not leave this creature at home. Otherwise, when he returns after 3 days of training, his house would probably be destroyed. By the way, how did this thing manage to tear apart a steel training dummy? Are other realm huskies all this fierce? Chapter 23, Training by the Tai's Lake. The next day. At Tai's Lake, Husky wore an expression of woe, silently carrying a sizable backpack and walking dejectedly in front. Strolling behind it was a relaxed and content Bai Qi. Although the trial assessment was only 3 days, there were many things to prepare. Food, a simplistic bedroll, emergency medical supplies. Of course, Bai Qi wasn't going to carry such a large pack himself, he needed to find a porter. With its vibrant energy and physical strength equal to that of an adult, the Husky was a natural choice. Awoo. Awoo. I may not be a human, but you really are a dog. If not for the electrical device inside its mechanical limb, Husky was sure to rise up and overthrow Bai Qi's oppressive rule. But now, the wolf must lower its head under the eaves of a house. Bai Qi. Just as Bai Qi was preparing to register at the entrance, a familiar voice rang out from behind. He turned to see Gao Cheng waving at him. I knew you'd come. Gao Cheng quickly walked up to Bai Qi, glanced curiously at the Arctic ice wolf next to him, and asked, "Whose Arctic ice wolf is this?" Bai Qi replied, "Oh, a friend left it with me, and I brought it here just in case it might be useful." Although a first-stage Beastmaster could only contract with one creature, some gentle creatures could be kept by one's side without a contract. Most of those were used as pets, so seeing Bai Qi bring one to the trial assessment was a first for Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng chuckled and said, "The Arctic ice wolf's sensory abilities are good, it might really be helpful in the trial." Bai Qi nodded and asked, "By the way, Brother Gao, do you know how the trial is being conducted this time?" Even though Bai Qi knew about the existence of the trial assessment, due to not being a Beastmaster, he wasn't too clear about the details. Gao Cheng paused for a moment and explained, according to tradition, we should hunt ferocious beasts or find materials to acquire points. The ranking will then be based on points, and it should be the same this year. So, this was a test of the Beastmaster's combat abilities and survival skills. Bai Qi quickly grasped the purpose of the trial assessment. An army of Beastmasters, clad in camouflage uniforms and riding Arctic ice wolves, appeared from the banks of Taei's lake and swiftly formed a long queue. These were all soldiers of the Beast Control Army. The creatures they contracted with and the resources for nurturing them were all provided by the government, requiring no contribution from the Beastmasters themselves. The reason the Zhuge family could gather so many undead creatures was that the Elf House was the government-designated supplier for army creature contracts. Silence. After the Beast Control Army arrived, a dark-skinned coach stepped out from the queue. He swept his gaze over the Beastmasters present and said loudly, "In half an hour, we will start the trial. Before that, listen carefully to the rules. There are a vast number of ferocious beasts, and many resources inside Taei's lake. What you have to do is hunt as many ferocious beasts and gather as many resources as possible. Different resources can be exchanged for points. Anyone who can reach the endpoint with resources worth 1,000 points completes the trial. However, this year, we will not set up safety points inside the field. We only provide you with a distress signal device. If you activate it, we will consider your assessment failed, and someone will escort you out within 5 minutes. During the 5 minutes after the distress signal operation, your personal safety depends on yourself. So, think about it carefully. When you're ready, come to me to sign the safety promise and receive the point directory." The coach's voice was loud and clear, everyone present could hear clearly. But after a brief silence, there were immediate whispers among the crowd. "Without safety points, what if we encounter danger? I don't believe it, they must be trying to scare us, making us give up and not go to the secret realm tower. But what if there really are none? Then, let's not go." Looking down at the chattering rookies, the coach felt a hint of disappointment but quickly concealed it. Though he didn't know why the government asked him to do this, the effect was surprisingly good. They had been at peace for 20 years. These pampered young Beastmasters had even lost the courage to go on an adventure. It was a pity that the legendary Celestial Brilliance had discovered this secret realm tower, and at present, only apprentice Beastmasters could enter it. Or how could it possibly be these rookies' turn? Bai Qi was also a bit surprised by the coach's words. Although such a trial field must have been cleared of high-level ferocious beasts were still ferocious beasts. They wouldn't just target your creature like in normal fights. Consider the fragile bodies of the apprentice Beastmasters. A single blow was basically crippling, let alone surviving until after 5 minutes. Bai Qi glanced at the coach who was scrutinizing the crowd with an inspecting gaze, and signed the safety promise without hesitation. Alpha was now at 0 stage 8 level, and along with his high-speed supermodel and steel skeleton, he shouldn't have a problem with self-preservation. Moreover, Bai Qi felt that this coach was trying to scare them. In this peaceful era, even the army wouldn't easily gamble with citizens' safety. Bai Qi believed many of them could understand this, but whether they dared to take this wager was another question. After all, in addition to the threat of ferocious beasts, the surrounding Beastmasters were also rivals. The coach only stated that reaching the endpoint with enough resources completed the trial. But he didn't say how these resources were obtained. The registration process continued, and Bai Qi was reading the point directory in his hand. The directory was very well made. Besides high-definition pictures, it contained living habits and skills of the beasts and even marked their habitats. And especially for some ferocious beasts with higher points, the details were marked incredibly meticulously. It seemed like they were afraid that you wouldn't challenge them. Name: Ice Ghost. Race: Ice, Undead. Growth level: 0 stage 10 level. Bloodline level: High Grade Elite. Racial skills: Freeze Fang, Blizzard. Description: lives in the ice layer of Taei's lake, very irritable. Points: 1,000. Completing the trial required 1,000 points, and this creature was exactly 1,000 points. Bai Qi didn't believe for a second that this was a coincidence. Bai Qi smiled secretly, seeing all the ferocious beasts in the directory as progress for the evolution egg. If the entrance wasn't blocked, he wanted to go in right away. Whether the evolution egg could be upgraded again would all depend on this trial. Chapter 24, A Little Shock Will Do. Half an hour later, the novice Beastmasters who signed the safety commitment followed the leadership of the Beast Control Army into the vicinity of Taei's lake, while many more Beastmasters returned, deflated. I'm really envious of these novices. I heard that this secret realm tower is a trial type. Even if they only clear one level, they can still gain a lot of resources. But, if you want to, become a novice beast master and see if the instructor will beat you to death. If you survive, you can go. The instructor turned his head and gave a harsh glare at a few soldiers, saying, "Stop fooling around. Go to your positions. We don't want any casualties." "Yes, sir." The soldiers immediately donned serious faces. After all the novice beast masters entered the area around Tai's lake, they quietly trailed behind them. Although the instructor's previous speech was meant to scare people, this training was indeed somewhat different from usual. Their orders were to secretly protect these novices unless absolutely necessary. They couldn't provide aid. However, the novice beast masters inside wouldn't know what was going on. Tai's lakeside. The novice beast masters dispersed as soon as they entered the area around Tai's lake. This time, their training concerned reservations for the secret realm tower. No one wanted to waste time. "Bai Qi, should we team up? We could look out for each other." Gao Cheng's pet beast had already reached its first stage. Although it hadn't yet passed the beast master's professional assessment, handling this type of training was rather easy. As such, he didn't mind taking Bai Qi along. "Thank you, but I'd rather try it on my own." Bai Qi declined Gao Cheng's kind gesture. Points were important, but hunting beasts was just as crucial. Moving together with Gao Cheng would certainly be inconvenient. Then be careful. Try to complete the mission as early as possible. Despite being rejected by Bai Qi, Gao Cheng didn't mind. He summoned his fire armor scorpion to advance deeper into the lake region. Although the training said that accumulating enough points was considered passing, there must have been a ranking, which might directly affect the order of entering the secret realm tower. After Gao Cheng left, Bai Qi quickly identified his own target. Name, Crystal Alligator. Race, Crystal Clan. Growth level, 0 stage 8 level. Bloodline level, mid-level elite. Race skills, crystallization, bite, rush. Introduction, hiding in the lake, it launches sneak attacks on its enemies. Points, 200. The crystal alligator might only be 2 levels higher than the ice ghost, but their points differ by a full 800. However, when compared to creatures like squirrels, who only bring in 30 or 40 points, this monster was a jackpot. However, Bai Qi chose the crystal alligator not because of its points, but because of its attribute. The most common beasts in Gusa City were from the wolf species and ice clan. Although there was a recent trend for undead, it still couldn't shake the position of these two clans in Gusa City. Finding a monster like the crystal alligator, which had a unique attribute, was a rare opportunity for Bai Qi. Let's go, let's go. Time to get into hunting. After confirming his target, Bai Qi summoned Alpha, striding towards the crystal alligator's location. The reluctant Husky had no choice but to follow obediently. As an important method of transportation and biological radar, Bai Qi wasn't going to leave it behind. "Alpha, keep an eye on our surroundings. If any ferocious beasts show up, strike first," said Bai Qi. This was his first time participating in a trial. Even though the hovering mechanical eye above him suggested there was someone looking out for him, he couldn't help but worry. He had just activated his golden finger, a special ability or advantage. If he died now, it would be a huge loss. He who strikes first, wins. He who strikes last, suffers. Bai Qi understood this principle well. At the lake. The map in the points manual was very detailed, so Bai Qi and Alpha did not take long to arrive at the lake. Along the way, they encountered several creatures. Bai Qi even ran into some of Alpha's kind, but most were not worth many points. Some were even worth none at all, and Alpha easily took care of them. Bai Qi initially wanted to collect them all by abiding by the principle of waste not, want not, but after seeing the resentment in the Husky's eyes, he chose to let it go. Even though the mechanical limbs had almost entirely fused with the Husky's flesh, it was still, after all, a disabled dog, and overexploiting its labor seemed unethical. "Found it!" Bai Qi exclaimed. As they cautiously moved along the lakeshore, they spotted an enormous crystal alligator basking in the sun with its mouth wide open. The crystal clusters on its back shone with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Roar! The crystal alligator was highly alert. As soon as Bai Qi and his company approached, it detected them, let out a ferocious roar, and its aggressive eyes fixated on the unexpected enemies. However, after a closer look, the crystal alligator seemed less interested. It had thought that food had delivered itself, but instead, it found a pile of bones, which was quite boring. But the dog and the human behind seemed to taste well. Drool began to drip from the crystal alligator's mouth, and its short limbs started flapping at an astonishing rate, rapidly charging towards Bai Qi. Rapid charge. Although the crystal alligator was bulky and normally moved slowly, it could dramatically increase its speed by using this special ability. Enemies usually didn't have time to react. Alpha, its body is extremely hard. Aim for its eyes. Bai Qi quickly advised Alpha through their bond as he moved away. The Husky was even quicker to react, finding a large rock to hide behind. Given the terrific size of the crystal alligator, its small eyes were practically insignificant. Targeting them was a formidable challenge. And a careless move could lead to severe injury given the enormous force it carried while charging. If this had happened earlier, Alpha might be running around aimlessly to deplete the crystal alligator's energy. But now. Alpha swung the two bone daggers in its hands, the bones all over its body shining with a metallic luster. The fire of soul in its eyes flickered continuously, and it closely observed the oncoming crystal alligator. In Alpha's perception, the crystal alligator's speed was comparable to a crawling turtle. It didn't move to dodge until the charging creature was almost upon it. Then it dexterously sidestepped and struck a dagger at its eyes. Feeling a threat, the crystal alligator instinctively used its defensive skill, crystallization. A transparent crystal spread out from the crystal cluster on its back, intending to envelop its whole body. But Alpha was too fast. Before the crystal could reach its eyes, the dagger had already punctured one. Having practiced on the steel training dummy for so long, and with all the knowledge gathered from countless movies, Alpha's movements became more purposeful, and it finally managed to exploit its speed advantage. The intense pain caused the crystal alligator to cry out in anguish, and it opened its giant mouth, ready to snap at Alpha. The bone daggers were relatively short, and Alpha wasn't able to hit the crystal alligator's vital spot. Just then, a stream of fine electricity suddenly erupted from Alpha's palm. It flowed through the metallic bone dagger and into the crystal alligator's body. The creature stiffened and stopped moving. The strong current had forcibly destroyed the crystal alligator's brain. Chapter 25. It is common knowledge that the Secret Realm Tower has two entrances. After confirming that the crystal alligator was truly dead, Bai Qi ran out from behind the stone, walked over to Alpha and removed a pair of mechanical gloves from its hands. As an undead creature, Alpha naturally didn't possess thunder properties. The electric current just now was emitted from these specially made gloves, flowing into the crystal alligator's brain through the hardened bone daggers. Unfortunately, Bai Qi had not yet mastered small energy storage technology, so attacks like the one just now could only be launched once before the battery needed to be replaced. Bai Qi swiftly replaced the battery in the gloves, then walked over to the crystal alligator, placing his hand on its head. He had previously only touched living pet beasts and wasn't sure if the strategy would work with deceased ferocious beasts. Fortunately, the moment Bai Qi touched the crystal alligator, several cracks appeared on the black shell of the evolution egg. Name: Evolution Egg, Black Iron Egg 28%. Condition: Activated. Uncontacted low-level elites can provide 3% progress, mid-level elites provide 5%, and the progress from high-grade elites is uncertain, but it must be higher. Bai Qi thought back to the pets of Gaoqing and others he had come into contact with before, and roughly sorted out a simple pattern. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this. If it's a mutant species, it should be even higher. Considering that the low-level elite Husky had brought him 10% progress after mutating, if the species were of a higher level, the provided progress might be even higher. Let's go, on to the next target. Bai Qi had Alpha cut off the crystal cluster from the back of the crystal alligator and toss it into the backpack on Husky's back, before they continued on to the next target. Considering that some ferocious beasts were too large to carry, the scoring guidebook listed the most valuable parts of these beasts. One could accumulate points simply by carrying these parts to the end point. Now, Bai Qi's target was one of the beasts with the highest scores, the Ice Ghost. He only had 3 days of activity around Tai's Lake, and Bai Qi didn't want to miss this opportunity to interact with so many different types of ferocious beasts. However, if he failed the trial exam because he was hunting beasts, the loss would outweigh the gains. So, Bai Qi planned to first ensure that he would pass the trial exam, then take his time hunting beasts. Due to its own attributes, the Ice Ghost preferred to be active within the ice layer, therefore, the 3/4 of the year frozen shores of Tai's Lake was the perfect choice. The area where the Ice Ghost was active was not far from where the crystal alligator resided. After casually dealing with a few small ferocious beasts, the two arrived at the ice ghost's location. However, it seemed like they were a step too late. Furthermore, Bai Qi recognized this person. It was Lu Yuan, who had trained with him before. Ghostbone Giant Tiger, use Ripping Claw. Both being senior elites and at level 10, Lu Yuan's Ghostbone Giant Tiger was in no way inferior to the Ice Ghost. Its sharp bone claws were wrapped with the sound of wind thunder and ferociously lashed onto the icy blue spherical creature with two sharp horns in front. But the Ice Ghost was clearly faster than the Ghostbone Giant Tiger. It quickly floated up with its round body to avoid the Ripping Claw attack. With a swing, sharp ice cones shot out from the two horns on its head, whizzing towards the Ghostbone Giant Tiger. Freezing Fong. It could condense countless ice cones to attack the enemy, causing the struck target to become immobile, as if bitten by sharp fangs. Facing the attack from the air, the Ghostbone Giant Tiger showed no panic and easily dodged it. However, before it could counterattack, a snowstorm appeared between the Ice Ghost's horns, rapidly covering the Ghostbone Giant Tiger. Damn it, it used AoE so early. Seeing that the Ice Ghost used a group attack skill so early even when facing a single opponent, Lu Yuan was clearly surprised. Looking at the Ghostbone Giant Tiger about to be frozen by the snowstorm, he immediately roared out. Ghostbone Giant Tiger, use Intimidation. Intimidation was a king's skill that only the commander-level pet beasts could comprehend. It could oppress enemies of a lower race level in terms of aura. His Ghostbone Giant Tiger was merely a high-grade elite, but because it was originally a tiger, it inherited this skill. Indeed, after the Ghostbone Giant Tiger used Intimidation, the Ice Ghost's body suddenly shuddered, and the skill it was preparing to evoke was forcefully interrupted. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan was about to retaliate, but unaware of the Ice Ghost sneaking out from the layers of ice, launched an attack on both him and his Ghostbone Giant Tiger. Damn it, another Ice Ghost has returned. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan cursed under his breath and quickly commanded the Ghostbone Giant Tiger to retreat to defense. Suddenly, he saw a small, thin figure flash past him, attacking the Ice Ghost that had just appeared in the air. This fellow looks so familiar. Seeing the little skeleton appear above the Ice Ghost's head, Lu Yuan couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. After seeing the men and dog that followed, he instantly recognized them. It was the student specializing in mechanical battle arts who had previously modified his own skeleton. Why was he there as well? Be careful, your skeleton soldier can't break through the Ice Ghost's defense. After all, the Ice Ghost was a high-grade elite. The skeleton soldier didn't stand a chance against it. As soon as Lu Yuan's voice fell, Alpha's dagger pierced the Ice Ghost's body and a strong current surged, paralyzing the Ice Ghost on the spot. Then, Alpha's body suddenly deformed, enveloped the Ice Ghost, and its skeletal structure, like countless sharp blades, shredded the Ice Ghost into fragments, leaving only two sharp horns falling down. Tisk, that was too harsh. How am I supposed to skin him all mashed up like that? Bai Qi looked exasperatedly at the ice shards on the ground, picked up the two intact horns, and sighed with some regret as he surveyed the unmoving evolution egg. Crack, crack. Master, I was wrong. Looking at Alpha, who appeared like a child who had done something wrong, Bai Qi gestured dismissively. Glancing at Lu Yuan, he asked, are you dealing with this or should I? Lu Yuan was still immersed in the formidable attack power demonstrated by Alpha. It was only when Bai Qi shouted that he snapped back to reality. Without replying, he issued a series of commands to the Ghostbone Giant Tiger to finally take down the Ice Ghost. After eliminating the Ice Ghost, Lu Yuan hesitated, but his curiosity got the better of him. He pointed at Alpha obediently standing behind Bai Qi and asked, your skeleton soldier. Alpha race evolved, so it looks a bit different. Bai Qi explained casually, asking, are you also aiming to go to the Secret Realm Tower? No shit. Who would participate in this event if it wasn't for the Secret Realm Tower? And that's not what I was asking about. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, too lazy to engage in a pointless conversation with Bai Qi. He mounted the Ghostbone Giant Tiger and quickly moved on. His goal was to secure the first place in the trial examination, and thus be the first to enter the Secret Realm Tower to claim the first arrival reward. Naturally, he couldn't waste too much time here. Having a mountable pet sure is convenient. Regrettably, I was originally planning to skin his Ghostbone Giant Tiger. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was quickly disappearing into the distance, a hint of envy flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he looked at the little skeleton at his side, determined. Speaking of which, the Arctic Ice Wolf wasn't small in size when fully grown. It should be rideable. Thinking about this, Bai Qi suddenly realized that Husky had run off. Scanning the surroundings, he finally discovered the silly creature digging at the spot where the ice ghost had previously emerged. Hey, you're not planning on digging a hole for yourself right here, are you? Although Husky had lost its ice-based skills, it still preferred a cold environment. However, it wasn't suitable now. But then, when Bai Qi saw the black door Husky had dug out, he stood there astounded. This door, doesn't it look like the door of the Secret Realm Tower in Undead Hill? Chapter 26, Entering the Secret Realm Tower. Woof. 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 After days of Bai Qi's dedicated training, the Husky had utterly abandoned its original racial characteristics. It had switched its language and was sitting proudly in front of the large door, waiting for Bai Qi's praise. You rascal, you even have this kind of ability. As Bai Qi took a closer look at this large door, he became increasingly certain that this door must be related to the Secret Realm Tower in Undead Hill. Suppose he reported it to the association, there should be quite a few rewards, right? Bai Qi glanced at a few floating mechanical eyes in the distant sky and began to wave to attract their attention. Creak. At that moment, the door slowly opened, revealing a whirlpool. It extended all the way to Bai Qi's feet. Without a chance to react, he fell straight in. After one man, one dog, and one skeleton disappeared, the mechanical eyes only arrived belatedly, leaving a giant black door. Examination headquarters by the lakeside of Taei's Lake. President Qin Jiang of Gusu City's Beastmaster Association stood in front of a giant screen. The screen was clearly displaying the situation in Taei's Lake. Although this practicum did mean to let these probationary Beastmasters suffer a bit, they still needed close monitoring. However, the images the mechanical eyes brought back could hardly satisfy Qin Jiang. There were those chased by the piercing back wild boar, those who fainted from the fright of the green-haired spider, and even more absurdly, there were some who were knocked unconscious by a measly 2-level light-teeth rabbit. These years have been too comfortable, it seems. I suppose I'll have to increase the difficulty for the next practicum. Looking at the state of the young generation of Beastmasters in Gusu City, President Qin couldn't help feeling upset. The titled Legendary Celestial Brilliance, Bai Qi, who was sitting beside him, comforted him and said, President Qin, you are worrying too much, there are people with good performances in this practicum. With this being said, Bai Qi pointed to a few probationary Beastmasters on the screen who were currently challenging level 10 ferocious beasts, stating, although they are still immature, it's good enough for their age. Hey, Qi, aren't you just praising your son in a roundabout way? I heard that he has already advanced to level 3 a few days back. Chiu Cha's case is quite special, it is of no reference value. Hearing Bai Qing's statement, President Qin's face relaxed a bit. He said, this time I especially had the Beast Control Army bring out several ferocious beasts from the Secret Realm Tower to help these kids adapt. I hope they can perform better in the Secret Realm Tower. Having said that, President Qin signaled the staff to switch the camera view to the several beasts that had been brought in from the Secret Realm Tower. Because of their high scores, these few beasts, despite being the highest level beasts, have Beastmasters challenging them. Looking at the performance of these people, President Qin nodded with satisfaction. Even though their overall strength was relatively weak, like Bai Qi said, there were still many promising seeds. Why is there no image of the ice ghost? President Qin spent a long time looking but couldn't find the image of the ice ghost. After checking, the staff in charge of controlling the mechanical eyes reporting to the president, the mechanical eye near the ice ghost was struck by an unknown energy and image data loss occurred. All the ice ghosts should have been hunted down by people. Also, the soldiers in the field reported that an examination participant named Bai Qi has disappeared. Where he disappeared, another secret passage was found. Bai Qi woke up groggily from a field of ice. By his side were a similarly bewildered Husky and Alpha. Well, wait. Alpha didn't have a face. Stupid dog, what the heck have you dug out? Looking at the light blue ice walls around him, Bai Qi was filled with rage instantly, and in his fury, grabbed the Husky's neck and shook it violently. Aru. What does it have to do with me? You kicked the door open. Before he could react, an opening suddenly formed in the surrounding ice walls, and an ice ghost popped out. Wait, what's going on? Looking at the ice ghost rapidly flying towards him, Bai Qi was puzzled. He quickly retreated a few steps and left the battlefield to Alpha. Alpha, remember to leave a full corpse. Although he was not sure of the situation currently, since he had come across another ice ghost, Bai Qi would naturally not let go of the progress it offered. Having received the command, Alpha entered his stance and then quickly approached the ice ghost. Seeing the skinny skeleton daring to attack, the ice ghost immediately retaliated by shooting ice teeth everywhere. Alpha easily dodged them, and the occasional ones he couldn't avoid, Alpha easily smashed. Seeing this, the ice ghost immediately tried to create distance, however, Alpha was too fast. With a leap, Alpha landed on the ice ghost, followed by a series of chopping movements. Snap. The bone daggers easily broke through the ice ghost's defense and hit its core. Seeing this, Bai Qi immediately rushed up and landed on the ice ghost before it dispersed. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron Egg 38%. Condition, activated. No wonder it was a high-level elite. It directly provided 10% of progress. Bai Qi looked at the evolution egg, where the cracks had already spread to 1/3 of its surface. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. In this manner, it wasn't just a dream for the evolution egg to level up once again. Chatter chatter. Master, how did I perform this time? You did a great job. Feeling the strong emotions Alpha sent over, Bai Qi lovingly patted Alpha's little head. Because its core was hit, the ice ghost only lasted a little while before gradually fading, leaving behind an amber stone enveloped in light blue flames. There's a reward too. Seeing this suddenly appeared amber, added with the black door that threw him in here, Bai Qi had a rough guess of where he was. Undead Hill's Secret Realm Tower. If those guys who are still working hard to earn points knew that I just walked in like this, they'd be furious. Thinking about how he had entered the much-coveted Secret Realm Tower in advance, Bai Qi's smile twisted a little. Alpha, pick up that amber. As a mechanical war student, Bai Qi had studied various materials and could tell the origin of this amber at a glance. Soul Stone, a type of ore that can rapidly enhance the soul strength of the undead. It's usually only formed after the death of powerful undead creatures. I'm finally rich. No more struggles. This was indeed a rare material, it was not commonly found outside. Unless a large number of soul stones flood out from here, this soul stone should definitely sell at a high price. If it met the crazy fans of the legendary celestial brilliance, it might even sell for a higher price. Chapter 27, I want to fight 10 people. This time, it wasn't ice ghosts that emerged from the ice wall, but their evolved version, ice ghost guards. Name, Ice Ghost Guard. Nature, Ice, Undead. Level, First Stage Level 1. Bloodline Level, High Grade Elite. Racial Skills, Frost Strike, Frozen Breath. Despite being a high-grade elite like the Ice Ghost Guard was no longer round but had evolved into a humanoid form. The ice spear in its hand was clearly more threatening than the frozen fangs. Especially Frozen Breath, although it might not cover as large an area as Blizzard, its activation speed was significantly faster. Coupled with the equally swift Frost Strike, many trainee Beastmasters would likely fall there. However, for Alpha, there was no difference between 0 stage 10th level and 1st stage level 1. Rather, the Ice Ghost Guards, who'd lost their ability to fly, were easier to deal with than the Ice Ghosts. At least there wasn't that much jumping around now. Sure enough, faced with the weapon-bearing Ice Ghost Guards, Alpha fully showcased the results of his recent practice, easily breaking the limbs of the Ice Ghost Guards and temporarily disabling their combat abilities. Creak creak. Master, come quickly. As the first beneficiary of the evolution egg, Alpha roughly understood Bai Qi's intentions. Therefore, he was particularly proactive this time, only temporarily disabling the capabilities of the Ice Ghost Guards, allowing Bai Qi to progress safely. Not bad. If there's another soul stone this time, I'll give you one. Seeing this, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, pressing his hand on the head of the Ice Ghost Guard. The progress of the evolution egg grew again, but presumably because of its connection with the Ice Ghost, it only rose by 5%. I hope the next challenge isn't another Ice Ghost variant. Bai Qi released his hand somewhat disappointedly while Alpha swiftly beheaded the Ice Ghost Guard. A soul stone once again appeared on the spot. There was another one. Bai Qi quickly picked up the soul stone. After comparing it with the one from the first level, he found that the quality of this soul stone was significantly higher. If sold, it would definitely fetch a higher price. Alpha, this one is yours. Thinking about this, Bai Qi handed over the soul stone he had obtained on the first level to Alpha without hesitation. Creak creak. Having endured for a long time, Alpha jubilantly hopped around on the spot, then forcefully crushed the soul stone. A small flame flew into Alpha's body, merging with his existing fire of soul. Soon, Alpha had absorbed all the flames from the soul stone. The fire of soul in his eye sockets became more vigorous, and even his bones glowed a bit more brightly. Name: Shadow Bone Spike, Alpha. Race: Undead Department. Level: 0 Stage 9 level. Bloodline level: Mid-level Elite. Racial skills: Bone-breaking Reformation, Master; Steel Skeleton, Master; Continuous Slash, Skilled; Shadow Lotus Skill, Novice. Condition: Evolvable. After eating the soul stone, Alpha's level directly increased by 1. His status was markedly stronger, and even the proficiency level of the Continuous Slash skill he had recently acquired had risen by 1 level. If such were the case with rare materials, what about epic materials? What about mythical ones? Bai Qi strongly suppressed his impulse to give the other 2 soul stones to Alpha as well and swiftly walked towards the teleportation circle to the next level. The Secret Realm Tower had a total of 9 levels, he'd only just climbed 2. His journey was far from over. President Qin watched the footage before and after Bai Qi's disappearance, his face growing increasingly stern. He turned to an instructor beside him and asked, "What's the progress on investigating that door? Is the disappearance of that trainee Beastmaster confirmed to be related to that door?" The instructor shook his head, replying, "We've tried many times, but that door seems to be a one-time entry point, we simply can't get in. As for that trainee Beastmaster, he likely entered the Secret Realm Tower ahead of us. Moreover, he even reached the 4th level." The instructor projected a video retrieved from Undead Hill onto the screen. Playing on the screen was the scene of the Secret Realm Tower. The runes from the first 3 levels of the Secret Realm Tower had been activated, while the 4th level was faint, indicating that it had not been successfully challenged. President Qin fell silent for a while, then ordered the instructor, "Have people guard the entrance. Once that young man comes out, bring him straight to me." The instructor appeared to understand and asked, "What about this training session?" "Continue as normal." The 4th level of the Secret Realm Tower. Bai Qi looked speechlessly at the 10 ice ghosts surrounding Alpha, his expression twisted. The enemy on the 1st level was an ice ghost, the 2nd level was an ice ghost guard, and the 3rd level was the advanced form of the ice ghost guard, the ice swordsman. Name: Ice Swordman. Race: Ice, Undead. Level: 1st Stage Level 3. Bloodline level: High Grade Elite. Racial skills: Frost Slash, Frozen Breath, Ice Ghost Slash. Although the difficulty of the 3rd level was not low, it was still within Bai Qi's predictions. Alpha defeated the Ice Swordsman with his superb martial arts skills. However, for this 4th level, the Master of the Secret Realm Tower completely let loose. Although Bai Qi expected the increase in enemy numbers, he didn't anticipate it to suddenly jump to 10. "Secret Realm Tower, are you messing with me, or did you flunk math? Come, let me tutor you. Alpha, let's withdraw first." "The number is a bit too many," Bai Qi remarked as he watched the ice ghost slowly closing in. He was thinking of leaving, and the husky beside him was nodding so vigorously it was a blur. Unlike the man and the dog, Alpha seemed quite excited. After looking at the numerous ice ghosts around him, the fire of soul conveyed waves of fighting spirit. Creak creak. "Master, I want to fight 10. Let's give it a try then." Feeling Alpha's intense fighting spirit, Bai Qi was somewhat helpless but still agreed to Alpha's request. In any case, the ferocious beasts wouldn't attack him. If Alpha was defeated, he could instantly recall Alpha and leave the Secret Realm Tower. However, once they are back, he wouldn't let Alpha watch those movies anymore, those seemed to have made him crazy. Tisk, if he had known this earlier, he should have given the other 2 soul stones to Alpha as well. He didn't think that at this level, Alpha wouldn't be able to defeat these ice ghosts even if he can't break through to the 1st stage. As for now, even if he can win, the fight will probably be a tough one. Alpha, separate from them and look for opportunities to ambush. Since the enemies were numerous, straight-on fighting was impossible. The only option was kite tactics. I wonder if the Secret Realm reward supports installment payment. A certain number for a certain number of kills. Chapter 28, Found an Organization. Undead Hill Secret Tower. Having lost all interest in the assessment, Qin Jiang delegated the task to other staff members and, along with Bai Heguang, arrived at the front of the secret tower after a short wait. President Qin, is this young man of particular interest to you? Bai Qi glanced at the flickering runes of the fourth floor, saying, he's 18 and still not a professional beastmaster. This young man's talent seems ordinary. As the youngest titled legendary figure in the Federation, Bai Qi's standards were high. At Bai Qi's age, all prodigies were already professional beastmasters. The fact that Bai Qi was still a trainee reflected his modest talent. What if this young man only became a beastmaster a month ago? Qin Jiang handed a document to Bai Qi, saying, in the history of the Federation, there were plenty of late bloomers who awakened their talents late. Moreover, this youngster seems a bit different from others. Bai Qi quickly scanned through the document. His eyebrows knitted as he remarked, this lad, is he actually applying mechanical modifications to beings of the undead department? Upon seeing this, Qin Jiang smiled, I know, Qi, you don't have a great impression of mechanical legend. But isn't this young man carving out a brand new path? Bai Qi gave a forced smile, then summoned a giant black bird, jumping onto its back. President Qin, there's something I need to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Without waiting for Qin Jiang's response, he drove the bird into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. This guy, even after becoming a titled legendary figure, he's so difficult. Qin Jiang shook his head. Suddenly, the massive door to the secret realm tower opened, and a man and a dog appeared before him. Bai Qi brushed off the ice shards from his head with a disgruntled look. This damned place, is it really intended to be passed by an intern beastmaster? Despite Bai Qi not being a magic-based profession, Alpha's kite-flying tactics were still successful in eliminating all 10 ice ghosts. However, when Bai Qi entered the 5th floor and saw the 10 ice ghost guards, he immediately chose to concede. You must be kidding, defeating 10 ice ghosts depleted Alpha's energy mostly. In the face of 10 more ice ghost guards, victory seemed impossible. Unless Alpha could grasp a large-scale attack skill or a control skill. Unfortunately, besides swiftly promoting its race, Bai Qi hadn't discovered any ability regarding skills in the evolution egg yet. At present, his only solution was to convert the gains from the secret realm tower into real power first, then try again. Bai Qi gingerly took out an iron ingot still emanating cold air from his bag, already having an idea in mind. Seeing Bai Qi standing in front of the secret tower gate and incessantly complaining, Qin Jiang couldn't help but cough a couple of times to draw his attention. Cough, cough. Are you Bai Qi? I am Bai Qi, and you are. Looking at the elderly man standing in front of him, Bai Qi felt he was familiar but couldn't remember exactly who he was. I am the president of the Beastmaster Association in Gusa City, Qin Jiang. You just finished your secret realm tower trial. Oh no, my sneaking in was discovered. If I'd known this, I would have used up all the materials while I was still inside the tower. This was a big mistake. With a twitching eye corner, Bai Qi tightly grabbed the bag, gave an embarrassed smile, and said, well, President Qin, it was not intentional. I just didn't expect that there would be an entrance near Tai's lake, I accidentally stumbled upon it. Qin Jiang shook his head at Bai Qi's excuse, don't worry, I am not here to reprimand you for that. I am wondering whether you've already passed the 4th level. Bai Qi paused before replying, yes, that was me. Upon hearing Bai Qi's confirmation, a smile swept across Qin Jiang's face. A golden scroll unfolded beneath their feet, shining like the great sun. Before Bai Qi could react, the figures of Qin Jiang, Bai Qi, and Alpha vanished. By the time they reappeared, they were in Qin Jiang's office in the Beastmaster Association in Gusa City. Looking at the familiar scene outside the window, Bai Qi was taken aback. The golden scroll was the privilege of a 6-stage beastmaster, symbolized by its color. As a result, 6-stage beastmasters were given another nickname, the Sunrise level. As for how they were transported here so quickly, Bai Qi was clueless. Could it be that President Qin had contracted a space attribute pet? Envy flashed across Bai Qi's eyes, but Qin Jiang got right to the point, could you tell me about the 4th and 5th levels? Bai Qi nodded, both the 4th and 5th levels are similar to the first 3 in environment, all being ice fields, except the enemy in the 4th level are 10 ice ghosts, and in the 5th, 10 ice ghost guards. Despite the 10 ice ghosts' ability to fly, they are rather slow, and their levels are slightly lower compared to those in the 1st level. It's quite a tight win. But without group attack skills, it is very difficult to defeat 10 ice ghost guards. Qin Jiang fell silent after hearing Bai Qi's explanation, and his gaze on Bai Qi became more peculiar. Mother of God, this old man doesn't have some special fetishes, does he? Bai Qi shivered and subtly backed away 2 steps. Can you summon your pet for me? Qin Jiang seemed to have realized his weird behavior. He forced a friendly smile on his face, but it looked even stranger in Bai Qi's eyes. Nevertheless, Bai Qi obediently summoned Alpha. Ghostbone Spur? That's not quite right. It seems to be a bit different. As the president of the Beastmaster Association, Qin Jiang was extremely knowledgeable. He identified Alpha's race at a glance but was somewhat puzzled by Alpha's metallic sheen. Seeing this, Bai Qi quickly explained, Alpha has mutated, so it's slightly different from the common Ghostbone Spurs. The dramatic changes in Alpha were bound to raise questions, forcing Bai Qi to attribute everything to mutation. A mutant species. Qin Jiang smiled, turned to look at Bai Qi, and said, but training it to level 9 in just 1 month is quite impressive. Did you also make these mechanical joints and this pair of gloves? Simple enhancement, simple enhancement. Bai Qi nodded awkwardly and asked, President Qin, is this legal? It's legal. As long as it does not go against humanitarianism, it's legal. Qin Jiang laughed heartily, and then turned serious. Bai Qi, I am going to ask you now, are you willing to join our Beastmaster Association? Chapter 29, Special Talent Development Plan. Join the Beastmaster Association. Upon hearing Qin Jiang's words, Bai Qi was somewhat taken aback. That's right. Qin Jiang nodded, saying, since the Beastmaster Association was established, there has always been a special talent cultivation program and I just happen to have a recommendation slot. If you're willing to join the Beastmaster Association, I could reserve this slot for you. Once you join this program, you will come under intensive cultivation by the association. The resources and status you'll gain would be unimaginable. As for the benefits, trust me, even Sunrise-level Beastmasters and some legendary Beastmasters would envy your treatment. If you have any doubts, I can tell you straight away that the titled Legendary Celestial Brilliance of the Undead Department was once part of the association's Special Talent Cultivation Program. After hearing Qin Jiang's words, Bai Qi could only feel his heartbeat quickening. Celestial Brilliance, the titled Legendary, was one of the Federation's top warriors. Although he didn't hold any formal positions, his status was equivalent to that of a Federation senator. And such a person was once a beneficiary of this Special Talent Cultivation Program. If he was given this slot and combined with the evolution egg, could he also achieve such feats? Could good fortune just fall from the sky like that? Bai Qi's eyes shone brightly. However, after seeing Qin Jiang's grin, which bore no difference from a weird uncle gazing at his goldfish, Bai Qi could not help but probe further. President Qin, why would you give this slot to me? Isn't such a slot quite valuable? It's true that desserts falling from the sky were sweet, but Bai Qi was not accustomed to such suddenness. Seeing Bai Qi's doubtful expression, Qin Jiang explained with a laugh, there's a reason why I chose you. Qin Jiang handed Bai Qi a picture. It was the secret tower entrance he found in the ice ghost habitat. So it's about the secret tower after all. From the founding emperor's era, the history of human-beast control has spanned over 1,000 years, leaving countless secret towers waiting for exploration. These secret towers come in all kinds and serve different functions, but they all share a common trait. They're all hidden and extremely hard to access. Had it not been for celestial brilliance, cracking open the secret tower's entrance alone would have taken us at least a month. Bai Qi nodded, he was clear on this. Why did the secret towers almost all fall under the control of the federal government or the Beastmaster Association? It was because ordinary Beastmasters, despite discovering the secret tower, couldn't break the entrance's seal. They could only stare at it dry-eyed. He didn't notice this earlier, but after hearing Qin Jiang's explanation, he began to realize it. When he entered the secret tower earlier, he didn't seem to encounter any barriers, did he? Seeing Bai Qi's comprehension, Qin Jiang continued, that's why I'm confident that you possess a special talent that allows you access to the secret tower without hindrance. This is the main reason why I want you to join the Beastmaster Association. Just think about it, once you join the Beastmaster Association, you'll be the first to enter anytime a secret tower is discovered by the association. You can't be unaware of what this signifies, can you? Wow, the pie is getting larger and larger. Bai Qi subconsciously glanced at the Husky who was curiously examining Qin Jiang's office. His eyes flashed with suspicions. He wasn't sure if anyone else had the special talent Qin Jiang mentioned, but he was certain he didn't. After all, when he initially entered the secret tower, the evolution egg didn't show any abnormalities. On the contrary, it was the silly dog. It became restless when the Undead Hill secret tower emerged, and Husky was the one who found the entrance later. Perhaps, Husky possessed the talent Qin Jiang spoke of. After all, what's the difference between digging a hole and digging for secrets? Ahem. Well, President Qin, what if I don't possess the talent you mentioned? After all, this isn't a regular entrance, isn't it possible that it's just a coincidence? Qin Jiang chuckled, do you think we didn't have others try? Nobody but you could enter. However, even if you don't have the talent I mentioned, you're still deserving of this slot. You managed to train a skeleton soldier into the 9-level netherbone spikes just within a month of contracting. With such progress, calling you a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. After hearing Qin Jiang's words, Bai Qi was still somewhat hesitant. So, what would I need to do after joining the association? Like the Beast Control Army, for instance. Qin Jiang's description indeed sounded tempting, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. He was bound to pay some price. If he had to live under someone's control all year round like the Beast Control Army, Bai Qi would rather not. How could he go beast farming without freedom? If he could not go beast farming, how would the evolution egg level up? Qin Jiang nodded, of course, there will be missions. But they're not compulsory. The Beastmaster Association operates differently from the federal government. If you wish, you can take up positions in various associations like me or go on adventures. Given your status as special talent, you'll receive preferential treatment in every city covered by the association. Wait a minute, number 996 shifts or looking 24/7, and there are companies that good now. Bai Qi took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, I'll join. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction, then, welcome to the Beastmaster Association. In a few days, the person responsible for the special talent cultivation program will come to validate whether you possess that talent. If it proves to be true, you might be assigned to explore some undeveloped secret towers in the future. Explore undeveloped secret towers. Bai Qi suddenly had cold feet. That's right. The association has discovered numerous secret towers, some could be forcibly cracked open, some required slow research, but there are also those which have remained sealed to this day. Thus, the association has been on the lookout for people with your talent over the years. Just as I thought, pies falling from the sky aren't meant to be eaten. Thinking that he might be thrown into secret towers even legendary beastmasters couldn't handle, Bai Qi immediately wanted to retract his words. But after hearing what Qin Jiang had to say next, he swallowed his words back down. However, your strength as a trainee is too low. Without the abilities of a professional beastmaster, venturing into those secret towers would be suicide. There's a portion of the funding in the talent program dedicated for trainee beastmasters like you. I'll go apply for it, so strive to become a professional beastmaster as soon as possible. All right, thank you, President. When am I expected to start? Also, how much would that funding approximatively be? I'll have someone prepare your documents later, you can take them when you leave. Qin Jiang said, as for the funding, it's not much, around 20 million. 2,000 million. Bai Qi's eyes instantly turned into the shape of federal coins. The soul stone he had carefully preserved suddenly seemed less appealing. Chapter 30, Evolution once again. For Bai Qi, $20 million was more tangible than having priority in exploring the secret realm tower. After all, considering his current strength, he couldn't go to particularly high-level secret realm towers. So, it would be better to use this $20 million to buy some nutrient solution, and then make Alpha evolve several times. Wait, he was a millionaire now, he should buy higher-level supplements. $20 million should be transferred to your card by tomorrow. Remember to give your card number to my secretary when you go to pick up your documents later, said Qin Jiang. By the way, you are still a student at Star Mechanics Academy, aren't you? If you don't want to affect your studies, it is best not to disclose the information about your participation in the special talent training program. Qin Jiang continued, after all, there aren't many people in the whole Federation who participate in this program. Bai Qi nodded. If people knew that he, too, participated in the program where legendary celestial brilliance once participated, he would probably make the headlines that day, not the next. He didn't want to be watched by paparazzi all day, for then, how could he make his pet beast evolve? Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Qin Jiang seemed to suddenly remember something. No one knows about your disappearance today, so keep it quiet for now. After the practice, I will include you in the list of those who passed the assessment, and you can continue with the challenges. It's a pity that the level of your beast is still a little low, otherwise you could have done a few more challenges and other beast masters from other cities would not benefit from the first completion reward. First completion reward. Bai Qi's ears perked up instantly. Is there a first completion reward for this secret realm tower? Qin Jiang nodded, saying, the Lamentation Tower has never been exploited before. Based on past experience, the first person to pass it will receive a unique reward. What it is, I can't say for now. Epic treasures, skill legacy stones, special equipment, or even directly inheriting this secret realm tower are all possibilities. However, it's a pity that each city can only independently develop newly discovered secret realm towers for 1 month. After 1 month, it will open to the entire Federation, and then the talented beast masters from the neighboring cities will certainly come to challenge it. Inherit the secret realm tower. Bai Qi wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and suddenly felt an urge to go back and challenge it right away. Now, less than a month is left. Try to raise your level as much as you can and climb as many floors as possible. Observing Qin Jiang's demeanor, Bai Qi couldn't help but feel an urge to comment in his heart. A trial secret realm tower targeting apprentice beast masters, yet he didn't even have confidence for him to have 1 month to gear up. Who were you underestimating? 20 million Federation coins and evolution egg. Bai Qi didn't want to target anyone, he just wanted to say one thing. Everyone present here was garbage. Alright, I need to go back and check out the situation of the practice field. You should go back and rest for a while, Qin Jiang said. Looking at the sky, he summoned the golden array again. Also, after you get the association's certificate, you can log into the association's internal website to purchase materials. It is much cheaper than outside, and you get a substantial discount once your quota is confirmed. Discounts as well. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the treatment for insiders was exceptional. A flash of golden light passed and Qin Jiang disappeared. The secretary, who had been waiting for a while, brought Bai Qi's certificate. Mr. Bai Qi, you are now a member of the Beastmaster Association. From now on, you can use the training grounds of the association branch in any city for free with this certificate. There are other benefits that I won't go into details about now, but I hope you can keep this certificate safe. Free use of training ground. Wow, that's a big saving. Bai Qi took the certificate, looked at the 6 disparate towers on the cover, nodded, and said, all right, thank you for your work. The secretary smiled, then took Bai Qi to register his payment card number, and took Bai Qi home by car. Mr. Bai Qi, someone will come to pick you up and take you to the Undead Hill in 3 days, and you might need to pretend to enter for the first time then. Understood. After watching the secretary leave, Bai Qi rushed back home impatiently, opened the exclusive website of the Beastmaster Association, entered his ID, and a series of dazzling products appeared in front of Bai Qi. Nutrient Solution, 50 Federation coins. Damn, it's literally half the price compared to outside. The marketplace is truly full of cheats. Crying Ramen, 500 Federation coins. This flavor is quite distinctive for the Potion Master. Strength Spinach, 2000 Federation coins. Enhances body constitution. But I'm allergic to spinach, so, never mind. Deathly Beans, 10,000 Federation coins. Wow, these have strong effects. Wait, you can't move for 1 whole day after consuming them. Never mind. God's Water, 20,000 Federation coins. It can permanently restore and enhance the body constitution and spirit of the consumer. This is quite good. After looking for a while, Bai Qi roughly selected a few new supplements. He wanted to take a look if there were any materials for Alpha, but seeing the heart-wrenching balance in the card, he closed the website silently. Hang in there. I can make a big purchase after the funds come in tomorrow. It's like what President Qin said, there are extra discounts for special talents, so I have to wait for a couple more days. Being unable to spend money despite having it, Bai Qi felt itchy inside. He could only distract himself by doing other things for the time being. I will have 20 million tomorrow, so I don't need to have these compressed food pills anymore. Neither does Alpha. I'll save them for Husky as food. Thinking of this, Bai Qi fumbled a little bit in his backpack, and threw the compressed food pills to Husky with disdain. Pant. Can I eat this? Husky carefully sniffed the compressed food pill and swallowed it down after confirming that it was safe. Ah. The moment Husky swallowed the compressed food pill, its face turned green. It threw up the food pill and kicked it twice in disgust. Even a dog wouldn't eat these compressed food pills. Wait, it's a wolf. Bai Qi muttered to himself, and then took the rewards from his challenge in the Lamentation Tower towards his bedroom. Initially, he planned to convert these gains into funds to use the evolution egg for Alpha. Now that the money problem was resolved, he decided not to keep these things and use them to enhance Alpha's strength, which was the best deal. He remembered what President Qin mentioned about the first completion reward. The priority was to improve Alpha's strength, and then pass all the levels as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't inherit the Secret Realm Tower directly, getting epic materials or treasures would be great. What made Bai Qi so confident? Although there wasn't much evidence, Bai Qi had a strong intuition. Alpha was about to evolve again. Chapter 31, Ice Shadow Swordsman. Bai Qi excitedly returned to his own bedroom and summoned Alpha. Due to the aftermath of the battle with 10 ice ghosts, Alpha's condition was obviously not good, with the color of his entire skeleton somewhat dimmed. Even though the Undead department doesn't need to rest, this only applies to routine activities. Overuse of skills and depletion of energy value would still affect their condition. Crack crack. Master, can we go there again? Even though Alpha looked weary, his will to fight was still strong. Be patient, I'll help you strengthen your power first. Bai Qi handed the soul stones of an ice ghost guard and an ice swordsman to Alpha, and said, first absorb these 2 soul stones and see if they can help upgrade your level. Crack crack. Alpha nodded happily, crushing the soul stones forcefully, and 2 flames of different sizes appeared in the air. At Alpha's command, they were directly absorbed. After absorbing the 2 flames, the fire of Alpha's soul suddenly surged. An icy blue fire gushed from Alpha's skull, making Bai Qi feel slightly uneasy. A beast control edition of the evil spirit knight. He helps an old woman up every day, he shouldn't get burned, right? Fortunately, Alpha's condition lasted only a short while before it gradually returned to normal. Crack crack. Master, I've leveled up again. Upon confirmation from Alpha, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the frosty metal ingot from his backpack. This was the reward Alpha had received after clearing the 4th floor. Initially, Bai Qi was annoyed at the reward not being 10 soul stones, but he also saw information about this metal ingot on the Beast Master Association's website and instantly found it very attractive. Name, Cold Spirit Iron. Description, a special metal generated upon the death of high-grade specter beasts in extremely cold places. Through some special method, it can impart or strengthen ice attributes to Undead department pets. Price, 5 million federal coins. Just this tiny metal ingot was worth 5 million federal coins. The Lamentation Tower's rewards were a bit too generous. If it had been earlier, Bai Qi would definitely have sold the metal without hesitation. But now, of course, like the soul stones, it was given to Alpha. As to the special method mentioned in the description, it didn't specify. But Bai Qi didn't care. The evolution egg could absorb even ordinary metals, so naturally, it could absorb the cold spirit iron. Bai Qi had Alpha hold the cold spirit iron. After thinking for a while, he ran downstairs and moved all the nutrient solution to the bedroom, placing it where he could easily reach it. He opened a bottle of nutrient solution and stuck it to his left hand, then placed his right hand on Alpha's head. I hope my instinct is correct, otherwise we might really have to wait a month before taking the challenge. Bai Qi silently prayed, then activated the evolution egg. As usual, a liquid-like black light flowed from Bai Qi's palm, slowly covering Alpha. But this time, when only 1/3 of the shell was formed, Bai Qi felt as if his body had been hollowed out. The strong weak feeling almost made him faint instantly. Alpha really evolved again. Luckily, Bai Qi was prepared. He drained his nutrient solution bottle with his left hand, but it barely restored his strength while his energy was rapidly depleting. The energy from the nutrient solution wasn't enough. He would go and purchase new supplements tomorrow. Bai Qi kept going, pouring bottles of nutrient solution down his throat as though drinking water. After about a dozen bottles, the black iron egg finally took shape with difficulty. Who? This golden finger was so unfriendly, why couldn't it come up with something simpler? Bai Qi collapsed heavily onto the bed, panting. The extreme spiritual fatigue couldn't be fully compensated by the nutrient solution, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. Achoo. After an unknown period, Bai Qi was awakened by a chill, and he sneezed involuntarily. Why is it so cold here? Did the cooling system break? Or did I catch a cold? As Bai Qi rubbed his nose in confusion, he quickly found the source of the unusual chill. A towering skeleton encased in blue ice armor. Name, Ice Shadow Swordsman, Alpha. Race, Ice Clan, Undead Department. Growth level, First Stage Level 1. Bloodline level, High Grade Elite. Racial skills, Bone-Breaking Reformation, Mastery, Steel Skeleton, Mastery, Ice Sword / Beginner, Shadow Lotus Skill, Proficient, Ice Armor, Beginner. Condition, Evolvable. Alpha had successfully evolved. Looking excitedly at Alpha, who was radiating cold currents, Bai Qi felt the side effects of the evolution egg were so insignificant. Even though this might be thanks to the cold spirit iron, evolving twice in a month would be too much for even the Beastmaster Association, right? A flower-like grin spread across Bai Qi's face, as he began checking out Alpha's newly acquired skills. Name, Ice Armor. Level, Intermediate. Introduction, it composes a protective suit out of the frozen power, causing ice damage to anyone that comes in contact with it. Name, Ice Sword / Level, Intermediate. Introduction, it emits an icy blade to strike at enemies, causing freezing effects. 2 ice attribute skills. And both with controlling effects. Seeing the special effects of these 2 skills, Bai Qi's face was contorted in laughter. Although he hadn't acquired any AoE skills like Ice Ghost Guards, Frozen Breath, having 1 offensive and 1 defensive skill in his repertoire was quite good. And looking at Alpha's skeletal frame, concealed beneath the ice armor, it was clear that he had gained considerable strength. Ice Shadow Swordsman. So it means moving from being an assassin to a swordsman, huh? Alpha, let's test out your skills, said Bai Qi, looking at Alpha's full-body ice armor. Air, can you remove your ice armor? Clink, clink. I can. Alpha nodded, the ice armor fading into a puff of cold air, instantly turning the bone-chilling cold into an invigorating coolness. Wow, it seems I won't have to use air conditioning in the future, that'll save me some money. Bai Qi satisfyingly patted Alpha's shoulder before quickly darting out into the yard. Woof. Upon seeing Bai Qi's appearance, the Husky who was still occupied with its unfinished work immediately hopped off the steel training dummy, wearing an innocent face when looking at Bai Qi. Human, let me explain myself. Bai Qi glanced at the heavily dismantled steel training dummy, a teasing look flashed in his eyes as he ordered Alpha, use Ice Sword / Alpha nodded slightly. The bones of his palm rotated, creating a white bone hilt. At the same time, a stream of frozen power flowed from Alpha's arm to the bone hilt, quickly condensing into a wide sword blade. After the ice sword was formed, Alpha slashed heavily in the direction of the steel training dummy, and countless ice flowers rapidly spread across the ground. Holy moly, isn't Ice Sword / supposed to be a single target attack? Chapter 32, There Must Be a Witch Ghoul King. The terrified Husky watched as the ice flower stopped just in front of it, freezing its tears in the cold atmosphere. Whoa. The Husky trembled and hunkered down, motionless. Meanwhile, Bai Qi looked excited as he commanded Alpha to use the technique several times. The expansive courtyard quickly filled with an icy floral aura, its chill dispersing the summer heat completely. Everywhere the ice sword touches can be frozen, and it can spread within a certain range. This skill is much stronger than I had thought. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, and let Alpha proceed with showcasing the ice armor. Alpha summoned the ice armor rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a full set had formed. This armor. Why does it look familiar? Bai Qi carefully examined it, quickly recognizing that despite its rough appearance, it was identical to the soldier's armor he'd seen in the Legend of the Emperor film he'd watched a few days ago out of boredom. Alpha, can you change the shape of this armor? Crackle crackle. It seems like I can. What about this ice sword? It seems doable. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. He scrambled back into the house, pulling out a pen and paper and began sketching feverishly. Soon, the iconic equipment set of a classic boss from a game called Shanku Mountain in Bai Qi's previous life was fully portrayed on paper. As a future weapons master, Bai Qi's drawing skills were naturally excellent. His representation of the detailed equipment set truly embodied its essence despite some lack of precision. Alpha, try to make the ice armor and ice sword based on this. Bai Qi placed the design before Alpha, who carefully examined it before slowly transforming the armor worn on his body. Because of the added texture, the speed at which Alpha formed the armor was significantly slower than before. Nonetheless, when the last piece, Frost Sorrow, was shaped into the crown piece, Bai Qi was filled with praise. The Angela Beast wasn't formed yet, but the Witch Ghoul King had already been created. Fighting ability aside, just this look alone was enough to scare a bunch of enemies to death. After all, who would have guessed that such a fearsomely stylish set of armor would hide a skeleton beneath it? It seemed that the Beastmaster Association also held some modeling competitions for pets. If Alpha entered the competition with this model, he was guaranteed to sweep the competition. Maintaining such a finely detailed form seemed to take a significant toll on Alpha. It started to crack after just a short time. The ice armor was still at a beginner level. To maintain this high level of precision required a great amount of energy. Alpha, remove the ice armor. Bai Qi gave the order, and Alpha immediately removed the armor. However, he retained the beloved ice sword. Classics were classics, no matter where. Once Alpha had leveled up his skills, Bai Qi was determined to have Alpha wear the full equipment set into battle. After all, every team needs a Witch Ghoul King. Since Alpha couldn't maintain the detailed armor, Bai Qi designed another set for him. Except for a helmet, everything else was kept as simple as possible to ensure movement efficiency. Though Alpha's body had enlarged, his speed advantage was still present. Too heavy of armor could have the opposite effect. Furthermore, as a member of the Undead clan, Alpha's only weak point was the fire of soul in his head. The ice armor was mainly just to annoy the enemy. Imagine an enemy finally breaking through Alpha's armor, only to find nothing inside but bones and to receive frostbite damage. Even better, if an enemy finally managed to break one of Alpha's bones, it would quickly reshape itself, rendering all of their efforts in vain. Wouldn't that be frustrating? Having tested the two new skills, Bai Qi then moved on to testing his basic attacks. Previously, due to Alpha's special nature, he had mainly used guerrilla tactics. But now, with his increased size, Alpha had essentially transformed from an assassin into a swordsman, which Bai Qi naturally wanted to observe carefully. Bai Qi searched all around until he finally set his target on a false mountain rock in the courtyard. Alpha, don't use a skill, attack that false mountain and see. Clatter, clatter. Alpha nodded, his hands gripped the filial piety sword firmly. With a heavy stomp of his feet, his towering body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The false mountain, too, broke apart in response. Bai Qi ran to the front of the false mountain and saw the place where the mountain had split was incredibly smooth, already covered with a thin layer of frost. The power of a regular is not bad either. Ice Shadow Swordsman, indeed powerful. Satisfaction once again appeared on Bai Qi's face. Images of various Ice Clan combinations constantly appeared in his mind as he studied them with Alpha. You first, then, finally. Seeing Bai Qi's excited face, the Husky, still trapped in the ice flower, yawned out of boredom, licked an ice flower, and fell asleep. Foolish humans. Lamentation Tower. The 3 days of testing ended quickly, and the top 20 apprentice Beastmasters were gathered around the base of the Lamentation Tower, watching the constantly flickering runes of the 5th floor and discussing amongst themselves. Wang Lin, 2 stages. Zhang Dafan, 1 stage. Yi Fan, 3 stages. Lu Yuan, 3 stages. Gao Cheng, 4 stages. Although all of them had passed the exam in the first 3 stages, they were all beaten up and out upon encountering the 10 ice ghosts of the 4th stage. After all, hardly anyone could stand up to the blizzard unleashed by 10 ice ghosts working together. So this is the strength of the students in the urban area. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Gao Cheng, who was comforting his fire armor scorpion, his eyes full of seriousness. He specifically came to Gusa City to seize the first piece of the pie in the undead craze hitting Gusa City. The undead legendary son studying in Gusa City was bound to enhance the city's investment in training undead beastmasters. So long as he showed enough strength and talent, he would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups. And this secret realm tower was the best opportunity given to him by the heavens above. But who could think that a secret tower accessible only by apprentice beastmasters would be so perverted? Even after giving it his all, he failed to pass the 4th floor. But luckily, besides Gao Cheng, who had passed the 4th floor, only 2 others were still challenging the 5th floor, all others had been defeated already. With this in mind, he would rank at least 4th in the secret space exam and surely catch the attention of the Beastmaster Association. Whoosh! Just then, a figure appeared from the entrance of the secret tower. Gao Cheng, who had been comforting his fire armor scorpion, went up to meet it. Han Wei, how did it go? The thin young man named Han Wei shook his head and said, although my wind demon wolf is fast enough, the ice ghost guards of the 5th floor cooperated too well, one minor mistake and I lost. Gao Qing slapped Han Wei on the shoulder and said, "It's fine, at least you were narrowly defeated. I was kicked out directly." Han Wei shrugged indifferently and said, "I don't care, after all, I was forced to come by my old man. This grade is acceptable." With that, Han Wei glanced in the direction of the 5th floor and said, "But I guess the 5th floor shouldn't be a problem for Xia Xian. After all, his mechanical Tyrannosaurus is equipped with many group attack weapons." Chapter 33, Killing One Person in 10 Steps. Gao Qing gave a wry smile, saying, "The advantages of the mechanical engineering department are indeed considerable, yet there aren't many like him, right?" Han Wei said, "Normal for the future heir of the Xia's group. He doesn't lack money. He's not like other mechanical beast masters who have to scrape and save. Although the mechanical beast masters upgrade fast, the consumption is indeed equally huge. Typically, an average family can't afford it." Gao Qing nodded, and Bai Qi's figure popped up in his mind. He had not seen him since the trials began. With the abnormal speed of Little Skeleton, I wondered if he could make it into the top 20. The runes on the 5th floor lit up. A startled exclamation drew everyone's attention. The runes at the 5th level, initially flickering, had stabilized, and the runes on the 6th level had begun to flicker. That guy Xia Xian has indeed passed the 5th floor, I wonder if he can pass the 6th floor. Han Wei glanced at the 6th floor of the Lamentation Tower, a flash of fighting spirit in his eyes. Contracted his first beast just a year ago, yet his strength had already surpassed mine. Should I call him a genius, or just say he was overprivileged? Achoo. I think I'm late. As everyone's attention was focused on the Lamentation Tower, Bai Qi finally arrived late, though his condition seemed a bit off. He occasionally sniffed hard, clearly having caught a cold. Gao Qing noticed Bai Qi and immediately ran over to him, saying, "Bai Qi, what's wrong with you?" Bai Qi rubbed his nose and said, "It's nothing, I just got a bit cold these days and caught a slight cold." He had been practicing skills with Alpha over these days. Despite their precautions, he still got it. "You got chilled." Gao Qing looked at the scorching sun overhead, unsurprisingly at a loss for words, saying, "Did you also come to challenge the Lamentation Tower?" Bai Qi nodded and said, "I recall I'm ranked." "Ah, yeah, 19.1 almost missed the chance." To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Qin Jiang had arranged Bai Qi to be ranked later. Other people stopped paying much attention to him after they heard his rank. Even those in the top few ranks hadn't passed, so what could a mere 19th place do? It's pretty good to be in the top 20, but I suggest you get psychologically prepared. Gao Qing pointed to the Lamentation Tower, saying, "Although this secret realm tower is open to us novice beast masters, the difficulty is not low. You'd better be more cautious." Gao Qing patiently explained the conditions of the first 4 levels of the Tower of the Undead to Bai Qi, saying, "That's all I know, I hope it can help you a bit." "Thanks a lot, Brother Gao." Bai Qi asked, "By the way, Brother Gao, what was your reward for the 4th floor?" He had obtained the ice attribute skill for Alpha with just a piece of cold spirit iron. If he could get a few more, he could surely enhance quite a bit more. After all, Gao Cheng's beast was a fire armor scorpion, which didn't match the attribute of the cold spirit iron. He should be able to sell it to him if he negotiated. 3 high-stage soul stones. I passed relatively slowly and didn't get the bonus for being the first one. Gao Qing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of all the people who came here to challenge the tower, he was the oldest, but his performance was not the best. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to say it out loud. Every floor has a first passage bonus. Bai Qi found a new discovery, immediately grabbed Gao Qing, and asked, "Are you sure there's one on every floor?" "Well, that's what the instructor said. But the bonus for the first 3 floors was taken by the Beast Control Army, so only the last few floors remain." Gao Qing nodded, glanced at the flickering runes on the 6th floor, saying, "But assuming there are no surprises, it should all be taken by Xia Xian, right?" Xia Xian. Bai Qi remembered the identity of Xia Xian quickly. The genius freshman of Star Mechanics Academy, a double major student in beast control battle and weapon mastery. He was definitely regarded as a popular figure. However, Bai Qi's attention was not on Xia Xian right now, but on the already lit runes on the 5th floor. Old Qin tricked me. Why didn't he say clearly that every floor has a first passage bonus? It was all right for the first 3 floors since they were not open at that time. But if he knew that every one of the following floors had a first passage bonus, how could he be leisurely staying at home till now? So now, someone had stolen a floor of the tower directly, and he had suffered a big loss. Looking at the increasingly solid light of the 6th floor's runes, Bai Qi immediately lost the mood to wander around. He directly ignored Lu Yuan, who wanted to greet him, and hurriedly rushed into the Lamentation Tower. This guy, he's still rushing about. Lu Yuan, who had been ignored, felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, no one here noticed him, so Lu Yuan pretended as if nothing had happened. Gao Cheng, do you know that guy? Han Wei said, why don't I seem to remember him? Gao Cheng said, he's a student of weapon mastery, met him during a mission once, his strength is pretty good. I see. Upon learning he was a student of weapon mastery, Han Wei lost interest and found a place to sit down nearby. The students of weapon mastery were no different from the traditional breeders of beast control. It was already quite impressive for them to squeeze into the top 20 in the trials. However, to make him pay serious attention, it was still lacking a bit of interest. The Lamentation Tower. As soon as Bai Qi entered the tower, he cruised through the first 3 floors swiftly and directly. Since he had already cleared them, Bai Qi didn't get any rewards when he cleared them again, so he didn't have much expectation for the 4th floor either. With Alpha's full-out effort, he cleared the 4th floor with astonishing speed as well. Looking at Alpha, with not even a scratch on his icy armor, Bai Qi hesitated no more and stepped into the 5th floor. As soon as Alpha made his appearance, 10 ice ghost guards emerged one after another, quickly moving towards Alpha, trying to surround him. Alpha, try that move. Creak, creak. Okay, master. Alpha nodded, held his sword with both hands reversed, and thrust it forcefully into the frosty ground beneath. Ice Age. As Bai Qi let out a somewhat nerdy roar, the ice flowers quickly spread out from the tip of the sword and soon reached the feet of the ice ghost guards. And before the ice ghost guards could react, they spread up their bodies and immediately froze all the ice ghost guards. The ice ghost guards were also of ice attribute and began to struggle after a short delay. The ice layer on their bodies soon showed signs of shattering. However, it was already too late. While controlling the ice ghost guards, Alpha began to move. The frozen ground did not affect Alpha's movements. The speed was even slightly faster, and all ice ghost guards were beheaded within an instant. Kill 1 in 10 steps, without leaving any track after 1,000 miles. That must refer to this situation. Wow, so cool. Chapter 34, The Tower was stolen. Alpha easily took care of the monsters on the 5th floor. Quite excited, he barely bothered to pick up the 5 soul stones that appeared on the ground and quickly dashed back to Bai Qi. Crackle, crackle. Master, how did I perform? Bai Qi laughed, you did quite well. Hurry up and absorb those few soul stones so we can move on to the next floor promptly. After another racial evolution, Alpha's various values had significantly increased, which was within Bai Qi's expectations. However, the immediate priority was to speedily clear the 6th floor to avoid someone else snapping up the premier reward of the 6th floor. The Lamentation Tower had 9 floors in total, and the premier rewards naturally became more elaborate as they went up. Bai Qi didn't want to just hand them over generously. Because of the promotion to the first stage, Alpha absorbed the soul stones quickly, and in no time, all 5 soul stones had been completely absorbed. However, this time it didn't level up, it just made his energy level a bit more full. There was indeed a big difference between the first stage and 0 stage. Seeing that Alpha was ready, Bai Qi hastily took Alpha into the teleportation array to the next floor. The familiar ice field environment was the same, but what appeared was not the 10 ice sword guards that Bai Qi had anticipated. Instead there were 5 each of ice ghost guards, and ice sword guards. The master of this secret realm tower sure knows how to play dash. Confronted with an unpredictable jump in difficulty, Bai Qi wasn't surprised at all, but instead quickly gave Alpha instructions. Alpha, first deal with the ice ghosts, then take down the other enemies together. Pick off the mages and healers first, this is a common understanding in all games. Crackle, crackle. Upon receiving instructions, Alpha heavily stamped his feet and sprang up, instantly appearing in front of an ice ghost, piercing it with a sword. Then, Alpha didn't stop but rather used the body of Ice Ghost to surge towards another side, directly taking down 2 more Ice Ghosts. Because of this, the other wild beasts reacted. The Ice Ghost guard immediately threw out the ice spears in its hand, forcing Alpha to retreat. Likewise, the Ice Sword guard, who also held an ice sword, immediately carried out a surprise attack on Alpha. Alpha, use the electric net. Seeing Alpha about to be encircled, Bai Qi immediately gave new instructions. Alpha forced back 2 ice sword guards with 1 sword and then took 2 metallic spheres from the grooves in his ice armor and hurled them forward. Boom. The metallic spheres exploded mid-air, transformed into 2 large nets and fell towards the ice sword guard. Although the ice sword guard quickly dodged, the falling nets were too quick and still caught a few. Before they could struggle, they were immobilized by the electric current emitted from the ends of the net. Be it ice ghosts, ice ghost guards, or the higher race ice sword guards, all had the attributes of ice and undead. Although they had an outer layer of ice protection, they were still harmed by the strong electric currents. Even though it was not effective, it was enough if it caused a slight hesitation. The instant the ice sword guard and other ferocious beasts were trapped, Alpha timely made the finishing move, leaving only 2 ice ghosts, 3 ice ghost guards, and 1 ice sword guard in the field. Alpha, freely attack and dispose of them as quickly as possible. Crackle, crackle. Understood, Master. Alpha pointed with his sword, took the initiative to attack his enemies. The giant filial piety sword in Alpha's hand seemed to have no difference from bone daggers, easy and effortless to wield. In comparison, ice ghost guards and ice sword guards who also held cold weapons launched much cruder attacks. Except for when using skills which had a small effect on Alpha, their normal attacks were like children brandishing sticks, and were no threat. As expected, the strongest offensive path was the king. Easy peasy dash. The 6th floor of the Lamentation Tower. Xia Xian looked at the 3 ferocious beasts before him, struggling under the barrage from his mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and a confident smile spread across his face. Indeed, the changes on the 6th floor had surprised him, but the mere increase in numbers couldn't affect him much. After all, his mechanical Tyrannosaurus was equipped with a substantial amount of large-scale attack weapons, making it excellently suited for this kind of group battle. Were it not for the low spirit level of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, which prevented it from handling excessively powerful weapons, he could have cleared this floor even faster. But it didn't matter. Thinking of the 20 apprentice beast masters who were competing against him for the ranking this time, Xia Xian felt disdainful. Ordinary citizens striving to compete with him for the ranking. If it wasn't for his father's concern about the bad impression it might create, he would have planned to reserve the whole place. The control over a secret realm tower was much more valuable than any soul stone or cold spirit iron. Finally, under the relentless onslaught of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, the ferocious beasts of the 6th floor were all eliminated. But what appeared before Xia Xian was not cold spirit iron or anything more high-grade, but 10 soul stones. How could this be? Soul stones should be only ordinary rewards. Could someone have cleared this floor before me? The young master of Xia's group, the genius of Star Mechanics Academy, was stolen from in such a small place as Gusu City. Xia Xian frowned, having difficulty understanding the reason. He had been the first to clear the 5th floor, which meant no one had reached this far before him. The only one who might have been able to catch up with him would have been Han Wei. But to think that Han Wei could clear the 6th floor before him, Xia Xian found that hard to believe. Xia Xian wasn't interested in thinking too much about it. Seeing the entrance to the 7th floor appear, he didn't even bother to pick up the 10 soul stones. He stepped right in. The 7th floor. As soon as Bai Qi entered the 7th floor, he felt a chilly wind strike his face. Even though he had put on his thermal clothes early, he couldn't help but shiver. What kind of place is this? Bai Qi tightened his clothes, looking at the gloomy, pitch-black graveyard before him, and found the master of this secret realm tower even more unfathomable. Just now he had been on an ice field, and now it's suddenly a graveyard. It was like he was in some kind of horror movie. Who? No sooner had this thought crossed Bai Qi's mind than low, mournful wails echoed from the graveyard, giving him goosebumps. But despite Bai Qi's lengthy search, he could only hear the wailing swirling around him and couldn't locate its source at all. I made a mistake. I should have brought that stupid dog along. He could have come in handy now. In his haste to leave in the morning, Bai Qi had forgotten to bring his husky. Looking back on it now, it was indeed quite stupid. Bai Qi and Alpha searched together for quite some time, but they couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Bai Qi was gradually losing his patience. If I can't find you, then I'll just go for AoE attack. Creaking creak. Copy that. The fire of soul in Alpha's eyes surged as it once again unleashed the ice epic. In an instant, A surge of ice flowers froze everything within a 10-meter radius. At the same time, a ghost wreathed in blue flames emerged from the ground just before it too was covered in ice. Chapter 35, Ghostly Reflection. Bai Qi took out a monocle from his pocket and put it on to take a look at the fire wraith. Immediately, corresponding information appeared on the lens. Originally, Bai Qi planned to buy a pet beast illustrated handbook first. Who could have imagined that President Qin's secretary would deliver one over directly, saving him some money? However, this design always reminded Bai Qi of an AP creature that received a battle power rating of 5 for humans. Name, Hellfire. Race, Soul Race. Growth level, First Stage, 4 level. Bloodline level, High Grade Elite. Racial skills, Ignition, Candle Soul, Whale. Description, a soul living in the land of death, its flames can cause both physical and mental damage to enemies. The first 6 battles were against the Ice Clan and the Undead Department, but the 7th has switched to a fire attribute Ghost of the Soul Race. That makes perfect sense. With a numb look at the drastically changed attributes of the enemy in front of him, Bai Qi said to Alpha, "Alpha, be careful, physical attacks are useless against this one." Creak, creak. Understood, Master. As a member of the Undead, Alpha naturally understood the peculiarities of the ghost. Without a physical body, in a pure soul form, ordinary physical attacks could only look at them helplessly on the sidelines. However, Alpha was not only capable of physical attacks. Alpha glanced at the Hellfire, which was still hovering outside the freezing area, brandished Frost's arrow aggressively, and rushed forward, freezing everything in its path. The Hellfire clearly had no intention of taking Alpha's attack head-on. It danced around agilely in midair, constantly dodging Alpha's strikes while looking for opportunities to touch Alpha, leaving flame marks all over Alpha's body. Is this the Ignition? Skill name, Ignition. Skill description, touch the enemy to leave a mark. Once the accumulated energy of the mark reaches a certain point, it will ignite the ghost fire and burn the enemy. It turned out to be a delayed skill. Through the soul contract, Bai Qi sent Alpha a series of commands. Alpha's attacking approach suddenly changed completely. It gave up defense entirely to attack the Hellfire with all its might. Alpha's fierce onslaught caused the Hellfire to be somewhat disoriented. Suddenly a piercing wail came from its twisted body. Alpha's fire of soul began to shake violently, and its movement stopped. At the moment Alpha stopped, the ignition marks that Hellfire had left earlier exploded simultaneously. A blue flame engulfed Alpha instantly, gradually forming the image of a candle above its head. Skill name, Candle Soul. Skill description, use one's own soul as fuel to burn the enemy. The candle will not extinguish until one side exhausts its soul. My goodness, is it planning a mutual destruction? It's just showing confidence in its advantages as a soul race. Bai Qi's mouth twitched, his heart filled with complaints about Hellfire's perverted skill, but he had no intention of ordering Alpha to resist. He just let the fire of Candle Soul slowly burn Alpha until there was not even a trace left. Though affected by the Candle Soul, the Hellfire shrank significantly, but it seemed unaffected. It floated to where Alpha had disappeared, looking confused. The Candle Soul might deplete its soul, but as long as it defeated its enemy, it could receive some feedback. However, it currently received nothing, leaving the Hellfire very puzzled. Creak, creak. Witness my Shadow Lotus skill. Just as Hellfire was confused, the ice surface where Alpha had disappeared suddenly shattered. Several icy blue bone spurs emerged from the ground, enclosing the Hellfire like a blooming flower. The Hellfire attempted to escape upon witnessing this, but each of these bone spurs was wrapped in a thick layer of ice. Dark energies flowed within them, ignoring the flames surrounding the Hellfire and piercing into its body. Ow! With a sharp cry, the body of the Hellfire suddenly exploded. Only when it was reduced to a small ball of flame was it frozen by Alpha. Crack, crack. Master, should we try this way? Alpha quickly returned to its normal state, cautiously dragging the core of the Hellfire over. Can the soul race be looted too? Looking at the small ball, that seemed to extinguish at any moment inside the chunk of ice, Bai Qi felt a wave of doubt. Still, he pressed his palm against it. Crack. Suddenly, several more cracks emerged on the evolution egg, the progress increased once again. The soul race can indeed be looted. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron Egg 68%. Condition, activated. The previous battles against the Ice Ghost Guard and the Ice Swords Guard each added 5%. Now, the Hellfire added another 10%, and the evolution egg had been promoted by more than half. According to the current trend, the next upgrade was just around the corner. Bai Qi released his hand. Alpha then forcefully crushed the core of the Hellfire. A withered branch appeared on the empty space in front of them. Name: Soul-nurturing wood. Description: a branch from a special plant. It can enhance the spirit power of the soul race creatures and other creatures. However, it causes irreversible damage to creatures with life. Use with caution. The first through reward for the 6th floor was cold spirit iron. He had thought the 7th floor might have some fire attribute materials, but he didn't expect it to be a material for the soul race. After seeing the description, Bai Qi immediately planned to monopolize it. But after seeing the additional information in the Pet Beast Illustrated Handbook, he had to give up. To enhance the soul by damaging the body, this thing was not meant for humans. Only lifeless undead could withstand it. However, this is good for Alpha. Whether it's the skeletal type or the soul race, the soul is vital. Bai Qi put away the soul-nurturing wood, let Alpha rest for a while, and then continued to the next floor. Having consecutively obtained the first through rewards for the 6th and 7th floors, Bai Qi set his mind at ease since Xia Xian should not be able to overtake him abruptly. Here I come, 8th floor. Below the Lamentation Tower. The gate opened with a huge noise. Xia Xian and his mechanical Tyrannosaurus appeared at the bottom of the tower. Traces of scorching could still be seen on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The ferocious beast on the 7th floor suddenly became a fire attribute undead. Xia Xian had a hard time dealing with it because he had specially modified the mechanical Tyrannosaurus according to Ice Clan enemies. The firepower of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus was indeed strong, but it had a disadvantage when dealing with the soulless undead. Xia Xian. Why are you coming down? Who's the one challenging the 8th floor? On seeing Xia Xian's appearance, Han Wei looked at the 8th floor rune, still flashing, with some doubt. I don't know. Hearing Han Wei's question, Xia Xian coldly snorted and walked to one side without saying another word. Could it be him? Gao Cheng and Han Wei exchanged a glance, the figure of Bai Qi emerging in their minds at the same time. Impossible. That guy only has a skeleton soldier, how could he reach the 8th floor? Lu Yuan, who always maintained a cold attitude waiting for someone to strike up a conversation, finally couldn't resist commenting when he heard their conversation. This response left Gao Cheng rather baffled. Skeleton soldier. Didn't Bai Qi's pet beast become a shadow bone spike? Chapter 36, The Ancients Really Knew How to Have Fun. 8th floor of the Lamentation Tower. Clang, clang, clang. 2 long swords, one red and one blue, kept clashing, sparking off flashes of fire and frost. The stray waves of power from their duel resulted in Bai Qi running around for cover, an unwilling participant in the mayhem. The beast of the 8th floor was an evolved form of Hellfire, a Hellfire Sword Demon. Name: Hellfire Sword Demon. Race: Soul Race. Evolution level: First stage, 4 level. Bloodline level: Low level Lord. Racial skills: Soul Burning Sword, Ignition, Intimidation. Introduction: a ghost controlling fire, condensed its body around a long sword. Its greatest strength came from its greatest weakness. Although it was still at the first stage, the Hellfire Sword Demon's race level had stepped up a tier, becoming a Lord-level monster. Lord, as the name suggests, had the qualifications to command elites and the servant level of the same race beasts. The most striking evidence was the compulsory skill Intimidation. It was precisely because of this skill, Alpha, for the first time, couldn't utilize its advantage in speed and could only opt for a head-on collision with the Hellfire Sword Demon. Fortunately, Alpha's strength wasn't lacking either. In fact, it exceeded Bai Qi's expectations. It wasn't at a disadvantage for the time being. It was just that the currents of their duel were strong and turbulent. If Bai Qi hadn't run fast, he might already have been involved in the crossfire. Bai Qi glanced at the surroundings, which were as fiery as a volcano mouth, then at Alpha, whose ice armor showed signs of melting. He knew that this couldn't go on, so he gave Alpha a new instruction. Alpha, one all-out attack. Crackle, crackle. Understood. Alpha received the instruction. It abandoned defense and gathered all its energy into the ice sword. Then, with a flash, it struck a heavy blow on the Hellfire Sword Demon. This blow carried all of Alpha's strength. Its speed and momentum were incredibly fast, but gave away room for attack. The Hellfire Sword Demon seized the opportunity. It sidestepped and stabbed out with its sword. Alpha's ice armor cracked, revealing a layer of blue bones beneath. With a jingle sound, Alpha's bones, now stronger than steel, resisted the Hellfire Sword Demon's attack without any damage. The Sword Demon, who had also lost its defense, was cut in half by Alpha. The transparent body rapidly retreated towards the fire sword as if it were liquid. The Sword Demon's main body was the large sword condensed with fire essence. As long as it returned to the large sword, it could regenerate itself quickly in this environment. Just in the instant when the soul of the Sword Demon returned to the fire sword, Alpha grabbed the sword hilt. A strong electric current released from its gloves and enveloped the fire sword. Ah! With a scream, the Hellfire Sword Demon lost its combat power temporarily. Alpha immediately carried the Hellfire Sword Demon to Bai Qi. Bai Qi grabbed the fire sword, and the bar of the evolution egg instantly surged by 20%, reaching 88%. The Lord indeed gave a lot more than the elite, even if it was a low-level Lord. Looking at the beast control space, Bai Qi saw the black giant egg that had already cracked open. He nodded in satisfaction. He originally thought it would take a lot of effort to evolve again, but now it seemed that it should be no problem. I wonder how much progress the beast of the next level could provide. It would be comfortable if it is also 20%. Bai Qi handed the fire sword back to Alpha. Looking at Alpha holding an ice sword in one hand and a fire sword in the other hand, he suddenly had another idea. Pity that the fire sword was the Hellfire Sword Demon's main body, it couldn't be kept. Otherwise, it could have stayed for Alpha to use it as a standby weapon. Then, Alpha would have Frost Sorrow in one hand and Fire Joy in the other. A double swords berserker, YYDS. The effects of the strong electrical current didn't last long, and the Hellfire Sword Demon quickly showed signs of recovery, with the surrounding fire gradually converging towards the fire sword under its attraction. Crack crack. Alpha, I don't like it this hot. Alpha transmitted a strong feeling of dislike and swung the filial piety sword, slicing the fire sword into two. The teleportation circle slowly appeared, and a noticeably superior piece of soul nurturing wood appeared in front of Bai Qi. Finally, the last challenge. Bai Qi let out a deep breath, suppressing his excitement as he lumped the soul nurturing wood and the cold spirit iron he obtained from the 6th level into Alpha's hands. After that, Bai Qi used the evolution egg again. Alpha had climbed from the 1st level all the way up to the 8th, consuming a significant amount of energy. The evolution egg could help Alpha recover from injuries and restore energy. This was essentially using Bai Qi's physical and spiritual energy to replenish Alpha's magic. Once the black iron egg was formed, Bai Qi moved to one side and began to meditate. This was something Bai Qi learned over the past few days. After using the evolution egg and then meditating, the efficiency of increasing his spiritual power would improve significantly. Anyway, he had nothing to do for this hour, so he might as well. If this were the outside world, he might not be in the mood to meditate. An hour passed quickly, and Bai Qi and Alpha awoke together and entered the teleportation circle. After everything spun around, Bai Qi arrived at the 9th level. There was no ice field, no graveyard, no volcano spewing magma. Only a black door, somewhat familiar in its design. In front of the door, a red key was suspended silently in midair. The 9th level was just like this. Where was the legendary boss? Where was the first clear reward? What about the inheritance rights of the Secret Realm Tower? I am going to report this. The Heartless Game Master is withholding benefits for the players. Bai Qi instantly turned into a complainer, cursing at the Secret Realm. After a round of complaining, Bai Qi eventually cooled down, walked over to the key, and tried to grasp it. Immediately, a flood of information rushed into Bai Qi's mind, and at the same time, a red fruit fell from the sky and landed in front of him. But the current Bai Qi had no mood to care about this fruit. All his attention was immersed in the information brought by the key. This owner of the Lamentation Tower, he really knows how to have fun. Below the Lamentation Tower, Gao Qing was pacing anxiously at the entrance, while Lu Yuan was looking conflicted, staring unblinkingly at the entrance of the Secret Realm Tower. He didn't particularly care about Bai Qi, he just needed to confirm how strong Bai Qi had become. A beast master who had just contracted a skeleton soldier a month ago could now climb to the 9th level. Even if that skeleton soldier had mutated, this was way too exaggerated. Finally, after waiting for what seemed like forever, the runes of the 9th level solidified completely, and Bai Qi's figure appeared at the entrance of the Secret Realm Tower. Following behind him was Alpha, who was completely enveloped in ice armor. This guy's beast, is it really not a shadow bone spike, skeleton soldier? Chapter 37, No Loss in This Wave. Ah. Why are you all looking at me? Becoming the sudden focus of attention, Bai Qi felt a bit dumbstruck. Gao Cheng, who was relatively familiar with Bai Qi, rushed to Bai Qi's side, pointed at the fully lit Lamentation Tower and asked hesitantly, Bai Qi, did you defeat the ferocious beast of the 9th level? Probably, I guess so. Bai Qi wasn't sure how to answer Gao Cheng's question. If possessing the key counted, then he should have indeed defeated it. With Bai Qi's confirmation, everyone present gasped in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, they chose to believe. After all, the 20 people who were qualified to challenge the Lamentation Tower were all here, and everyone else had failed before Bai Qi showed up. Other than Bai Qi, there was no one else. Are you really Bai Qi? Is this your pet beast? Gao Cheng was somewhat speechless, while Lu Yuan still had a skeptical attitude. He couldn't connect the ice-armored swordsman behind Bai Qi with the skeleton soldier from before, no matter how he tried. Could mechanical modifications also change the attribute? Bai Qi glanced at the bewildered Lu Yuan, nodded puzzledly and said, what else could it be? Didn't we meet during practice? Was it injured? New Jersey 2-inch. Lu Yuan was at a loss for words, not knowing where to start, while Gao Cheng found it hard to watch and said, can't blame him, who would expect your pet beast to have undergone such a drastic change in appearance? But, I remember your pet beast to be the shadow bone spike. How did it transform into this? Bai Qi scratched his head and said, oh, you mean this? Alpha obtained a piece of cold spirit iron after challenging the Lamentation Tower, and for some reason it evolved again. With Alpha's rapid transformation, Bai Qi was too lazy to explain and attributed everything to the Lamentation Tower. I see, no wonder you stayed atop for so long. Gao Cheng had an epiphany, but after seeing Alpha's drastically altered appearance and aura, he couldn't help but feel envious. If Lu Yuan wasn't mistaken, then Bai Qi's pet beast had undergone racial evolution twice within a month or so. And it looked like the strength was considerable. Was he really a student of the mechanical engineering department and not a descendant of a great beast trainer? All right, let's disperse. Those who want to continue the challenge can continue, those who are not interested can leave first. President Qin had informed the instructor about Bai Qi's identity beforehand. Seeing Bai Qi being surrounded, the instructor timely stepped forward to help Bai Qi wrap up. Bai Qi, you are the first person to pass all 9 levels. I need to take you to President Qin right away. Come with me. Bai Qi nodded his head. Even if the instructor hadn't mentioned it, there were things Bai Qi wanted to confirm with President Qin. Besides, he was genuinely scared of the fervently hot gazes of these people. Hold on. Xia Xian, who had been alone, suddenly stood in front of Bai Qi, scrutinizing him with a probing look. What's up? Although Bai Qi and Xia Xian were students of the Star Mechanics Academy, they were not familiar with each other. After all, to Xia Xian, Bai Qi, who had not awakened his talent, was unworthy of his notice. And Bai Qi, likewise, had no interest in brown-nosing Xia Xian. In response to Bai Qi's comment, Xia Xian instinctively felt annoyed, his face turned cold, and he said, I heard you made a pact just a month ago, and now you can pass this secret realm tower. I find it hard to believe. Whether you believe it or not doesn't seem to matter, does it? Bai Qi pointed at the Lamentation Tower behind him, looking puzzled, and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You can continue the challenge. No, I intend to verify your true strength personally. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Looking at Xia Xian's eager face, Bai Qi was even more baffled. Did he offend him? Are the hearts of the rich so fragile? Bai Qi turned his seeking help gaze towards the instructor, who, to his surprise, was quite interested. The instructor stepped forward saying, since you both want to challenge, I can act as the referee. Brother, didn't you just say you were going to see President Qin right away? How did that change? Everyone disperse. Seeing the instructor agree to the duel, the ever-enthusiastic Han Wei immediately began to organize the people around him to make room for the two to fight. The instructor also stepped aside, signaling the two to get ready. How could a fight suddenly start? Bai Qi let out a helpless sigh, having no choice but to accept Xia Xian's challenge. I agree, but I want to increase the stakes. I bet the first through reward of your 5th level. Bai Qi had always been unhappy about not receiving the 5th level's reward. Now that Xiaoxian had brought it up, Bai Qi naturally couldn't let the opportunity slip by. I don't care. You can have it if you want as long as you agree to fight me. Nonchalantly, Xiaoxian took out 3 pieces of cold spirit iron and handed them to the instructor. Bai Qi also took out an equal amount of cold spirit iron for the bet. All right, let it be a swift and decisive battle. Ahem, in principle, gambling is not allowed in a duel, but today is a special case, so we will make an exception. The instructor took the cold spirit iron. Seeing that both of them had summoned their pet beasts, he waved his hand to signal the start of the match. Let the competition begin. As soon as the instructor's words fell, Alpha turned into a blurring shadow and disappeared. When it reappeared, it already stood atop of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's head, its broad filial piety sword pressing against the beast's skull. It could penetrate the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's skull at any time if Alpha desired. While the mechanical beast control didn't have the same organ structure as traditional beast control, vulnerable parts still existed, namely, the intelligent computer that housed the soul of the mechanical beast control. Although Bai Qi had never contracted a mechanical beast, as a student of the mechanical engineering department, he instantly identified the location of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's brain. Such a close distance, even if the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's firepower was strong, it would be too late to employ. This speed, how is this possible? Seeing Alpha swiftly overpower his mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, Xiaoxian clearly found it hard to accept. On the other hand, Lu Yuan and Gao Cheng, who had trained with Bai Qi and completed tasks together, were somewhat indifferent. Seeing the astonished expressions around them, Lu Yuan and Gao Cheng both felt a bit of disdain rising in their hearts. It is all about running a bit faster, it's not a big deal. These people haven't seen much. This speed, can my Wind Demon Wolf catch up? Han Wei's Wind Demon Wolf was also known for its speed. Compared to others, he felt the pressure more directly, but couldn't help feeling anxious. However, seeing the frustration and disbelief in Xiaoxian's eyes, Han Wei's mood suddenly improved. Being able to see the young master of the Xia family suffer a loss, this was indeed a huge gain. Chapter 38, Officially Joining. I was instantly killed. Seeing Alpha hit the vital spot of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus in an instant, a trace of disbelief flashed in Xiaoxian's eyes. But thinking of the special metal used on the head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, his confidence promptly inflated again. So what if you found the brain? You think you can break through it? Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, lock onto him. Roar. Responding to the command, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus went on a mechanical rampage. All kinds of guns suddenly appeared, pinpointing Alpha, who was on its head. Even with Alpha's speed, it couldn't escape from the firing range of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus at such close quarters. Who said I wanted to attack its head? Am I that bored? Bai Qi glanced at Xiaoxian oddly, waved his hand, and Alpha struck with his sword. However, the target was not the head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, but the neck hidden beneath countless cannons. LT.TL. The filial piety sword easily tore open the metal shell and conveniently severed the wires inside. Electricity stuttered out, and the Tyrannosaur's body started to twitch erratically. Is that about everything? Bai Qi looked to the instructor standing off to one side, but the instructor didn't seem ready to end things just yet, and remained silent. On the other side, Xiaoxian was still hastily issuing new commands to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. How troublesome. Bai Qi was somewhat speechless at the sight, and Alpha, picking up on Bai Qi's thoughts, accurately sabotaged a few more key points on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Boom. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus, shaped after the bulky Tyrannosaurus, could no longer support its immense body and crashed to the ground. Its myriad cannons were frozen over by a layer of frost, and were temporarily silenced. I admit defeat. At this point, Xiaoxian had no dignity left to persist and quickly admitted defeat, intending to leave without hesitation. Hold up. At that moment, Bai Qi suddenly called out to Xiaoxian. In the curious eyes of the onlookers around, he slowly walked towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. With complete solemnity, he touched his right hand to the Tyrannosaur's head. Was he planning to give Xiaoxian some advice? Indeed, it made sense. As an engineering and martial arts student who managed to pinpoint the Tyrannosaurus's weak point, it was normal for Bai Qi to have some ideas. Xiaoxian seemed to have the same thoughts as well. He looked slightly reluctant and was about to throw out some platitudes but noticed a strange expression on Bai Qi's face. Was that contempt? It's fine now. You can go. Bai Qi scrunched his face in distaste, ignoring Xia Xian altogether. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron Egg 98%. Condition, activated. It only increased by 10%. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus is indeed only at the elite level. The final 2% is going to be a tough one. Should I challenge the rest and take advantage by growing my beast? That seems feasible. Subjected to Bai Qi's dangerous gaze, everyone involuntarily shuddered, unconsciously stepping back. All right, now that the fight is over, Bai Qi, come with me. President Qin should be getting anxious. Now you mention President Qin's impatience, what were you doing before? Bai Qi pulled a disgusted face, but obediently recalled Alpha to the beast control space, mounting the instructor's Arctic Ice Wolf. Hold tight. Before Bai Qi could properly sit, the instructor tapped the Arctic Ice Wolf, and in an instant, the two men and a wolf turned into a streak of light that disappeared from the spot. And Xia Xian was left standing there, mouth agape. Bai Qi's final look of contempt echoed in his mind. My meticulously designed work was rejected by a commoner. Senior Gao, are you familiar with Bai Qi? I want him to help modify my pet beast. The speaker was Lu Yuan, who was increasingly undecided. We're not very close, and I also want to. Beastmaster Association. Bai Qi's face was pale. The moment the Arctic Ice Wolf stopped, he jumped down and began to vomit in a corner. Seeing this, the instructor couldn't help but tease, young man, you need to exercise more. With such a constitution, it's very dangerous to go out in the wild in the future. On hearing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wiped his mouth and didn't bother to rebut. Riding a wolf and drifting, do you think you're delivering tofu? All right, President Qin is waiting for you upstairs, I won't go up. I have to keep an eye on the Lamentation Tower. The instructor patted Bai Qi on the shoulder and then quickly drove away on the Arctic Ice Wolf, causing a commotion on the road as he went. Bai Qi entered the association and went straight to President Qin's office. Inside, he found another person. You finished your challenge, Bai Qi. Perfect, let me introduce you. This is Luo Xiang, the examiner sent by the association headquarters. Hello. Bai Qi greeted Luo Xiang first, but Luo Xiang didn't seem to like the courtesy, waved his hand and said, no need for that, let's start the test. With that, Luo Xiang threw a Rubik's Cube to Bai Qi. Solve this Rubik's Cube, and you'll have passed the exam. Just like that. Just like that. Bai Qi skeptically looked at President Qin and only started to study the Rubik's Cube when President Qin nodded. This was an ordinary 3-level Rubik's Cube, but instead of each side being a solid color, there were messy runes all over. Obviously, it was deliberately scrambled. But Bai Qi didn't care. Compared to the bizarre codes he faced daily at his mechanical martial school, these runes were decidedly simple. After a dizzying round of operations, Bai Qi quickly solved the Rubik's Cube and returned it to Luo Xiang. Ignoring the limitations of the runes on the cube, you indeed possess that special talent. Luo Xiang glanced at the Rubik's Cube, satisfiedly nodded his head, and extended his hand, saying, congratulations on joining the Beastmaster Association Special Talent Training Program. Thank you. Although he found it rushed, Bai Qi was quite delighted. He shook Luo Xiang's hand firmly. Haha, not bad, not bad, Argusa City is about to have another talent. President Qin laughed loudly. Spend some time training at the Beastmaster Association, strive to pass the 9th level as soon as possible. We can't let other cities' Beastmasters have advantage over us. Lao Qin, you are stingy, Bai Qi's level is too low. His top priority is to learn about rune knowledge with me. As soon as he graduates and can decipher a few secret realm towers. No, Bai Qi is still an apprentice Beastmaster. His foundation is not steady, mastering the basics first. No need to hurry on that. Which talent plan member actually mastered basics responsibly? No. Both were busy arguing, completely ignoring Bai Qi. Well, I've already passed the 9th level. Wait a minute. Let the two of us. Wait, what did you just say? I passed. Chapter 39, Not only the golden finger can make nested dolls. President Qin walked up to Bai Qi, and earnestly asked, Bai Qi, could you repeat that? Reluctantly, Bai Qi sighed, took out the key and the fruit he had obtained after clearing the tower, and said, I cleared the tower, and this key was acquired on the 9th floor. Bai Qi briefly informed Qin Jiang and Luo Xiang of his encounter on the 9th floor, which caused their expressions to change instantly. Combination type Secret Realm Tower. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise and delight on the other's face. Bai Qi, you've made a significant contribution this time. As soon as I go back, I'll apply for your reward. Luo Xiang suddenly found this newcomer who had just joined the plan to be remarkably pleasing to the eye. He patted Bai Qi's shoulder vigorously and said, how about it, are you interested in going with me to the headquarters for further development? Get lost. Bai Qi is a member of our Gusa City branch. You better stop scheming. President Qin shielded Bai Qi behind him warily, saying, let me warn you, don't teach Bai Qi your bad habits. Luo Xiang shrugged indifferently and stopped talking, but his gaze on Bai Qi remained somewhat strange. So, what is a combination type Secret Realm Tower? Bai Qi couldn't help but ask his own question. He had heard of trial and combat type Secret Realm Towers, but this was his first time hearing of a combination type. Bai Qi, you should know that the Secret Realm Towers are transformed from legendary Beastmaster's beast control spaces, right? Bai Qi nodded. This was common knowledge, and so he naturally understood. Do you know that some Beastmasters can incorporate other people's Secret Realm Towers into their own? Luo Xiang grinned mysteriously, leaving Bai Qi somewhat bewildered. One can do that. Aren't the Secret Realm Towers unique? Ahem. This is an exceptional case, and saying that it's 1 in 10,000 is still being conservative, so Bai Qi, don't be surprised. Qin Jiang timely explained, but a combination type Secret Realm Tower is indeed very rare. The more it is combined, the higher the value. Moreover, only after clearing the levels can you know if there are other towers thereafter. So for now, I also cannot assess the value of this tower. Maybe, whoever clears the next tower will directly acquire the inheritance rights of all the Secret Realm Towers. Upon hearing Qin Jiang's description, Bai Qi understood immediately. After clearing one level, you enter the next. It's like a set of nesting dolls, just like his evolution egg. Bai Qi, have you told anyone else about this? Bai Qi shook his head and said, after coming out, I was immediately brought here by the instructor. Well, no, I also had a battle with someone in between. Other than that, nothing. All right, that's good. Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly thought of something and asked, didn't you just reach level 9 of the 0 stage? How did you clear it? I'm curious as well. As far as I know, the 4th floor is 10 ice ghosts. The challenge of the Secret Realm Tower is quite high. Luo Xiang was also quite curious, saying, I heard that your pet was a mutant species of shadow bone spike. Although it is decent, it should still be quite challenging to clear the levels. Because my pet evolved again. Bai Qi summoned Alpha again. The sight of the Ice Shadow Swordsman even surprised Qin Jiang and Luo Xiang. The two looked at each other, mutual astonishment on their faces. In this day and age, is racial evolution so easy? Let's continue our discussion about the combination type Secret Realm Tower. President Qin forcibly changed the subject and returned the red key to Bai Qi, asking, have you tried to open that door? Bai Qi nodded and said, I tried, but it was no use. That door can only be opened by a 2nd stage Beastmaster. My level isn't high enough. So it was true. After reflecting for a moment, President Qin looked towards Luo Xiang and said, Luo Xiang, go back to the headquarters and check the information on the Lamentation Tower. It's not often in history to see someone transforming a combination type Secret Realm into a trial tower. Luo Xiang nodded and said, that's no problem, but aren't you afraid of those guys in the headquarters hatching some schemes? A smile surfaced on President Qin's face as he said, let them scheme. As long as the headquarters demand it, I can even give them the control of the Lamentation Tower, but the key to enter the next tower is Bai Qi's private property, and I can't make decisions regarding that. It seems this key is rather valuable, huh? A scarce commodity. Upon understanding the meaning behind President Qin's words, Bai Qi carefully put away the key. Then, shaking the red fruit in his hand, he asked, what about this fruit? Is it also expensive? His Pokédex was only at an internship level and didn't have much information, so he didn't find any relevant information. But considering it was a first clearance reward from the 9th level, he figured it would be of high value. Sunflame fruit, a Beastmaster who eats it can improve their physique, but it's only useful for apprentice Beastmasters, not too valuable. However, it's nearly extinct outside, so if you sell it, you should be able to get a good price. Luo Xiang, with his extensive knowledge and experience, recognized the origin of the fruit just by looking at it a few times. Can improve physique? Then it absolutely can't be sold. The evolution egg has a great demand on physical strength. Although Bai Qi's physical condition had improved under its torment recently, it was still somewhat inadequate. Now that he has something that can improve his physique, Bai Qi was reluctant to sell it. President Qin asked Bai Qi for some information on the monsters in the different levels of the Lamentation Tower, saying, "Since you've already cleared the Lamentation Tower, you should focus on improving your strength. By my calculations, you should be able to make it for the professional assessment at the end of the month." Due to the Lamentation Tower, the Gusu City Beastmaster Association had deliberately postponed the professional assessment initially scheduled in mid-June. The intention was naturally to allow the Gusu City Beastmasters to concentrate on climbing the tower. However, it seems to be irrelevant now. Alright, I am also planning to focus on training Alpha. Alpha's evolution was rapid, and the proficiency for several skills he had learned was quite low. While his current strength was commendable, the world was vast and there would certainly be people who could contract stronger beasts. At that time, skill proficiency would be key. He wondered whether the evolution egg at the next level had the ability to enhance proficiency. After bidding farewell to President Qin and Luo Xiang, Bai Qi hurriedly returned home. The $20 million had already been credited to his account, but the discount that President Qin mentioned hadn't arrived yet, so Bai Qi resisted the urge to shop and concentrated solely on training Alpha. But now, having already cleared the Lamentation Tower and unable to explore the next tower for the time being, the pressing matter was to rapidly improve his and Alpha's level. As for how to do it, now that he had money, it was obviously straightforward. Buy. Chapter 40, There are always crafty people who want to harm the dog. Bai Qi rushed home, glanced at the Husky comfortably cooling itself on top of an ice block, and then went to his bedroom to start a shopping spree. It had to be said that the benefits of this special talent nurturing program were really good. The items sold on the association's website were already affordable, and now they were offering a 30% discount. Let's see, God's water is 14,000 federal coins after the discount. Is selling it by the box cheaper? Let's go with 10 boxes for now. Angel fruit, I haven't seen this before. Its effects are even stronger than God's water. Each one sells for 500,000, a bit expensive, but I'll buy a few to prepare for Alpha's racial evolution. Bai Qi didn't hesitate to buy a large number of supplements and some mechanical materials before exiting the website. Phew, I spent $10 million just like that. Half of his 20 million federal coins was spent in no time. Bai Qi was quite impressed by his own shopping capabilities. But, man, it felt good to splurge. Bai Qi glanced at his remaining robust balance, resisting the urge to continue shopping, and closed the web page. Although the money came easy, there were many more expenses in the future. Better to spend sparingly. After all, the cost of learning mechanical martial arts was not small. Next, Bai Qi took out the sun flame fruit and examined it carefully. The whole sun flame fruit was red, clear and lustrous, as if a flame was burning within it. Wonder what it tastes like. The fruit was not big. Bai Qi swallowed the whole sun flame fruit in one gulp. Oh, a mixture of sour and sweet, much tastier than a tomato. Bai Qi savored the flavor, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Afterwards, he felt a warm current flowed through his body, completely dispelling his fatigue. Other than that, there were no other changes. Could it have expired from waiting too long? With doubt in his mind, Bai Qi summoned Alpha to use the evolution egg once more. His physical stamina and spirit power were quickly depleted, but without the previous weakness, he only felt slightly dizzy. Not bad, barely passable. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, drank a bottle of the nutrient solution to replenish his energy, then headed towards his workshop. Previously, due to budget constraints, the equipment Alpha used for training was only a piece of junk that had been discarded. Now that Bai Qi had money, it was natural to redesign a piece for Alpha. Alpha's rate of evolution was too fast, and its skill proficiency always couldn't keep up. The association's training grounds were not open 24/7, so Bai Qi could only design a set by himself. Ding dong. The doorbell rang just as Bai Qi was halfway through his blueprint. Is it delivered already? He ordered only a little more than half an hour ago, and they already delivered it. This speed of delivery deserved a 5-star review. Bai Qi opened the door and was greeted with the sight of a massive griffin. "Hello, Shuntong Express at your service, here is your delivery." Name, Gale Wing. Nature, Flying System. Bloodline level, Low-level Lord. Racial skills, Storm Assault, Intimidation, Crazy Claw Strike. Introduction, Griffin that rides the wild winds and soars in the sky, extremely fast in flight. Using a low-level Lord to deliver packages, are all courier companies operating at this level now? Bai Qi looked at the griffin behind the delivery guy and couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment in his mind. The delivery guy seemed to understand Bai Qi's thoughts and explained, "I'm just joking, the association wouldn't trust the internal products to be transported by other courier companies, we have our own channels." "I see, that makes sense. However, it seems a waste to just let this lord creature that was delivered to the door fly away." LVU unloaded the god's water and angel fruit from the Gale Wing's back, all preserved in a refrigerated box. Bai Qi saw the opportunity, went to help, and touched the Gale Wing. Roar. The Gale Wing clearly didn't like being touched by a stranger and couldn't help but let out a low roar. "Sorry, my Gale Wing is a bit shy. I can handle this." LVU quickly apologized to Bai Qi, unloaded all the goods, and said, "Here are your god's water and angel fruit. The rest of the mechanical materials will be sent over by a dedicated vehicle in a while, make sure to accept the delivery." "All right, thank you for your hard work." Bai Qi nodded, watched as LVU disappeared into the horizon, and carried all the items back into the house. Afterward, he began to check the condition of the evolution egg. Name, Evolution Egg, Black Iron Egg, 99% complete. Condition, activated. In the beast control space, the last intact shell of the evolution egg also broke open. From the cracks, one could faintly see the bronze light seeping out. However, the progress of the evolution egg was stuck at 99%. Based on past experiences, a low-level lord should be able to provide a progress of 20%, why was it only 1%? Would it be stuck for several years like before? Do I need to go find a mutant species to evolve the egg again? Thinking of the previous method to activate the golden finger, Bai Qi suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although he encountered 2 mutant species within a short month, normally, mutant species were not something you could just come across. At least, among the people Bai Qi knew, it seemed that only he possessed a mutant species. If only he knew, he wouldn't have evolved the Husky so early. Bai Qi withdrew his consciousness from the beast control space, looked at the contented Husky and decided not to worry about these problems for now. As for the issue with the mutant species, he could ask President Qin if there was a solution when the time came. If all else fails, he could find an excuse to activate the contract on President Qin's beast, that might work too. The most pressing matter was to quickly complete the training facilities for Alpha, then become a second-stage beast master as soon as possible, and contract the Husky. Bai Qi was pretty sure his second beast would be the Husky, so he occasionally increased the Husky's attributes when Alpha was absorbing the residual energy from the black iron egg. Mutant species were rare, and Bai Qi wasn't going to let the Husky go that easily. Moreover, this dummy's mutation was probably related to its sensory abilities. Having a radar pet that could even sense the appearance of the Secret Realm Tower, Bai Qi felt confident wherever he went. As for weak combat capabilities, dash. Could it be weaker than Alpha when it first contracted? That said, it's about time to put the Husky's enhancement plan on the agenda. A fusion product of energy mechanics and flesh and blood creatures, this dummy had much more operability than Alpha. Oh. Recently, I've been feeling like there are villains who want to harm dogs. The Husky, which had been sleeping in the pile of ice, suddenly woke up and looked around suspiciously. After making sure there were no dangers, it laid back down, completely unaware that someone had set their sights on it. Chapter 41, Transformation equals Evolution. Ziz. Inside Bai Qi's home workshop, he held an electric soldering iron, tinkering with something. The Husky was quietly squatting beside him, watching his operations. Number 2 screwdriver. After putting down the electric soldering iron, Bai Qi ordered the Husky, who obediently lifted its right leg. A screwdriver extended from inside its mechanical prosthetic limb and quickly spun, aimed at a screw. Phew, it's finally done. After removing his goggles, Bai Qi looked at the formidable new steel training dummy in front of him and nodded satisfactorily. The previous steel training dummy had been dismantled by the Husky beyond repair. Bai Qi didn't bother to fix it. Furthermore, Ever since Alpha evolved into the Ice Shadow Swordsman, the previous steel training dummy could hardly inflict any harm anymore, and the efficiency of training had naturally declined. But the one now was different. It used higher-level materials in the power system, and even Alpha's attack mode was upgraded. Bai Qi took out a remote control and made the steel training dummy 1.0 version move to the yard, facing Alpha, who was training on the speed of his ice armor condensation. He said, "Alpha, come and try." Alpha halted his training and looked at the shiny metal cylinder in front of him, puzzled. Clatter clatter. "Master, is this a new training equipment?" Bai Qi nodded and said, "That's right, just like before." Alpha nodded, walked in front of the steel training dummy, and readied himself, and Bai Qi pressed the first button. Rumble. Tens of steel rods extended out from the steel training dummy and started spinning rapidly like propellers. Alpha tried to resist forcefully as before, but he didn't last long before cracks appeared on his ice-blue skeleton, but they quickly healed. "Alpha, try it with the ice sword." Seeing that Alpha was slowly adapting to the rhythm of the steel training dummy, Bai Qi immediately pressed the second button. Tens of differently shaped blades drilled out from the steel rods, which either protruded or rotated, initiating an attack on Alpha. Before Alpha could condense his ice sword, his arm was broken by a rapidly rotating wolf's tooth stick. Steel training dummy, unmatched mode. Clatter clatter. "Master, I wasn't ready yet." Alpha reattached his severed arm and said to Bai Qi. Ever since he evolved into the Ice Shadow Swordsman, Alpha's emotions had grown richer, and now, he even started to experience feelings of grievance. "You'll have to get used to it. Battles in the wild won't give you time to prepare like other bouts." Bai Qi earnestly lectured Alpha, who obediently nodded, then he composed himself and continued to struggle with Steel Training Dummy 1.0. No wonder martial arts novels always say that people with simple thoughts learn faster than others. There's some truth to that. Bai Qi watched Alpha, who was gradually getting into the swing of things, very pleased. Finally, he turned his gaze onto the Husky. "Whoa. Human, what are you plotting this time?" Feeling Bai Qi's gaze, the Husky immediately became alert. The last time Bai Qi looked at him this way, his mechanical prosthetic limb ended up with a bunch of jumbled tools, and it had been thoroughly turned into Bai Qi's tool dog. Why didn't it resist? "Please remove the electrical device from its prosthetic limb before you talk to me." "All right, it's time to upgrade you." Bai Qi squatted down and checked the integration of the Husky's mechanical prosthetic limb and flesh. Out of fear of causing adverse reactions, Bai Qi didn't install any weapons, but settled for some tools instead. The outcome seemed good so far. The Husky could control tools inside for some simple operations. It proved that his idea of using biological nerves to control energy machinery was feasible. As for complicated actions, the connection between the Husky and the mechanical prosthetic limb was inadequate for the Husky to carry them out yet. But Bai Qi was in no hurry. After a few more evolutions, the bond between the machinery and flesh would intensify, and things should improve significantly. Ding dong. Ding dong. A series of hurried doorbell rings reverberated. Bai Qi, who was preparing to use the evolution egg on the Husky, had to stop abruptly. "I haven't ordered anything these days. Who could be looking for me?" While muttering, Bai Qi opened the front door. He was a bit puzzled to see that Gao Cheng and Lu Yuan were standing at the doorway. "Brother Gao, Lu Yuan, how did you find my house?" Gao Cheng scratched his head shyly and said, "Sorry to bother you, we actually need your help with something." Lu Yuan remained silent, but clearly shared the same goal with Gao Cheng. "Let's talk inside." Both followed Bai Qi into the yard and saw Alpha battling against Steel Training Dummy, unmatched mode. They were stunned. Does he train his pet beast this way all the time? And this kind of equipment, wouldn't it be confiscated as an offensive weapon? Even students specialized in mechanical martial arts wouldn't do this, right? "Sorry, it's a bit noisy here. Let's talk inside." Gao Cheng and Lu Yuan stared at each other, feeling for the first time that their training had been too lax. No wonder he could increase his pet beast's strength to this extent within just a month. Besides the good luck, his terrifying training method must be one of the reasons. "What do you two want to drink?" Bai Qi invited them to sit down, and then started rummaging through the fridge. Gao Cheng waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "No need, we'll leave in a bit." "Then I won't be polite." Bai Qi casually opened a bottle of God's water and took a sip, saying, "You two have come all the way here for something." If it's about the data for Lamentation Tower, I've already reported it to the Beastmaster Association. You can go to the association and ask. To assist trainee Beastmasters of Gusa City to pass levels better, President Qin had Bai Qi sort out the data about monsters on each level and wrote an attack guide to give to the challengers. It could be considered an exclusive benefit for Gusa City. He's using God's water as a beverage. Lu Yuan's eyes twitched. Suddenly, he felt that coming here was a mistake. He couldn't adapt to such extravagant and crazy training methods. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gao Qing pointed at Alpha outside and said, "Actually, it's not about the Lamentation Tower. We came mainly to ask whether you could help us modify our pet beasts too. Our pet beast's strength can't be improved in a short time, so we want to ask if there are any other methods. If they could also have a racial evolution like your pet beast, I would basically be guaranteed to pass the professional examination at the end of the month. Otherwise, according to this year's situation, I might be eliminated again. Modification equals evolution. Seems like these two made a mistake." Chapter 42, Tool Dog Transformation Plan. Looking at the two eagerly expectant faces, Bai Qi said, "Alpha's evolution and transformation are not related, and when I initially only added some simple mechanical protective gear to Alpha. If you both are so fascinated with modifications, I suggest you consider adopting a mechanical pet for your next beast." Bai Qi did not deceive them. After the Husky's fusion with the mechanical components, he attempted similar fusion for Alpha, but they all ended with no result. After hearing Bai Qi's rejection, Gao Qing and Lu Yuan were somewhat disappointed. But after hearing Bai Qi's second sentence, they completely gave up. Due to the existence of the Star Mechanics Academy, there were several mechanical beastmasters in Gusa City, but the number was still small compared to other systems. After all, mechanical beastmasters require a lot more knowledge than other systems. Both of them had chosen fighting professions. Now it was too late for them to switch to studying mechanics, even if they wanted to. "Sorry, I couldn't help you." Seeing the disappointment on their faces, Bai Qi said somewhat awkwardly, "No problem, it's our fault." Gao Qing sighed and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Beast control is a process of human and beast growing together. I can't believe I was trying to take shortcuts with external forces, no wonder I can't pass the profession test. While talking, Gao Qing firmly grasped Bai Qi's hand. "Thank you, Bai Qi. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be trying to figure out how to cheat. Why do I suddenly feel a little guilty?" Looking at Gao Qing, who suddenly personified righteousness in front of him, Bai Qi felt somewhat guilty. He quickly withdrew his hand, saying, "Hee. I believe in you, brother Gao." Gao Qing nodded. "By the way, do you remember Xia Xian?" Bai Qi nodded. Alpha's first serious adversary since his debut, he certainly wouldn't forget. "Since he was defeated by you last time, I heard from Han Wei that Xia Xian has been frantically modifying his mechanical Tyrannosaurus. He even hired several high-level mechanical beastmasters to work on modular system modification. Your training methods, although very, unique, you still need to be careful if you want to defeat Xia Xian again." A hint of worry crossed Gao Qing's face. While the sight of Bai Qi instantly defeating Xia Xian that day was very dazzling, Gao Qing had afterwards reflected on it and realized some clues. Alpha's speed was unmatched. Xia Xian's mechanical Tyrannosaurus had powerful firepower, but it was visibly slow in its movements compared to Alpha. The defeat was predictable at such a close distance. However, one of the biggest advantages of the mechanical system is that it allows freedom to modify within the Beastmaster's capacity. After Xia Xian's adjustments, he would definitely challenge Bai Qi again. A modular level management system. Yes, that's it. After hearing Gao Cheng's words, Bai Qi was dumbfounded for a moment, then suddenly stood up. "I just remembered that I have left something undone. I won't detain you two further." "Oh, okay, then we'll go first." Gao Qing and Lu Yuan left Bai Qi's house somewhat confused. Listening to the Husky's mournful howls from the courtyard, they exchanged worried glances. "Is he abusing the dog?" "I don't think so." "So what do we do now?" "Go for training together." "Let's go." Woo. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The Husky woke up confused and instinctively asked himself these questions. Species, Arctic Ice Wolf, location, Zhongwu District, Gusa City, activity, sleeping. Meow. A cold system sound suddenly rang in the Husky's ears. The Husky immediately woke up and, after seeing the mechanical covering half of its body, let out a terrified meowing sound. Could it be nerve damage from the brain connection? That shouldn't be, as I didn't install anything inside the brain, did I? Seeing the Husky's reaction, Bai Qi cautiously held the Husky and carefully examined it. There was originally a simple system inside the mechanical limb that could remember the host's usual behaviors and then make corresponding cooperative movements. This technology is not high-end, and can barely be used in things like mechanical limbs. Although the Husky could directly control the mechanical limbs due to the evolution egg, it was only limited to turning screws and such. If it wanted to perform more complex operations, it could only rely on time accumulation. However, Bai Qi became enlightened after hearing Gao Qing mention the modular level management system. Since the evolution egg can connect the Husky's biological nerves and mechanical circuits, why not directly connect a computer brain? Let the biological brain issue commands, and have the mechanical brain perform specific operations. In a certain sense, isn't this also a modular level management system? For this, he directly changed the simple system inside the Husky's mechanical limb into a specific computer brain for a mechanical pet beast. To avoid wasting the computational power of this 800W Federation coins worth computer brain, Bai Qi expanded the Husky's mechanical limb into a half-body. Mechanical armor. From a certain perspective, the only thing missing between the Husky and the mechanical pet beast is a spiritual awakening. But looking at the computer brain's performance just now, it has successfully connected with the Husky's biological brain after the fusion of the evolution egg. It's just that the Husky's brain seems to be damaged. Bai Qi carefully examined the Husky's entire body. Only after confirming that there was no problem, he exhaled in relief. Woof, woof, woof. It seems I've become stronger again. As an odd creature that had been moving with prosthetics since childhood, the Husky quickly adapted to its new form and was showing a great deal of curiosity. Electric welding, wrench, electric saw. All kinds of tools popped out from various parts of its body under the Husky's control, and the Husky even began shifting its attention to other places. Like the steel training dummy 1.0. A strange light flashed in the Husky's eyes, and then it ran towards the steel training dummy 1.0 with its legs moving. The tools continuously shaking on its body clearly reflected its thoughts. I thought he would be more normal after installing a computer brain, it seems I was expecting too much. Seeing the Husky's response, Bai Qi pressed the remote control in his hand with a helpless expression. A strong electric current instantly flowed throughout the Husky's body. Ah, woo-dash. Again with this damn electric current, I'll tear him apart one of these days. The Husky spat out a puff of black smoke, unwillingly collapsed on the ground, but resentment still flashed in its eyes. Bai Qi walked up to the Husky, then used the black iron egg to envelop it. The computer brain and the Husky have initially fused successfully. What comes next is to increase the fusion degree by grinding. If the computer brain and the Husky can completely merge, it should become more normal. When he contracts with the Husky after reaching the second stage, pulls up this guy's level, and after its energy value increases, he can consider further installing offensive weapons. As for now, it can temporarily be used as a tool dog dash. Chapter 43, Plants vs. Skeletons. Number 1 wrench. Woof. Number 3 welding gun. Woof woof. Cut at a 45-degree angle, 5 mm. Woof woof woof. In the workshop, a man and a dog worked seamlessly together, efficiently assembling a mechanical creation that was more like a cannon than a steel training dummy. In the corner, 3 similar training dummies stood. Since he got the Husky as his assistant, Bai Qi experienced for the first time the feeling of being Iron Man. His work efficiency increased more than twofold. If not for the occasional spurt of misbehavior from this knucklehead, the efficiency might have been even higher. Beep beep beep. The sound of an alarm emitted from the Husky halted their actions. Alright, it's time for evolution. Bai Qi laid down his tools and looked at the disappeared luminescence from the connection point between the Husky's flesh and its mechanical body, nodding with satisfaction. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf. Race, Wolf species, mutant. Growth level, 0 stage 6th level. Bloodline level, mid-grade elite. Racial skills, mechanical paws, bite, perception, current resistance. Condition, evolvable. After using the evolution egg, the shattered eggshell transforms into energy that attaches to the beast and slowly absorbs. Certain specific behaviors can accelerate this process. Alpha's was bone-breaking reformation, while the Husky's was a bit more civilized, simply requiring to operate a half-body armor. So, to optimize the process, Bai Qi calculated both Alpha and the Husky's energy absorption rates and set a schedule to ensure seamless transitions. Bai Qi placed his right hand on the Husky, and the black iron egg quickly took shape, enveloping the Husky, while Bai Qi continued his unfinished work as if nothing had happened. After over a month of abuse from the evolution egg, Bai Qi's physique and spirit power had significantly improved. Except for the time when the Husky evolved from a low-level elite to a mid-level elite, exhausting his stamina, he generally felt no significant fatigue. While he had no formal comparison, Bai Qi believed that his physique should rank among the top among his peers. Even if it wasn't, Bai Qi was not worried, as he felt that he hadn't reached his limit, and was still steadily improving. If he continued to strengthen at this rate, becoming a 7-stage legend, Bai Qi wondered if he could tear apart ferocious beasts with his bare hands like those beast masters with a fusion gift. Bai Qi chuckled, then attached the last part to the training dummy. The steel training dummy, pea shooter, was finally complete. Bai Qi activated all 4 pea shooters and moved them to the 4 corners of the training room next door. Even though the villa area was fairly open, the racket that Alpha produced training with the steel training dummy was too loud, and Bai Qi had received complaints. To reduce problems, Bai Qi had set aside a room, turning it into a soundproof chamber for Alpha's training sessions. It wasn't large, but it was enough. Crack crack. Master, are we going to climb the tower? Bai Qi shook his head and said, there's no need for the lamentation tower for now, we're not getting any rewards anyway, let's play a game first. Crack. Okay. Alpha was visibly disappointed, but it still obeyed Bai Qi's command and stood in the center of the room. Try not to get hit. If you are hit more than 3 times, it will be considered a challenge failure. Asterisk crunch asterisk crunch. Alpha obediently nodded, while Bai Qi quickly left the room and looked into the room through the transparent glass. The match between plants and skeletons begins now. Puff. 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 The 4 pea shooters activated all at once, firing colorful cannonballs from their trumpet-shaped muzzles directly at Alpha in the center of the arena. Unperturbed, Alpha swerved slightly, easily avoiding the bombardment of colorful cannonballs. The 4 pea shooters did not pose a significant threat to Alpha. Bai Qi slowly turned the knob on the remote, increasing the pea shooter's rate of fire. This forced Alpha to dodge with greater effort. Nevertheless, he managed it with ease. Alpha, now a high-grade elite, was not easily hit by ordinary attacks. We still have a long way to go. Bai Qi cranked the knob to its maximum setting. In an instant, the yard was engulfed in a cloud of colorful cannonballs. As they collided with each other in the walls, their trajectories became increasingly unpredictable. Yet Bai Qi was not done. He pressed a few buttons and new muzzles extended from the pea shooters, again spewing colorful cannonballs. Pea shooter, dual pea shooter. This time, the room was completely encased in colorful cannonballs, and Alpha was finally unable to dodge in time. He was hit by one of the cannonballs, disrupting his rhythm and leading to a series of consecutive hits. Asterisk crunch asterisk crunch. Alpha looked a little ashamed, but he quickly rallied. I am still too weak. If I weren't, the master wouldn't leave me behind when he goes to fight. The fire of soul in Alpha's eyes blazed fiercely. Even behind the glass, Bai Qi could sense the intense battle intent emanating from Alpha. Such determination, it really had the flavor of a Plants vs. Zombies battle. Bai Qi grinned, pressed a button, and tubes extended from the base of the pea shooters. They worked like vacuum cleaners, sucking up all the colorful cannonballs that had fallen to the floor, and a second round of fire began. As a bright young man of the new era, recycling and preventing waste were basic principles. Not that Bai Qi would ever admit that he was running out of money. As he watched Alpha improving, Bai Qi nodded with satisfaction, then returned to his room to meditate. After a beast master forms a contract with a beast, as the beast grows stronger, the beast master also experiences physical and mental enhancements through feedback. However, this feedback is generally slight. If a beast master wishes to level up quickly, aside from using special materials, they can only rely on meditation to gradually strengthen their beast control space. Even though Bai Qi's mental strength had skyrocketed thanks to the evolution egg, he was still relatively new to beast mastery and far from reaching the second stage. That's why, he had been diligently practicing meditation whenever he had free time of these past few days. He was of course preparing for entering the second tower. According to President Qin, the key he acquired in the Lamentation Tower would surely draw the attention of both the Association headquarters and the Federation. If he were living 100 years ago, as an apprentice beastmaster holding such a priceless item, he would be in grave danger. But there was no need to worry about that now. In fact, he could even profit significantly from this situation. When someone comes to buy this key from you, don't hesitate, doesn't matter who it is, the highest bidder wins. It's not like you can't enter the tower if you sell the key. As a member of the Special Material Plan, you have the right to enter any tower of secrets owned by the Federation or the Association. When the time comes, climb the tower with your all, seize as many first clearances as you can. They are not short of money, don't do them any favors. These were President Qin's exact words. Although it somewhat undermined the image he had always held of President Qin, Bai Qi must say dash. He loved it. Chapter 44, Machinery or Rune. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Bai Qi adjusted himself and was about to start meditating, his phone in his pocket started to vibrate. The caller was Luo Xiang, who had previously assessed Bai Qi in the special training program. Hey Bai Qi, hurry over to the Star Mechanics Academy right now. I have something to discuss with you, 1 inch. I'm saying, Team Leader Luo, it's 5 in the afternoon right now, and the school is currently on holiday. What are you doing over there? Don't ask so many questions. Just hurry over here, it's good news. Beep, beep, beep. Bai Qi put down the phone that was already hung up, and silently sighed while watching the gradually setting sun outside the window. Were superiors always on the job? Bai Qi was a member of the Gusa City Beastmaster Association, but in the special training program, he was under the command of Luo Xiang. Now that Luo Xiang summoned him, Bai Qi found it embarrassing to refuse. Of course, there was also the matter of the good news that Luo Xiang mentioned. The Star Mechanics Academy sat in the center of Gusa City. This time coincided with the peak period of people getting off work. By the time Bai Qi arrived at the Star Mechanics Academy, it was already dusk. Bai Qi, this way. Luo Xiang, who had been waiting for a while, immediately signaled to Bai Qi once he spotted him. Hurry up, Professor Dong has been waiting for a long time. Professor Dong? Who is that? Bai Qi was confused. Even though the Star Mechanics Academy was famous for its mechanical engineering department, there were many other large and small departments. Bai Qi had no idea who Professor Dong in Luo Xiang's mouth was. You haven't heard of Professor Dong from the Ancient Rune Department? What have you been doing all these years in school? Is it strange for a student of the Mechanical Engineering Department not to know a professor from the Ancient Rune Department? Moreover, most of the students don't even know all the professors in their own department. Bai Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Team Leader Luo, can you finally tell me what it is now? You remember what I mentioned to you last time, right? The matter about studying rune knowledge. Bai Qi nodded, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Originally, I wanted to take you to headquarters for training, but old Qin didn't agree, and I couldn't stay here for too long. So, I asked Professor Dong from the Rune Department of Star Mechanics Academy to teach you about runes. Don't worry. I've already taken care of the relationship for you, so it won't affect your studies in the mechanical specialization. You just need to find some time to go there occasionally. Thanks a lot. Telling a mechanical engineering student to go study runes, isn't this a bit too interdisciplinary? Bai Qi looked at Luo Xiang with a bitter expression and suddenly regretted joining the special training program. If only he could get his money back if he quit the program now. I know what you're thinking. Although you're breaking the void, talent can ignore the rune seal of the Secret Realm Tower, this talent can't always be triggered, so in most cases, you have to rely on yourself to solve it. Bai Qi asked, Team Leader Luo, you seem to be very familiar with this kind of talent. Luo Xiang nodded. Yes. Because I have it too. How else do you think I could be an examiner? Alright, it was my fault to be fooled. Bai Qi remained silent and followed Luo Xiang to the teaching building of the Rune Department. Compared to the techno-style mechanical engineering department, the building of the Rune Department seemed to have a style of a Western wizard from a past life. Strange runes, deep paths. It was enough to give anyone the creeps. Professor Dong is a prominent figure in the Federation's Rune Department. She moved to Gusa City after retirement, so remember to be polite to her. Luo Xiang solemnly warned Bai Qi as they arrived at the office door. After Bai Qi admitted to understanding, Luo Xiang knocked on the office door. Professor Dong, I've brought the kid. Oh, it's you, young Luo. Please come in. A gentle voice sounded from inside the room, and Luo Xiang cautiously opened the door and walked in with Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked around. The style of this office was quite different from the wizard-like style he had imagined. It looked more like a library. Almost everywhere he looked, there were stacks of various books. The voice came from behind a pile of books. I was worried you might not come. Let me take a look. Who is this talented individual you personally recommended? An old lady with a constant smile on her face emerged from behind the book pile. Seeing Bai Qi, she asked in surprise, "How come I don't recall having such a student in the rune department?" This old lady couldn't memorize every student in the entire department, could she? Professor Dong can draw all of the 104,981 runes discovered up to this point by hand, without any errors. Do you think she will find it hard to remember the students in one department? Luo Xiang whispered to Bai Qi about Professor Dong's glorious history, and explained to Professor Dong, Bai Qi is indeed not a student of the rune department. He is specialized in mechanical. Upon hearing this, Professor Dong was surprised. Mechanical? A student of Professor Chu? Bai Qi nodded. Yes, I've taken almost all of Professor Chu's classes. Looking at the situation, do these two have some kind of feud? He hoped this Professor Dong would kindly refuse to tutor him. That's fine, if you can digest Professor Chu's courses, you'll definitely have no problem with learning runes. When Bai Qi heard this, his expression immediately became gloomy, feeling like he had shot himself in the foot. Since when are mechanical and runes correlated? The two are huge leaps apart, aren't they? Bai Qi glanced at Luo Xiang, who was sitting upright next to him, and became increasingly convinced that this man must have known that it would end up like this, hence his assurance. Professor Dong, won't it be a bit too late for me to switch fields now? Professor Dong smilingly said, don't worry, learning runes is not as difficult as you think. In some ways, runes and the mechanical department even have some similarities. With that said, Professor Dong took out a thick book from a nearby shelf and said, this book contains all the runes and their corresponding explanations discovered so far. Read it first, and if you have any doubts, feel free to come and ask me. If you're not too bothered by it, you can also try to imitate the runes according to the book. It's very beneficial for your spirit power. Imitating runes can enhance spirit power. Are you guys sure you're in the right place, Professor Dong? This is the Beastmaster world, not Hogwarts. Seeing Bai Qi's doubtful expression, Professor Dong didn't mind. Luo Xiang directly opened the rune dictionary and pointed to a rune on the first page and said, try it out, and you'll know. Bai Qi looked where Luo Xiang was pointing and was immediately convinced after seeing the rune, which was as warped as Cthulhu. If he could imitate such a complex rune, it would be strange if his spirit power didn't increase. And there were 104,981 more runes like this one. Suddenly, he thinks that what Professor Dong said earlier might be reversed. If one could learn runes, there is no way they couldn't learn mechanical. Chapter 45, Art is an Explosion. Thinking that he would have to spend time learning such complex runes made Bai Qi's head spin in frustration. But faced with Professor Dong's kindly demeanor, Bai Qi felt too embarrassed to refuse. Well, learning one thing was the same as learning two. At worst, he'd have to spend his meditation time studying runes. After all, both methods were meant to increase spirit power, so the way didn't really matter. Alright, I have a couple of research topics to investigate, so I won't keep you any longer. If you have any questions, feel free to come see me anytime. Professor Dong gave a gentle smile, saying, Bai Qi, there's no need to rush. After all, you have the same talent as Luo Xiang. Runes are merely a supplement. Alright, thank you, Professor Dong. Bai Qi nodded and carefully stored the dictionary. Well, Professor Dong, we'll be on our way now. We'll visit again when we get the chance. Go handle your business. Your willingness is enough. Professor Dong smiled and then returned to his pile of books, continuing to pore over them. The two carefully left Professor Dong's office, not releasing their breaths until they had walked a good distance away. Alright, now you have your book, and it's time to work hard. Luo Xiang patted Bai Qi's shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and said, young man, I've got my eye on you. Bai Qi chuckled, saying, are you sure I will still be alive by the time I finish this book? Luo Xiang shrugged, saying, that's not my problem. Besides, if you want to conquer the Lamentation Tower, it's best that you diligently study these runes. Insider information, 1. Bai Qi perked up his ears and quickly leaned in towards Luo Xiang, saying, "Does team leader Luo have any advice? Combination-type secret realms aren't common, but they are invariably ancient. I've seen the images you replicated. You may need to utilize knowledge of runes later." If that was true, then he had better take his studies seriously. Not until Bai Qi took the matter seriously did Luo Xiang nod his head in satisfaction. "Runic civilization isn't as simple as you think, so practice hard. I have a suggestion: focus on runes related to the undead department first." Having said this, a golden rune appeared under Luo Xiang's feet. A giant owl sprung from it, carrying Luo Xiang on its back. "I have other tasks to attend to. I'll be off now. The next time I hear news of you, I hope it's that you've cracked the Lamentation Tower." Luo Xiang waved at Bai Qi and then vanished into the sky on his owl. Another sunrise-level Beastmaster. Given Luo Xiang's age, he was probably in his 20s. Those who came from the special training program were truly exceptional. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the heavy book in his hand and then hurried toward the school gate with a serious look. It was getting dark. He wondered how late he would have to stay before being able to go home. How he wished he had a flying pet beast under his command. Bai Qi's home. There was chaos everywhere. Husky, who had just awoken from the evolution egg, saw the empty house and his long-dormant dismantling instinct was revived. Woof dash. Finally, it's my time to shine. Husky quickly ran to a corner, pulled off the canvas there, and exposed the steel training dummy, which he had thoroughly disassembled. Various tools appeared as he started assembling it with gusto. Maybe it was due to exposure or the aid of his smart brain, but Husky began to piece the training dummy back together, bit by bit. Finally, under the cover of darkness, a remodeled steel training dummy was completed by Husky's hand. The design was a bit bizarre, to say the least. It would be better to call this a Frankenstein dummy than a steel training dummy. However, Husky was quite pleased with himself. Woof. I finished. Husky appraised his maiden work up and down, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He then wheeled the steel training dummy into the courtyard and expertly switched on the power. Zzz-zap, zzz-zap. The instant the power was switched on, the steel training dummy was engulfed in a current. Husky realized there was a problem and quietly moved away. Boom. Finally, the steel training dummy couldn't handle the pressure and blew up. The scattered parts flew everywhere, and one of them almost injured Bai Qi, who had just arrived home. What? What happened here? Bai Qi looked at his courtyard, which seemed to have just been attacked, with a dumbfounded look on his face. Did I forget to turn off the gas when I left the house? No, that can't be it. There was enough dust in their kitchen to bake a cake, there couldn't possibly have been a gas explosion. After searching around for a bit, Bai Qi finally spotted Husky trying to sneak away in a corner, and he felt his veins bulge in anger. Woof. Oh no, I've been discovered. Husky reluctantly turned around, and upon seeing Bai Qi's furious expression, he shivered all over, forcing out an innocent smile. Human, would you believe me if I said the steel training dummy started it? Huh. Following Husky's gaze, when Bai Qi saw the steel training dummy which was clearly reconstructed and then blown to pieces again, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Did this idiot do it? Apparently sensing Bai Qi's change in attitude, Husky immediately tried to move forward and act cute. But before he could get close, a strong current electrocuted him again. Woof dash. This is an unavenged grievance, this is not what a dog should endure. Bai Qi summoned Alpha, extinguishing all the scattered flames in the courtyard, made some explanations to the inquiring neighbors, and then returned home. As expected, leaving this dangerous critter alone at home was the biggest mistake he had ever made. However, managing to reassemble a steel training dummy that was nearly completely dismantled and successfully installing a robotic brain was much better than he had expected. It seemed worthwhile to cultivate this aspect more. Bai Qi glanced at Husky with some interest and directly gave it a kick. Stop pretending, dummy. This electricity doesn't affect you. Woof. Human, how did you see through my superb acting skills? Husky looked at Bai Qi with surprise, but before long he was back to jumping and bouncing around. The expert level current resistance was not a joke. This amount of electricity could only temporarily restrict its movements. Come with me. Bai Qi led Husky back to the workshop, quickly drawing a simple blueprint and placing it in front of Husky, asking, "Can you make this exactly?" The blueprint. Woof. Human, are you crazy? I'm just a dog. Seeing Husky's disdainful expression, Bai Qi felt a bit stupid and couldn't help but slap himself a few times. However, after seeing the steel training dummy outside, he suddenly had an idea and assembled a spider web ball in front of Husky. Can you do this? Husky nodded his head upon seeing this. Various tools once again emerged from his half-metal body, and he actually assembled a spider web ball. This creature was practically half a mechanical pet beast. Bai Qi's eyes burned even brighter as he looked at Husky. Just as he was about to give Husky a thorough compliment, the spider web ball in his hand suddenly heated up. Instinctively, Bai Qi threw the spider web ball away. Boom. The moment Bai Qi threw the spider web ball, Husky's imitation exploded. Fortunately, the spider web ball wasn't large, so it didn't have much destructive power. Woof. Woof, woof. Is this what humans call art? Husky's eyes were gleaming with excitement, as if he had already seen the direction of his future. Chapter 46, Official Cheating, Truly Fatal. Beastmaster Association. Bai Qi walked through the entrance, leading his Husky, and was immediately recognized by the receptionist. Mr. Bai Qi, you're taking your dog out today. Couldn't help it, if I left this thing at home, I was afraid there would be no home to return to. Bai Qi shrugged helplessly. Is there any undead department training grounds available? The receptionist covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. Don't worry, the president ordered to reserve a training room for you, though you might have to wait for a trainer. No problem, I can train by myself. Be it the steel training dummy 1.0 or pea shooter, the training targeted mostly Alpha's basic abilities. Skills like bone-breaking reformation were practiced more often, but practicing skills like the Shadow Lotus skill at home was inconvenient. Of course, Bai Qi also wanted to lay low for a while. Ever since the Husky learned to assemble mechanical creations, it opened a whole new world, spending more time in the studio than Bai Qi did. To avoid becoming homeless, Bai Qi decisively chose to train at the association. If he lingered, he might have been arrested as a terrorist. All right, I'll take you to the training ground. With a slight smile, the receptionist led Bai Qi straight to the members-only area, only leaving after showing him how to use the facilities in the training ground. VIP treatment is fantastic. Bai Qi tethered the Husky aside, activated all the targets in the training ground, and then summoned Alpha. Alpha, today we are going to focus on 2 offensive skills, especially the Shadow Lotus skill. Gala Gala. Alpha obediently nodded, its body gradually disappearing into the darkness as it began a new day of training. Bai Qi found a spot to sit down and started studying a rune dictionary given by Professor Dong. Since Luo Xiang already gave several hints, it would be unacceptable for Bai Qi to slack off. Besides, Bai Qi unexpectedly found these runes far more interesting than he imagined. Perhaps, did he have talent for these? Woo. Why does this human keep grinning? Did he get shocked silly? The Husky curiously glanced at Bai Qi, who was grinning, then yawned idly. This dark place is no fun, home is way better. I want to go out and play. The Husky gazed at the chain around it, thought about it, and gave up the idea of breaking free. The evil human upgraded the electric device on it, and it couldn't bear it for now. Click. Just then, the door of the training room opened abruptly, and President Qin entered. Putting down the dictionary in his hand, Bai Qi said, Mr. President, why are you here? I was about to look for you. I heard you were here, so I came straight over. President Qin looked at Alpha, who was practicing the Shadow Lotus skill, nodded in approval, and said, not bad. Your Ice Shadow Swordsman may have an ice attribute, but essentially, it belongs to the Undead department. The Shadow department should not be neglected either. Is that so? Why didn't anyone tell me? Bai Qi scratched his head in confusion, clearly not having thought about that. Seeing this, President Qin smiled, and said, I think I need to help you sign up for a course on basic beast control. Ah, no need, I think I'm fine as is. Without hesitation, Bai Qi turned down President Qin's kind offer. Just learning about runes was already giving him a headache. If another one is added, might as well kill him. When you just said you were going to find me at home, did you find a mutant species? Bai Qi didn't think he was lucky enough to encounter another mutant species, so he had asked President Qin to keep an eye out for him. The reason, naturally, was to save it for a contract. What are you thinking, are mutant species that easy to come across? President Qin glared at Bai Qi annoyed. Luo Xiang reported about that key in your hand yesterday, and some have already expressed interest in purchasing it. So, there isn't much time left for you. No wonder he suddenly got him to go to Professor Dong to learn about runes and gave him advice that day. Clearly, it was premeditated. Bai Qi's forehead pulsed as he silently cursed Luo Xiang countless times. You can't blame him, Qin Jiang said. Even if he hadn't reported it, the association would have found out soon enough, maybe even sooner. The Beastmaster Association had branches throughout the Federation. Many witnessed Bai Qi's victory that day, and it was certainly impossible to keep it from the headquarters. But don't worry, since the Lamentation Tower appeared in Gusu City, Gusu City has the exclusive rights to exploit it for a month, which even the headquarters can't violate. According to the timeline, you still have at least 10 days to improve your abilities. Upgrade to the second stage in 10 days. President Qin, you think too highly of me. Bai Qi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even though the evolution egg had pushed his spirit power to grow quickly, upgrading to the second stage in that amount of time was a bit too much. I know this sounds a bit exaggerated, so I've specifically looked for a teacher in Undead Pets to give you special training. Every bit of improvement counts. After all that, you still want to give me extra lessons. Bai Qi pouted but didn't refuse. Although he didn't believe any teacher could help him reach the second stage within 10 days, having a teacher would be beneficial. After all, he was technically a self-taught beastmaster. Learning some professional methods would be useful. Is that teacher also from Star Mechanics Academy? No, he'll be here soon, you'll know then. Bai Qi nodded, flipping through the rune dictionary, and started waiting. Very soon, the door of the training room opened again, and Bai Qi finally knew who President Qin was referring to as the teacher for Undead Pets. Titled Legendary of the Undead Department, Celestial Brilliance, by Heguang. Bai Qi, uncertain, looked to President Qin for confirmation. After receiving it, he fell silent. Inviting a titled legendary to tutor an apprentice beastmaster, does the Beastmaster Association usually indulge in such extravagance? Bai Heguang glanced at Bai Qi and frowned slightly. President Qin, this is the kid you want me to help train. President Qin nodded. Yes, it's him. In a way, he is also your junior. So, I'm counting on you for the next few days. As long as you can get him to the second stage within 10 days. You can use any method, just don't kill him. Hey, you didn't say it that way just now. Seeing the cunning smile on President Qin's face, Bai Qi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. You said that whatever he could achieve would be fine, why has it changed to just don't kill him? The officials cheat, it's really deadly. Chapter 47, Second Stage Beastmaster. After President Qin left, only Bai Qi and Bai Heguang were left in the training area. Oh, and a dog and a skeleton as well. Actually, I don't like you. Bai Heguang made a startling declaration, leaving Bai Qi momentarily speechless. Being disliked by a titled legendary, what unforgivable misdeed had he committed? But for the sake of President Qin, I can help you train. However, if I see you messing around with those ridiculous mechanical alterations on undead creatures again, you won't be so lucky. When Bai Qi heard this, he immediately understood and nodded without hesitation. Although he wanted to make alterations, he needed to have something to alter first. Anyway, he now had a new target, the Husky. He didn't need Alpha anymore. However, Celestial Brilliance had such a big grudge against the mechanical engineering department. Seeing Bai Qi nod, Bai Heguang's face looked a bit better. He looked at Alpha, who was still practicing the Shadow Lotus skill, and said, the skill is not bad, but you've missed the main point. Death and darkness are the main themes of undead creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, a large black array appeared in front of Bai Heguang. A huge black bird slowly emerged from it. At the same time, a dark force filled with a strong aura of death flooded out from the black bird, engulfing both Bai Qi and Alpha in the training area, leaving them unable to move. The Husky, who was even closer, was not affected by this force at all. It was simply scared stiff, not daring to move. Woof. This bird is so scary. Bai Heguang coldly looked at Alpha, who was forced to emerge from the shadow and resist the Jiuyo Darkbird's intimidation. He said, next, the Jiuyo Darkbird will gradually increase the intensity of its intimidation. If you cannot withstand it, you will be swallowed by the Darkbird's power. Same goes for you. As a beastmaster, you are fighting against unreasonable ferocious beasts. Do you expect those beasts to stupidly only attack your pet? Bai Qi's face fell. These words made too much sense, and he found himself unable to argue. But you could have given me a heads up. Bai Qi gritted his teeth, concentrating all his energy to resist the pressure of the Jiuyou Darkbird, when he suddenly heard a familiar cracking sound in his mind. The evolution egg cracked. In the beast control space, the black shell of the evolution egg was already full of cracks. Bronze-colored light seeped from the cracks, even coloring the beast control space in bronze. Is it upgrading? He hadn't managed to get any mutant species yet. Could it be because of the Jiuyou Darkbird? Bai Qi was a little confused, his previous guess was instantly disproved. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the evolving egg. After his beast control space was completely bathed in a bronze light, the black shell of the evolution egg finally broke completely, revealing a bronze egg dash. Name, Evolution Egg, Bronze 0%. Condition, activated. After black iron comes bronze. Why am I not surprised? Finally, will there be a king's egg? Bai Qi murmured in his mind, then suddenly discovered that the broken black iron eggshells, unlike the original eggshells that disappeared after activation, slowly clung to his beast control space and fused with the bronze light to form a bronze crystal wall. At the same time, a brand new rune mark appeared next to the one on Bai Qi's left hand. Upgraded to the second stage. Bai Heguang, noticing Bai Qi's changes, was also slightly surprised. He patted the Jiuyou Darkbird beside him, which immediately got the hint and lifted the pressure on Bai Qi. He reached the second stage in just over a month. No wonder President Qin values this kid so much. Bai Heguang had no intention of disturbing Bai Qi. Instead, he turned his attention to Alpha in the center field. At this time, Alpha was still resisting the pressure of the Jiuyou Darkbird. Its ice armor and even its bones kept breaking and then repairing themselves. Its originally light blue ice bones gradually became grayish, and by the time Bai Qi woke up, the ice armor and ice sword on Alpha's body had turned deep blue. Now, Alpha's appearance was more reminiscent of that big filial son. You've already become a second-stage Beastmaster, so I've completed the task that President Qin gave me. Bai Heguang put away the Jiuyou Darkbird, showing no intention of chatting with Bai Qi. He turned around and headed for the door. Your pets are not bad, don't waste them. With that, Bai Heguang suddenly disappeared, leaving Bai Qi stupefied on the spot. Was that the end of the training session? Weren't they supposed to have 10 days? Wait, what did he just say? Second stage Beastmaster. Me. Bai Qi incredulously looked at the second rune mark on the back of his own hand, a burst of joy immediately spreading across his face. How brutal it was to take advantage of the official system so easily and directly become a second stage Beastmaster. Bai Qi was rejoicing, immediately pulled the Husky in for a vigorous shake, while Alpha also approached him from the field. Clank. Clank. Master, can I become as powerful as that bird? Alpha did not hide his inner longing in the slightest. Bai Qi patted Alpha's shoulder solemnly and said, believe me, you can. Becoming a second stage Beastmaster in just over a month. Wasn't this pace quite rare? Indeed, the evolution egg proved to be a great thing. Bai Qi glanced at the bronze crystal walls surrounding the beast control space and began to examine Alpha's status. Name, Ice Shadow Swordsman, Alpha. Race, Ice Clan, Undead Department. Level, First Stage Level 3. Bloodline Level, High Grade Elite, Speed Variation. Racial Skills, Bone-Breaking Reformation, Perfect, Steel Skeleton, Mastery. Ice Sword Slash, Proficiency, Shadow Lotus Skill, Mastery, Ice Armor, Mastery. Energy Value, 3000. Condition, Evolvable. After upgrading to the bronze egg, not only could I see the energy value, but I could also see the direction of the variation. This function seemed to be taking over from the manual. Although other attributes hadn't changed much, Bone-Breaking Reformation had unexpectedly improved to the perfect level, and Alpha's recovery speed had gone up a notch. However, the biggest improvement was Alpha's first active offensive skill, Shadow Lotus Skill, which had become of the mastery level. Alpha, use the Shadow Lotus Skill. Clank. Clank. Okay, Master. Alpha nodded, and a dark blue lotus appeared under the target, instantly shredding the target into pieces. The fragments hadn't even had a chance to fall before they were corroded by the dense dark power around the bones and quickly turned into ashes and dissipated. No wonder Celestial Brilliance disdained other attributes. The power of darkness was indeed potent. It was a pity that Celestial Brilliance was not interested in paying attention to him. It was unknown where to find such brutal experience packages in the future. With a thoughtful expression, Bai Qi made new plans for the future cultivation direction of Alpha. Let's try out the effects of the bronze egg first. Bai Qi allowed Alpha to withdraw his skill and then brought him into the beast control space, simultaneously connecting his spirit power with the new bronze egg. Instantaneously, rays of light shot out from the surrounding bronze crystal walls, swiftly outlining an egg shape around Alpha, which eventually completely solidified. Evolution directly in the beast control space was the special ability of the bronze egg. In this way, we can evolve anytime and anywhere. Chapter 48, Era's Evolution Path. Looking at the bronze egg quietly lying in the beast control space, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, a familiar sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him. Indeed, after upgrading the evolution egg, the consumption had also increased. Bai Qi took out the god's water he carried with him and gulped down several mouthfuls but didn't find much relief. He drank the whole thing, then took out several more bottles to drink before he finally relieved the feeling of weakness. Having the ability to evolve anytime and anywhere was good, but the issue was this kind of consumption could not keep up. He couldn't always carry a stack of god's water, could he? If only he had some sort of storage equipment. Such things were also available on the Beastmaster Association's website, but unfortunately, the price was something Bai Qi could not afford. Moreover, even if Bai Qi could afford the price, these items were not readily available in the market. Having weighed all factors, the most feasible option currently was to clear the next secret realm tower as soon as possible to see if he could gain control. By then, he could move both Alpha and Husky's training area directly into the secret realm tower, without worrying about being complained about. However, that was something to be dealt with later on. What he needed to do now was to quickly contract the second pet beast. Bai Qi walked over to Husky, patted his furry head, and asked, "Dumbo, would you like to be my pet beast?" "Ah, woo. Pet beast, am I not one already?" Seeing Husky's puzzled expression, Bai Qi smiled, then activated the second rune mark on the back of his left hand. Immediately, two bronze arrays appeared under Husky's feet and above his head, slowly converging in the middle, causing Husky's body to gradually disappear. The process was no different from when he contracted Alpha, except that the color of Bai Qi's array seemed a bit unusual. Generally, a second-stage Beastmaster's array would be white, but Bai Qi's was bronze. It was probably influenced by the bronze egg. Soon, the two arrays completely solidified, and a warm flow began to nourish Bai Qi's body and soul out of thin air. With this, he was officially a second-stage Beastmaster. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf, Beta. Race, Mechanical Engineering Department, Wolf Species, Psychic Mutation. Growth Level, 0 Stage 6th Level. Bloodline Level, Mid-Level Elite. Racial Skills, Mechanical Claw, Bite, Perception, Current Resistance. Energy Value, 600. Condition, Evolvable. Psychic Mutation, no wonder this guy has such strong perception and learning abilities. Only the energy value is lacking. However, once it is upgraded to the first stage, it should improve. Woof woof woof. Human, where is this? Let me out quickly. Husky's intelligence was clearly higher than that of Alpha. He was just contracted and he could already clearly convey his thoughts to Bai Qi. Bai Qi summoned Husky, feeling the tight connection between him and Husky, and said, "Since you have become my pet beast, let me give you a name as well." Woof. Naming. I'll do it myself. This was the first time he had so much communication with a pet beast, and Bai Qi found it very interesting. He agreed to Husky's request. "Tell me, what do you want your name to be?" "Awu. Awu. Nicholas Zhao Si." The Husky looked extremely excited. He tried to name himself, but Bai Qi flatly denied him. "You'll be called Beta. It fits well after Alpha and it's easy to remember." "Huh. What happened to canine rights? Is it over?" Bai Qi forcefully hit the silly Husky with a punch. Looking at its half-machine body, something clicked in his mind. He had picked the wrong name. What if he had contracted this mutt first? Wouldn't it be Alpha Dog then? Damn. Huge mistake. Bai Qi regretfully shook his head and then, ignoring the Husky's resistance, put it into the beast control space to start hatching eggs. Although he had evolved the Husky quite a bit recently, its growth level and bloodline level were still too low. the next step was to enhance this creature substantially. Otherwise, when he went to challenge the next secret realm tower, the Husky might not prove very useful. Has celestial brilliance left? Unsure if he was feeling guilty, President Qin returned, his brows furrowing slightly when he saw Bai Qi sitting alone in the training ground. This guy, his obsession was too deep. Hearing President Qin's voice, Bai Qi stood up and said, "Celestial Brilliance said that I'm already a second-stage Beastmaster, so he has finished his task and left." "You're already a second stage, no wonder." "Wait a minute. What did you just say?" Changing from his usual calm demeanor, President Qin abruptly grabbed Bai Qi's left hand. On seeing 2 rune marks on it, he finally believed. "You reached second stage after just one small training session. Are legendary Beastmasters really this powerful?" President Qin's face flickered with disappointment. It seemed he had some regrets about not being able to break through to legendary status. However, he quickly adjusted and spoke earnestly. "Now that you have broken through to the second stage, it's time to carefully select your second pet beast. The first one was a mutant species which you encountered due to good luck. This second one can't be taken lightly." President Qin had barely finished his sentence when he realized there was a creature missing from the training ground. Seeing Bai Qi's awkward smile, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. "Did you contract the Arctic Ice Wolf?" Bai Qi nodded, saying, "Yes, this creature has been raised in my house for a while. There's a bit of emotional attachment. You could keep it as a pet. Given your talent, you could have contracted a much better beast." President Qin was extremely sullen, but since the pet beast had been contracted and it couldn't be changed, he could only find an alternate solution. "Forget it, an Arctic Ice Wolf it is then. At least it's from a superior species, so it needs good nurturing. There are a few successful breeders of Arctic Ice Wolf Kings in the Beastmaster Association. I'll be sure to get them to guide you." An Arctic Ice Wolf King. It seemed there was no chance for this creature's evolution to go in that direction anymore. Thinking about the half-machine armor on the Husky, Bai Qi ruled out this evolution path. "Are there any other potential evolutionary routes? I already have one ice attribute beast." President Qin pondered a moment, then said, "As far as I know, the Arctic Ice Wolf has 2 other cultivation paths. One is the Blood Moon Werewolf, a dual attribute of dark/ice, at the mid-level Lord level. However, the breeding difficulty is quite significant, and it needs a specific environment, so I don't recommend it. The other one is the Green-Scaled Wolf, a dual attribute of ice/poison. Low-level Lord, with relatively low breeding difficulty. You can attempt this if you're interested. Note, both of these directions will slightly influence the temperament of the Arctic Ice Wolf, so prepare yourself for a significant change in its nature. The main reason I don't suggest you cultivate the Blood Moon Werewolf is that a Beastmaster was once injured by his own pet beast. It may be very powerful, but it's too risky." Upon hearing of the 2 alternate evolution paths given by President Qin, Bai Qi felt both of them were promising, even if the creature experienced significant changes in its temperament. Could it be more exaggerated than Beta, this daft creature? Chapter 49, The Terror of the Golden Finger. Have you decided which path to choose? Beta was of spirit power variation, so both of these evolution routes shouldn't affect it too greatly. However, the attribute of the Blood Moon Werewolf perfectly overlapped with Alpha's, which Bai Qi hadn't planned on cultivating at first, otherwise, the attribute would have been too singular. As for the Green-Scaled Wolf, its poison attribute isn't bad, but judging by the situation a few days ago, Bai Qi seriously doubted he might have been poisoned by this idiot. "President, are these all?" President Qin shook his head and said, "Apart from beasts from the insect system, most pet beasts only have at most 2 or 3 types of evolution. Your skeleton is already an exception." "I see." Bai Qi was silent. He was initially going to see if there were any powerful evolutionary models to learn from, but now it seems he was overthinking it. Even though Beta is an Arctic Ice Wolf, its ice attribute ability has already been degenerated. Strictly speaking, other than its looks, this thing has little connection with an Arctic Ice Wolf. In that case, it seems that he doesn't necessarily need to stick to the Arctic Ice Wolf's evolution path. After all, with the evolution egg in hand, can't he just DIY at will? Surely Steel Garuru is just right on the road. Bai Qi quickly let go of his doubts, bowed to President Qin and said, "I roughly have an idea. Thank you for your guidance, President." Don't you need a cultivation method?" President Qin asked in doubt, "Or are you just planning to cultivate along the regular path?" "Let's take one step at a time, who knows if it might evolve on its own." Bai Qi shrugged his shoulders and said, By the way, President, are there any other benefits in the special training program? Like funding, materials, and the like. Have you spent your $20 million? Cough cough, money is easy to spend in this era, you know it, President. President Qin looked surprisedly at Bai Qi and said, there are such benefits, but you won't need them yet. The association will provide a free Lord-level pet beast contract for special training members. Originally, I planned to help you pick one, but who knew you were so fast and contracted first? Offer a free Lord pet beast. Can I break the contract now? Bai Qi felt his heart bleed. President, this benefit won't expire, will it? President Qin shook his head and said, that won't be the case, you just need to wait a while. That's good, otherwise, I would have suffered a big loss. Bai Qi exhaled, though theoretically, he could evolve any pet beast into a lord or higher, but why not take the easier route if he could? In that case, I'll go back first. Bai Qi still hadn't figured out the effect of the bronze egg yet, and he had almost depleted his god's water. It was no use staying here any longer. Bai Qi was thinking of leaving. President Qin stopped Bai Qi and handed over a flyer and said, wait a minute, since you have already broken through, I can give you this task. The Howley Cup Friendship Combat Competition. It seems familiar. Bai Qi took the flyer, and looking at the moving hormones, he immediately remembered. Alpha's first opponent in the battle, that muscular hulk, seemed to be from the Howley Dojo. In recent years, the construction of Gusa City has become more prosperous, with many dojos and financial groups wanting to move in. Howley Dojo is one of them. Originally, for the Howley Dojo's reputation in the Federation, they should have been on the headlines in Gusa City, but they were unlucky and kept being replaced by other events. Other events? Bai Qi blinked, then understood. First, the sun of celestial brilliance settled in Gusa City, then the Lamentation Tower appeared. Almost all of Gusa City's inhabitants were drawn to these two events, seemingly oblivious to anything else. So, to alleviate this situation, the Howley Dojo specially organized a friendly competition and invited all promising apprentice beast masters from Gusa City to participate. In order to achieve maximum impact, the competition's prize is quite substantial. The top 3 winners even get extra bonuses. This has been quite the news recently. Prizes. Bai Qi's eyes instantly morphed into little money symbols. Although he was a second-stage Beastmaster, he had not gone through the professional Beastmaster assessment. As such, he was still considered an apprentice Beastmaster. Participating in such a competition would be akin to unbridled killing, wouldn't it? Don't get ahead of yourself. The Howley Dojo is hosting this friendly competition to gain a reputation, not to hand out money to you. You can be sure they are fully prepared. President Qin interrupted Bai Qi's daydreams. Qin continued, this time you're representing the Gusa City Beastmaster Association. If you lose too badly, I will hold you accountable. Bai Qi nodded, understood, I'll do my best. President Qin paused for a moment, I will teach you a method to hide rune marks later. Before the opening of the next secret realm tower, don't let anyone know you've broken through. One could hide rune marks. This was just like playing a pig to catch a tiger, the perfect trick. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, carefully following President Qin's instructions and promptly hiding his second rune mark. The competition is in 3 days. Go home and prepare well. I will have the application information delivered to you in time. Once President Qin saw that Bai Qi mastered the method, he didn't linger and left right away. As the president of the Gusa City Beastmaster Association, he had a lot of tasks to attend to every day. If it weren't for Bai Qi, he would have barely had the patience to meddle in other matters. After President Qin left, Bai Qi also went straight back home. Looking at the 2 bronze eggs that were still yet to show any hints of hatching, he sat cross-legged and started to meditate. Crack. Finally, Alpha's egg broke through, and Bai Qi immediately awakened, pressing the timer in his hand. Bai Qi noted the time, waited a bit, and then Beta's egg also broke open. Each bronze egg takes 2 hours, twice the duration of a black iron egg. I wonder if their effect also doubles. Bai Qi called upon Beta first, and immediately information was transmitted from the bronze egg to him. Name, Ice Shadow Swordsman, Alpha. Race, Ice Clan, Undead Department. Growth level, first stage, 4 level. Bloodline level, high grade elite. Racial skills, Bone-breaking Reformation, Perfect, Steel Skeleton, Master, Ice Sword Slash, Proficient, Shadow Lotus Skill, Master, Ice Armor, Master. Energy value, 5,000. Condition, evolvable. A single evolution had increased by 1 level, and the energy value had increased by 2000. If this trend was to continue, it was entirely possible for Alpha to surpass 10,000 energy value before reaching the next stage. The pet beasts need to consume energy value when using skills, and the amount of energy value directly determines the number of times a pet beast can use their skills. Same level, same skills, Lord-level beasts can undoubtedly use the skills more times than an elite level. The difference lies in this energy value. Generally speaking, an elite beast like Alpha's minimum energy value at the first stage should be 1000. Now it's increased by 2000, that's equivalent to having the energy of 2 more elite beasts. Are bronze eggs really this terrifying? Chapter 50, Friendly Competition. After checking Alpha's status, Bai Qi summoned the Husky out again. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf, Beta. Race, Mechanical Engineering Department, Wolf Species, Psychic Mutation. Growth Level, 0 Stage 7. Bloodline Level, Mid-Level Elite. Racial Skills, Mechanical Claw, Bite, Perception, Current Resistance. Energy Value, 1100. Condition, Evolvable. The Husky's growth rate was not as significant as Alpha's, but considering that both the Husky's growth level and bloodline level were lower than Alpha's, this progress was quite considerable. Woof woof woof. This dog feels powerful and unstoppable. The doubling of the energy value made the Husky somewhat excited, and it ran towards Bai Qi's studio with all its legs. How can it have so much energy? Seeing the Husky acting like this, Bai Qi sighed helplessly. He was about to open the electric control device, but found that the remote control was damaged, and on it, he could clearly see a canine imprint. Alpha, help it calm down. Rattle, rattle. Calm down. Alpha was a bit puzzled, but after that, it blocked the Husky's path with a blink of an eye and landed a heavy punch on Husky's head. Oh whoa. This dog has been careless, it didn't manage to dodge. The Husky fell unconscious onto the ground with reluctance and was then carried back to Bai Qi by Alpha. I only asked you to freeze it, why did you beat it? Rattle, rattle. But that's how they do it on the TV. Looking at Alpha's innocent face, Bai Qi remained silent. There was a need to filter the movies that Alpha watched. Forget it, this is fine too. After all, fainting does not affect evolution. Bai Qi put the Husky into the beast control space and evolved it again, while Alpha, as usual, went to its own training room to train. They were both from the Undead clan, but that bird was much stronger than he was. Was it because it had an extra pair of wings? Alpha thought carefully, unconsciously moving its own ribs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Bai Qi reluctantly opened his sleepy eyes to pick up the phone. The user you dialed is on another call, please wait. Bai Qi. President Qin's deep voice came from the phone, immediately awakening Bai Qi. Mr. President, what's the matter? What's the matter? Can you tell me what day it is? Bai Qi scratched his head in confusion. It was not until he saw the Howley Cup flyer on the table that he realized what was happening. I swear, I actually forgot about this. Bai Qi glanced at the sun, which had almost moved to the middle of the sky, and said, so, would it be too late for me to get there now? What do you think? Hearing President Qin's obviously a bit angry tone, Bai Qi was struck as if by thunder. Did he lose the prize money just like that? How was he supposed to cheat? How was he supposed to conduct research? Bai Qi suddenly felt that his life was plunged into darkness, while President Qin's voice came out from the phone. Don't worry, the competition hasn't officially started yet, but if you don't hurry up, I think it's necessary to talk to Luo Xiang about the quota. Bai Qi immediately jumped up from the bed, drank a bottle of God's water to stop the hunger, and headed straight for the Howley Dojo. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiangwu District. Howley Dojo. True to its name, all of Howley Dojo's buildings were full of strongman style. Coupled with the muscular strong men at the entrance, it felt exceptionally different in Jiangwu District, known for its water town style. On the temporary stage in front of the dojo, 8 young beastmasters were seriously listening to a very muscular man's speech. Lu Yuan, who was feeling uncomfortable under the scorching summer sun, leaned towards Gao Qing and asked, isn't the director of the Howley Dojo a man of character? Why can he talk so long? Before Gao Qing could answer, Han Wei sneered and said, hey, if you knew his real name, you wouldn't be surprised. Oh. The name of the director of the Howley Dojo is Wenruo Shui. Once he starts his speech, it's like a long river that never runs dry. So, you better sit tight. Han Wei glanced at the 2 empty spots in the center of the crowd and said, moreover, there are people who haven't shown up yet. I guess we won't start anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned but then realized what he meant. In order to showcase the strength of their own dojo, Howley Dojo had invited the top 5 trainee beastmasters from the probationary assessments to participate in the friendship competition. The contestants from Howley Dojo had arrived early, but as for the home team from Gusu City, 2 people hadn't arrived yet. One was the wealthy Xia Xian, who probably looked down on this kind of competition. It was understandable that he didn't show up. The other, of course, was Bai Qi. How much longer do we have to endure the sun? Feeling the increasingly hot air around him, Lu Yuan was full of complaints. Finally, when the students of the Howley Dojo could barely stand it any longer, Bai Qi finally arrived late. That guy's finally here. Seeing Bai Qi appear, Gao Qing sighed with relief. However, Han Wei looked speechless, saying, but what the hell is up with his look? Did his beast turn against him? Because Bai Qi was in such a hurry to get out, he was still in a disheveled state, and with his panda-like dark circles, he looked just like someone who had been drained of energy. But what was even more dumbfounding was, why did this guy come riding a skeleton? I swear, my next beast will definitely be a flying one. Bai Qi got off Alpha and made a secret vow. The traffic in Gusu City was really moving. If it weren't for his prompt decision to let Alpha carry him on the road, God knows where he would be stuck right now. Bai Qi stood in his assigned place, and Gao Qing whispered, why did you come so late, Bai Qi? And, is everything okay? It's okay, I just haven't slept well lately. Bai Qi yawned and looked at Wen Ruoshui, who was still delivering his speech, and said, how long has this big guy been talking? When will the competition start? Out of curiosity about new things, Bai Qi had been tirelessly evolving his 2 pets for the past 3 days, which led to the fatigue that even the god's water couldn't erase. The time is almost up. Once again, thank you all for coming. Now, our competition will officially begin. Seeing Bai Qi arrive, Wen Ruoshui finally stopped the speech and began to announce the rules for this competition. In order to fully demonstrate the strength of all you young talents, this friendship competition will not follow the traditional 1 vs 1 match but will be a gauntlet match. Chapter 51, Exercise Reveals Age. Guardian Match. Bai Qi was somewhat puzzled, while Gao Qing on his side explained, simply put, a guardian match is like setting up a stage for a duel. You can choose whether to attack or to defend. The one who defends the most times wins. Han Wei pursed his lips and said, this method is a huge test of the stamina of the beast and the beastmaster. It's quite troublesome. TSK, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. Oh, I see. Bai Qi finally understood but noticed everyone was looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but ask, what is it? Is there something on my face? This is basic knowledge for beastmasters. You don't know. Lu Yuan looked at Bai Qi speechless. He could not fathom how Bai Qi had attained such strength in a mere month. I had no choice. I'm a mechanical weaponry student. I've never studied these topics. Bai Qi shrugged his shoulders innocently. Well, it seems like everyone has no other questions. Let's begin then. As soon as Wen Ruoshui announced the start of the contest, he stepped down and a professional referee replaced him. This guardian match uses a point system. Each player has 1 chance to attack and 1 chance to defend. 1 point will be awarded each time a player defends successfully. The points of defeated players will also be added to the victor's total. So, who wants to be the first defender? As soon as the referee's words fell, a contestant emerged from the Howley Dojo and took the lead. Howley Dojo student, Tian Ping, at your service. Tian Ping stepped into the center of the arena, and a 6-armed beast slowly appeared from a light white array. Name, Mighty Frog. Race, Combat System. Bloodline level, High-grade Elite. Racial skills, Blast Punch, Double Kick, Stomp, Vortex Palm. Chairman 1, this student of yours is quite talented. How come he hasn't become a professional beastmaster yet? President Qin glanced at Tian Ping's Mighty Frog a few times and asked, this Mighty Frog, it must be close to the 2nd stage, right? When Ruoshui chuckled, President Qin, you flatter him. This kid only knows how to fight and nothing else, that's why he hasn't been able to pass the exam. It's quite embarrassing. I don't believe you. President Qin's smile remained, but he was cursing inwardly. This mighty frog is at least at the first stage, 8th level. Its endurance attribute is pretty good, and if you think when Ruoshui didn't plan this, then he might as well quit after all these years. These days, even combat system beast masters have so many tricks. Lucky we are also prepared. Otherwise, we would really fall for his scheme. The contestants below also noticed the difference in the mighty frog. Lu Yuan, in particular, started thinking of strategies. In a Guardian match, one wins by accumulating points, so under normal circumstances, the latter you enter the arena, the greater the advantage. Tianping's mighty frog is an evolved form of braced frog and excels at close combat. However, his own Ghostbone giant tiger is also of the close combat type. Even with the boost from intimidation, he doesn't have much advantage. Maybe it's better to wait and see. No one wants to challenge. I guess I'll go first then. Seeing no one willing to take the lead, Bai Qi decided to step onto the stage, but Han Wei beat him to it. Sorry, I have an appointment later, so I'll go first. So what if you have a meeting? I was planning to finish early and go home to sleep. Bai Qi rolled his eyes, but he still stepped down. Han Wei waved at Bai Qi and then summoned his wind demon wolf. He told Tianping, I'm in a hurry, so can we speed this up? Tianping shrugged, indicating he didn't mind. The referee on the side decided to start the match. Let the match begin. As soon as the announcer finished speaking, the wind demon wolf vanished with a heavy stomp. It started running rapidly around the ring, launching blades of wind from all directions towards the mighty frog. Knowing that the mighty frog's close combat abilities were extremely strong, Han Wei naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to engage in such a fight. Moreover, his wind demon wolf also had powerful long-range capabilities. Mighty frog. Seeing that Han Wei did not intend to engage in close combat, Tianping conveyed a thought to the mighty frog. He showed no surprise. Ribbit, Ribbit. 1. The mighty frog gave a low croak and its burly body nimbly evaded all the wind blades. Then, with a heavy stomp, an invisible shockwave spread out in all directions. Stomp. Han Wei evidently hadn't anticipated the mighty frog's quick movements. The wind demon wolf was instantly engulfed by the shockwave before it could evade, and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately after, the mighty frog sprang up, its heavy foot aiming for the wind demon wolf. The wolf hurriedly dodged, but the mighty frog's 6 arms all swung together, miraculously creating a giant water vortex in the air and forcefully pulling the wind demon wolf back in. Thump. The wind demon wolf failed to dodge in time and was struck down by all 6 arms of the mighty frog, crashing to the ground and losing its combat strength. Han Wei, you were defeated just like that. Seeing Han Wei defeated so easily, Gao Cheng, who was familiar with him, found it hard to believe. The remaining competitors also snuffed out their desire to challenge him. Despite his wish to end the match as early as possible, Han Wei hadn't fooled around. But he hadn't envisioned such an outcome. There's something off about that guy's level. Han Wei spat bitterly, called back his wind demon wolf, and stepped down from the stage. He cautioned, his pet beast's level and skill proficiency are pretty high. Be careful. Be careful, how do we be careful? Lu Yuan's face contorted. They originally planned to let others wear down this guy first, but if even Han Wei was defeated in a flash, they would probably be unable to drain even a bit of the opponent's strength on stage. Level problem. Bai Qi glanced at Tianping's mature face, and everything suddenly clicked. This old man was impersonating a young man to participate in the competition. This was absolutely despicable. He needed to be seriously suppressed. Seeing Bai Qi seemed to be ready to step in, Gao Cheng warned anxiously, Bai Qi, you're not in the best condition. Maybe I should give it a go first. No need. I am afraid if I wait any longer, I would fall asleep. We didn't allow you to go on stage because we didn't want that to happen. Feeling like you could collapse at any time. If even Bai Qi lost, the younger generation of Gusu City would be completely suppressed by the Howley Dojo. By then, who knew what the professional assessment difficulty would turn into? Bai Qi and Alpha went up on the stage together. Before they could introduce themselves, a shout of surprise came from the spectator seats of Howley Dojo. Is that you? That treacherous bastard? Who is bad-mouthing me? Bai Qi followed the voice, only to see Shi Yong glaring at him indignantly, as if he couldn't wait to jump up onto the stage and have another round with him. It's him. That explains it. Seeing that Shuyong was the one speaking, Bai Qi couldn't find the words to explain, but involuntarily studied both Tianping and Shuyong. What, is there something on my face? Tianping asked, a bit embarrassed by Bai Qi's scrutiny. Nothing, just noticing how all the individuals from the Howley dojo look so old, mature. Yes, mature. Bodybuilding really does make you age, laying low is surely the best way to go. Chapter 52, No Backstabbing, Smacked with a Cudgel Instead. Looking old. Tianping was immediately a little annoyed and said, I call this maturity. Oh. Bai Qi didn't argue, followed along with Tianping's words and responded with a yawn, let's get started, I need to get back soon. Brother Tian, be careful with this guy, he's cunning, specializes in kidney stabs. With Shuyong's words, the expressions of all those present changed when they looked at Bai Qi, especially the men who unconsciously covered their lower back. Maybe this is how he got through the 9th floor. I remembered, his little skeleton moves fast and specializes in backstabbing, very ruthless. Good thing my stubborn stone ball doesn't have a waist, it's not afraid of being stabbed. What if he stabs you instead? Hiss, are young people so shameless these days, I need to be more careful in the future. Hearing the surrounding conversation, Bai Qi was somewhat speechless. His reputation was utterly destroyed in one fell swoop. Alpha, remember to be light-handed, don't backstab. Crack crack. Don't backstab. I understand. Alpha looked at his towering 6-armed opponent and instantly understood Bai Qi's meaning. Are both players ready? Then let the match begin. The referee once again announced the start of the match, and Tianping, who was prepared, didn't rashly attack, but prioritized defense, with one pair of his arms tightly guarding his lower back. He's determined to label him as a kidney hitter. Alpha, attack. Bai Qi instructed Alpha, who immediately turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the mighty frog, moving even faster than Han Wei's Wind Demon Wolf. Han Wei frowned slightly, this won't work for him unless he can stay far from the ground, otherwise, it's difficult to dodge the stomp. The Wind Demon Wolf was extremely fast, but it could not fly, otherwise, it wouldn't have been hit by the stomp. Although Alpha was faster than the Wind Demon Wolf, it was even more grounded, and going up rashly would be inviting death. As expected, seeing Alpha rush forward, the mighty frog lifted its right foot, obviously planning to use the stomp. But Alpha was faster, slashing at the ground with its sword as the mighty frog stomped down, countless ice flowers swiftly spread, creeping towards the mighty frog. Crack! The ice flowers collided with the shockwave from the stomp, instantly turning into countless ice crystals dancing in the sky, but they equally negated the residual wave of the stomp. The mighty frog was blocked by the ice crystals, and couldn't see Alpha's position clearly, only vaguely aware of a figure rapidly approaching. Mighty Frog, use Blast Punch. Tianping immediately issued a new command to Mighty Frog, who threw all 6 mighty fists forward, releasing blast energy from the punches, instantly turning the sky full of ice crystals into nothingness. President Qin was somewhat surprised, this seems a little different from regular Blast Punch. The usual Blast Punch only uses a great amount of force to damage the enemy's interior to achieve a blast effect. But Tianping's Blast Punch exploded in midair, obviously unusual. When Ruoshui nodded, saying, that's right. Tianping's mighty frog took in the power of the Blast Stone. Its Blast Punch will far surpass its usual strength. That kid's name is Bai Qi, isn't it? If he's smart, he'll immediately have his beast retreat or risk severe damage from the Blast Punch if it hits an undead creature. When Ruoshui seemed to kindly remind President Qin, who twitched at the corner of his eye, replying, Hey. Thanks for the tip. That little brat, he better beat this guy good or else he'll never stop mocking me. Brother Tian's Blast Punch is formidable. I wish I had a Blast Stone too. Shuyong, who also had high hopes for cultivating a mighty frog, said this with an envious expression. Meanwhile, a student nearby snickered, that's because you lack the guts to participate in this battle. Otherwise, you could have claimed the championship. The championship? Forget about it. With Brother Tian around, I don't have a single chance. Shuyong shook his head and glared at the ring, saying firmly, I wouldn't mind not having the Blast Stone, just as long as I can give the guy a solid beating. First, it was betrayal, then it was running away from a fight. Shuyong had been holding his breath in anger. As the mighty frog's Blast Punch landed, the storm of ice crystals finally dissipated, exposing Alpha's figure to the mighty frog's sight. Croak, croak. The mighty frog didn't hesitate and immediately executed a double kick towards Alpha. You could vaguely see some blast energy left on its large feet. After absorbing the blast stone, every combat system skill the mighty frog used could be powered up with blast energy, it just hadn't done so before. However, faced with the mighty frog's fierce attack, Alpha's movements were far too slow to react in time. This guy, he couldn't have been hit by the blast wave, could he? Seeing Alpha dumbfoundedly standing without moving, Lu Yuan couldn't help but panic. Even though he was somewhat resentful towards Bai Qi, he would never admit it was because Bai Qi's beast evolved too quickly. It didn't mean he wanted to see Bai Qi lose just like that. If even the first person to clear the Lamentation Tower couldn't beat Tianping, then what was his perennial 5th place worth? Lu Yuan looked at Bai Qi, wanting nothing more than to rush up and remind him to dodge quickly. However, Bai Qi looked thoughtful, having an odd expression on his face. Bang. Finally, the mighty frog's double kick landed on Alpha. The deep blue armor shattered loudly, disintegrating into fragments upon contact with the blast energy, and fell to the ground. However, after all the ice fragments fell, not a trace of Alpha could be seen. His pet is a skeleton, it couldn't be that its bones were shattered, could it? Anxious, Tianping quickly looked over in Bai Qi's direction. Both beasts and beastmasters have a soul contract. If a beast dies, the beastmaster would also bear a huge backlash. Moreover, they would have one less contract position for the rest of their lives. If he really killed Bai Qi's beast, then the friendship match that day would be completely ruined. Perhaps, it would even sour the relationship between the Howley Dojo and the Beastmaster Association. Thinking of this, Tianping became somewhat frantic, and the mighty frog was also a bit at a loss. Thunk. Just then, a figure shot out from the block of ice under the mighty frog's foot. Before the mighty frog could react, the figure swung its large sword body and slammed it onto the mighty frog's head. Croak. After receiving a heavy blow, the mighty frog felt dizzy and faint. Alpha then happily ran to Bai Qi's side, waiting for his praise. Bai Qi glanced at the increasingly bizarre atmosphere around him and sighed helplessly. No backstabbing, so you resort to a sucker punch. They say that beasts follow their masters, so why is it that Alpha hadn't picked up a bit of my positivity? Chapter 53, Just an Honorable. Bai Qi successfully challenged, points inherited. The referee checked the condition of the mighty frog and, confirming that it had lost its fighting ability, announced the result of the match. Damn, this guy, he's really cunning. Seeing that Tianping was actually defeated by such means, Shiyong was righteously indignant, wishing he could charge up and give Bai Qi a good lesson. It's my loss. As the lead character who took the surprise blow, Tianping quickly cooled down after a brief burst of anger. He walked in front of Bai Qi and said, "Your beast is very powerful. We should exchange pointers again when there's a chance." Yeah, a fair and square exchange. Tianping wasn't a fool, the mighty frog was already at the first stage, stage 8. Even with a sneak attack, it wasn't one that could be defeated with one blow. So the only explanation was that the skull itself was very strong. Alright, if there's a chance. Bai Qi nodded, and then looked at Alpha, saying, I told you not to backstab. What's the difference with this surprise attack? Although it's very effective, a frontal assault is also very necessary. Creak, creak. Alpha seemed to understand and nodded. Then he saw another student from Howley Dojo coming up to the stage. Howley Dojo, Junior Beastmaster Lu Fengyu, here to challenge. Lu Fengyu's face was full of disdain. He glared maliciously at Bai Qi and Alpha, as if he wanted to devour them. Well, his hostility had obviously reached its peak. Bai Qi forcefully knocked on Alpha, saying, Gusu City Junior Beastmaster, Bai Qi. Lu Fengyu snorted and then summoned his pet beast. It was a huge mosquito with knotted muscles. Name, Muscular Mosquito. Race, Combat System, Insect System. Bloodline level, High-grade Elite. Racial skills, Electric Sting, Harden, using force to throw, Million Weight Punch. Another combat system pet beast, and it also had short-term flying ability. Although its level was obviously lower than Tianping's mighty frog, it was not weak. Seeing Lu Fengyu summon the muscular mosquito, President Qin said to Headmaster Wen beside him, Headmaster Wen, you do have quite a variety of beasts here. This kind of beast is not commonly seen in Gusu City. Haha. If President Qin wants it, I shall send you a couple of them after the match. Then I would be rude to refuse. The two looked at each other and smiled, and a deal was reached with just 2 sentences. Are both contestants ready? The match begins. The moment the referee's word ended, Lu Fengyu roared out, and the muscular mosquito also flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Alpha. This kind of opponent who relies on sneak attacks to win is definitely not able to withstand a single blow as long not given time to hide. Therefore, Lu Fengyu used his full strength from the start. Muscular mosquito, million weight punch. Although the muscular mosquito was not small in size, it moved with great agility and changeability once its wings flapped. Coupled with the million weight punch, one would never know from where the attack would come. Alpha, make it quick. Creak, creak. Understood. A glint of fire in Alpha's eyes, tightly gripping his filial sword, he swung it at the muscular mosquito that was attacking him with giant punches. Sharp ice blades flew out from the ice sword in an instant, blocking the space in front of him. Although the muscular mosquito avoided them with its agile flying skills, its skill was forcibly interrupted. Muscular mosquito, again, directly attack. Seeing Bai Qi block the muscular mosquito's attack in this way, Lu Fengyu was somewhat annoyed and issued instructions again. Buzz buzz. The muscular mosquito nodded and once again launched a million punches at Alpha. Suddenly, countless bones enveloped within shadow department power rose from the ground, engulfing the muscular mosquito like a black rose. This. Seeing the dense shadow energy in the shadow lotus skill, Lu Fengyu stood stunned. He wanted to direct the muscular mosquito to break free, but the mosquito did not dare to move a bit. At such a close distance, the muscular mosquito could clearly feel the dark energy above. This energy could significantly injure them, creatures of the combat system. Feeling the muscular mosquito's strong resistance, Lu Fengyu had no choice but to give up. Bai Qi is the victor, points continue. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The referee timely declared the result of the match, paused, and added a sentence. With his experience, he could naturally see that Alpha was holding back. Unless there was an accident, the rest of the contestants would not necessarily be his opponents even if they sequentially faced him. Indeed, upon hearing the referee's inquiry, the Howley Dojo and the Gusu City team members all fell silent. First Tian Ping, then Lu Fengyu. Both of these contestants had considerable strength, but both were easily defeated by Bai Qi. Looking at Alpha's current state, it was clear there was no exhaustion, so a prolonged war of attrition wouldn't work. After waiting a while and seeing no one stepping onto the stage, the referee, receiving a nod from Headmaster Wen, cleared his throat. Since no one is challenging, then I declare this contest's champion is Bai Qi of Gusu City. Hearing the referee announce the result, Bai Qi's eyes lit up, and he looked expectantly at Headmaster Wen, who was slowly approaching. The flyers didn't mention how much the prize money was, but the Howley Dojo should be fairly generous, being a large dojo and all. Headmaster Wen came up to Bai Qi, looked him up and down, and laughed. Gusu City is indeed full of talents, even able to develop such a powerful beast from such a weak teenager. It seems our dojo's training is not enough. Saying this, Headmaster Wen glared at the direction of the Howley Dojo, and said, starting today, do 100 push-ups, 2 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run every day. Got it. Got it. All the students of the Howley Dojo answered in unison, their voices even drowning out the noise from the audience below. Just because someone is weak doesn't mean they can't train a powerful beast. Are all the beast masters of your Howley Dojo supposed to fight themselves? Hearing Headmaster Wen's words, Bai Qi muttered to himself, but thinking about the award he was waiting for, he forced himself to endure. After boosting morale, Headmaster Wen, satisfied with his own student's performance, took an envelope from the attendant's hand and presented it to Bai Qi, saying, "This is the prize money for this championship. Congratulations. As for the other materials, you'll have to choose." Headmaster Wen extended his large hand, offering 2 stones, 1 red and 1 blue, to Bai Qi. These 2 stones, the Blast Stone and the Thunder Stone, are part of my private collection as for their specific uses. Headmaster Wen pointed at the Blast Stone and said, "You've seen the effect of the Blast Stone just now. It can increase your attack with blast power. While the effect of the Thunder Stone is quite similar, it's replaced with a thunder attack. Both of these stones are epic materials, they just differ in attribute point 1. So, have you decided which one to choose?" Chapter 54, Only Children Make Choices. A burst of envy. The ability of a pet beast not only contained innate potential, but it also could be influenced artificially later. Epic materials like the Blast Stone or the Thunder Stone, if used in a certain way, could imbue additional attributes to one's pet beast. Compared to the unknown amount of prize money, these two attribute stones held a more attractive appeal for beast masters. Epic material, damn it. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with envy, wanting to challenge Bai Qi right away. However, after recalling how effortlessly Bai Qi beat the two from Howley Dojo, he hung his head low. The properties of Blast Stone and Thunder Stone clashed with the Undead department. Even if we get the most of them, we'd only exchange them for some money. We do not envy. Right, we don't envy. Han Wei looked at the Lu Yuan beside him with confusion, saying, what's wrong with him? Nothing, he's probably feeling a little overwhelmed, he'll be fine. Gao Qing smirked, which one do you think Bai Qi will choose? Han Wei shook his head, honestly, it's hard to choose. The Thunder Stone conflicts with the properties of the undead creatures, so it's out. The Blast Stone isn't as fussy, but Bai Qi's pet beast already has the ice attribute, so it doesn't work either. But just casually picking one to sell, he's probably not going to feel quite right about that. Chicken ribs, they're totally chicken ribs. Gao Qing looked thoughtfully at Bai Qi on the field, who had already made a decision. Can I have both of them? Everyone. How did he have the nerve to ask that? President Qin covered his face in shame. Thankfully, he hadn't publicly revealed that Bai Qi was a member of the Beastmaster Association. Otherwise, his bold claim today may have left the association red in the face. If word had gotten out, people might think that the Beastmaster Association was really poor. Hearing Bai Qi's response, Wen Ruoshui was also taken aback, then he asked with a smile, and if I said no? Phew, those parts in the novels where the seniors generously reward the juniors really fooled me. Bai Qi silently spat, then I'll take the Thunder Stone. Both attributes were good. However, compared to the blast power, Bai Qi liked the thunder power a bit better. With one thunderbolt execution, all evils retreat. Why did the novel heroes always need the help of Thunderbolt? Wasn't it to satisfy the demands of readers like Bai Qi? Ha 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 ha, I like you, such a straightforward person. Take both of them. When Ruoshui burst into laughter and handed both attribute stones to Bai Qi. Everyone was astonished. He really got both. Chairman Wen, do you have more? I want some too. Not too many, just 1 billion or 2 will do. However, these two attribute stones need a specific method to absorb them. If you don't understand, you should make more trips to the Howley Dojo. I can teach you. Hearing Wen Ruoshui's words, President Qin immediately stood up, quickly reaching Bai Qi, and said, Chairman Wen is new and probably busy. Bai Qi, don't bother Chairman Wen. If you have any questions, just ask at the Beastmaster Association. This guy, trying to steal people right in front of him, indeed, one who trusts these guys with all muscles in their heads is an idiot. Then I won't be polite, thank you, Headmaster Wen. Bai Qi hadn't expected Wen Ruoshui to be so straightforward, but he quickly grasped Wen Ruoshui's purpose and swiftly pocketed both attribute stones. Seeing how old Qin had taken over, who knew if the other party might regret it? It was better to put it away soon. As for any specific method, Bai Qi was not in a hurry. With the evolution egg, he didn't need any special method. He could just brute force his way through everything. Haha, true. We can talk more about this another time. Seeing President Qin act this way, Wen Ruoshui immediately understood and didn't press the issue, continuing on with the awards for the second and third winners. Well then, let's end the battle today. Upon hearing Wen Ruoshui announce the end of the match, the host who had been idle from the start immediately stood up, announcing. Everyone, our Howley Dojo officially opens in Gusu City today. If you are interested in joining, you can speak to our staff about the details later. The first 100 people to apply will receive a free elite pet beast and professional training guidance, so hurry up. Upon hearing the host's words, the crowd immediately erupted in surprise. Whether they had already formed a contract or not, many were intrigued. First, they offered 2 epic attribute stones as prizes. Now, they're giving away elite pet beasts. This Howley Dojo was indeed generous. People had said that these dojos were backed by strong consortiums, and it certainly seemed to be the case. With this in mind, the prize money would certainly not be meager. Bai Qi chuckled, starting to plan his next shopping spree. The Husky had leveled up quite a bit and was nearing the edge of racial evolution. Even though he didn't know if Husky would undergo racial evolution like Alpha did, he still had to prepare. But before that, he needed a good sleep. With the prize money and attribute stone in hand, Bai Qi immediately sensed the onset of exhaustion. He longed to find a place to lie down and nap. After this, come with me to the association. There's something I need to discuss with you. President Qin grabbed Bai Qi by the shoulder, and the two of them quickly made their way back to the Beastmaster Association. Bai Qi watched in envy, realizing how convenient it was to have a space-based beast. It was faster and more comfortable than a flying-based beast. Unfortunately, space-based beasts were not easy to come by. He could only dream for now. However, he could perhaps keep some space-based materials and customize using evolution egg. Looking at your performance today, you must have trained rather hard these past few days. But don't overdo it. You can't just rely on your youth. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you're older. President Qin said earnestly, not noticing the odd expression in Bai Qi's eyes. What a fascinating man President Qin is. Oh right, President Qin, earlier you said you wanted to discuss something with. Did someone from headquarters come? President Qin shook his head. Headquarters recently discovered a secret realm tower from the founding emperor period. Everyone who's free has gone there, so there's nobody left to manage us here. At the recent news, Bai Qi was taken aback. Was the deal off? What about the big profit he had anticipated? However, Luo Xiang has found a new buyer for you, so it's had no effect on us. Bai Qi fell silent. Couldn't he just spit it out? It was nerve-wracking. May I know who this buyer is? President Qin smiled mysteriously, pointing at the 7-star flag fluttering at the entrance of the association, saying, who do you think can take away the exploration rights of the secret realm tower from the association? Stunned, Bai Qi asked uncertainly, is it the Federation? President Qin nodded. Yes. Actually, the tower that headquarters is interested in was discovered by the Federation. The association doesn't have the rights to explore it. But after Luo Xiang's negotiations, the federal government agreed to trade the priority exploration rights of Lamentation Tower for the chance to co-explore Emperor Tower. In a way, this can be considered a private transaction between the Federation and you, separate from the association. So when the Federation's representatives arrive tomorrow, don't hold back. Feel free to name your price. Chapter 55, Destined Fate. Upon hearing President Qin's words, Bai Qi had an epiphany. He had originally been worried that headquarters might use their superior-subordinate relationship to suppress him, but now that the buyer had been switched, he was not panicking at all. Was there anyone richer than the Federation around here? Go home and have a good rest today, and think about what you need. Otherwise, I won't care if you're shortchanged tomorrow. Bai Qi immediately approached President Qin and said, how about you give me some advice? I can't just ask for a piece of mythical material, can I? Why not? Really? Bai Qi was dumbfounded and said, aren't mythical materials very rare? Mythical materials are very rare, but so are combination-type secret realm towers. President Qin patted Bai Qi's shoulder and said, once you get your professional Beastmaster license and join the special training program, you'll understand the value of combination-type secret realm towers. Bai Qi nodded, as if he had opened a new world's door. Can I ask for more then? Upon returning home, Bai Qi immediately took out the prize money from the competition and started to check it. $10 million. Those major powers sure have money. Bai Qi expertly input the account number and password, and immediately there was an additional $10 million in the account. Alpha's cold spirit iron and soul nurturing would have not yet been fully absorbed, so they can be put aside for now. It's time to upgrade Beta. Since the next level of the Lamentation Tower required a second-stage Beastmaster, it might be a bit insufficient relying solely on one pet like Alpha. It would be safer to upgrade the Husky first. Alpha's size isn't big, so he can't install large weapons. That's a problem. Bai Qi took out a bottle of God's water to refresh himself, then summoned the Husky. Woof woof woof. I'm out again. Being kept by Bai Qi in the beast control space for 3 days, the Husky was indeed somewhat stiff. As soon as he came out, he excitedly ran around the yard. However, the Husky didn't play for long before he changed his destination and headed straight for Bai Qi's workshop. My art, here I come. Alpha. Bai Qi sighs helplessly at the sight, summoned Alpha too. Alpha immediately brought the Husky back. Woof woof woof. You stinky bone, wait for me. The Husky glared at Alpha with a resentful face, and gave up struggling. Stay still, I'm going to level you up. Bai Qi had Alpha carry the Husky to the workshop, connected his smart brain to the Huskies, and started operating it. Basic assembly, basic mechanical engineering, basic weaponry, complete guide to basic materials, basic energy conversion. It should all be there. Bai Qi carefully checked, and after confirming that nothing was missing, took out a bunch of materials and placed them in front of the Husky. Try assembling another spider web ball. Huh. Human, did you take the wrong medicine today? The Husky looked at Bai Qi with shock in his eyes, full of skepticism. He cautiously touched the parts in front of him, and after seeing no unusual reaction from Bai Qi, he began to work freely. This time, the Husky's assembly speed was noticeably faster than before. In a short while, he assembled 3 spider web balls. Alpha, be on standby at all times. Although Bai Qi had input all the basic mechanical knowledge he currently possessed into the Husky's smart brain, thinking of the Husky's powerful passive, Bai Qi still couldn't put his mind at ease. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, the 3 spider web balls showed no sign of movement. Bai Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alpha, try throwing one. Alpha nodded, picked up a spider web ball, and threw it out. Bang. The spider web ball exploded on command, ejecting the web inside. It was no different from the ones Bai Qi had made himself. Having a theoretical basis really does make a difference. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, while the Husky on the side had its head drooping, looking listless. So Art, has it gone extinct now? Boom. Just at this moment, another spider web ball suddenly exploded. Although it was frozen by Alpha in time, Bai Qi and the Husky were still left with sooty faces. What's going on? Bai Qi picked up the last spider web ball that Alpha had frozen before it exploded and looked at it with his codex. Name, Unstable Spider Web Ball. Introduction, can launch a web to trap enemies, but is more likely to hurt oneself. Bai Qi was silent, pulled the Husky in front of him, and the Husky's data appeared before him. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf, Beta. Race, Mechanical Engineering Department, Wolf Species, Psychic Mutation. Growth Level, 0 Stage 10 Level. Bloodline Level, Mid-Level Elite. Racial Skills, Mechanical Claw, Bite, Perception, Current Resistance, Mechanical Assembly. Energy Value, 2,900. Condition, Evolvable. The data was quite normal, except there was an added skill of mechanical assembly. Try again, still doing the spiderweb ball. Bai Qi pushed the Husky to the parts again, watching every step of the Husky until it was finished. Again, 3 spiderweb balls were completed. Bai Qi checked each one with the codex, and found that only one was unstable, the rest were all normal. The steps had no issues whatsoever, they were even more precise than when he operated them himself, yet there were these unstable spiderweb balls. Does this count as a sort of special passive? Bai Qi glanced speechlessly at the Husky, who was thrilled, thought for a moment, then took out the Thunderstone and the Blast Stone. He suddenly had an idea in his heart. It seems that perhaps large weapons are unnecessary after all. Bai Qi opened the Union website and bought a large number of materials. He then took the 2 stones to the Husky. Here's a chance for you. Choose your path of evolution yourself. Originally, he wanted to use the Thunderstone in combination with the Mechanical Engineering Department to develop a new path of evolution. One side is the Thunderbolt Wolf, the other side is mechanical armament. If it runs out of electricity, it can shock itself. Isn't that more convenient than that wolf-pained alliance couple? But looking at it now, doesn't the Blast Stone seem to suit this guy more? Huh. Really, could it be true? The Husky looked skeptically at Bai Qi, and only began to choose after Bai Qi's repeated assurances. First, the Thunderstone. The Husky just sniffed it, and an electric current flowed through the Husky's nose. Woof. I don't want to be electrified again. The Husky quickly retreated 2 steps, obviously remembering some unpleasant memories, then turned his gaze towards the Blast Stone. Huh. This is... As soon as the Husky saw the Blast Stone, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on its head. It immediately picked up the Blast Stone in its mouth. This is it.